Well, ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to day 2 of Henley Women's Regatta. My name is Tom Morgan. I am delighted to be with you for the next couple of hours as we take you through the time trials. As we take you through the time trials on the Saturday morning of the premier female women rowing event in the country. The Di Ellis Trophy, the first one on the roster this morning. It is the Junior 18 Single Sculls Race 101, and as you can see from our pictures here, crews are underway. We've already had a couple of scullers making their way down the course, including Darrington of Peterborough City, Taylor of Derby Rowing Club, Stewart of Leicester Rowing Club, Etherington of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, and Ella Abraham of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. And just on screen there you can see the sculler from, I think that looks like Derby Rowing Club to me, making her way down the course. Going to treat this like a bit of a breakfast show. If you are tuning in to join us for time trials here, it is 8:15 in the morning. Nice early start for all of us here on Henley Women's Regatta Day 2. If you are kicking around the site and you want us to talk about a specific crew, you have some information for us, just come and let me know. I'm in the tent by the barrier. Stick your head in, say hello. Give me some company on what is a lonely 2-hour shift first thing this morning. The Di Ellis Trophy is what we're watching at the moment, Junior 18. Single Sculls, time trial, of course. This for the privilege and pleasure of racing side by side later on today, and if the crews are competent enough, into tomorrow when silverware is determined between a lot of these young scullers. Etherington of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club making her way past our static camera position just beyond the barrier. Or although I should say just before the barrier. Very competent sculler, Eloise Etherington, having won Junior 17 Single Sculls at the Junior Sculling Regatta. She went on to win second girls quad at the National Schools Regatta, and Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club undergoing certainly the zenith of their programme at the moment. Very competent sculling unit led by Greg Flower. Looks to me like Kerry Roger of Marlow Rowing Club making her way off the start. Again, Marlow, a very, very strong junior women's sculling programme led by Pete Chambers, former Great British lightweight. Expect to see them featuring highly at the Henley Royal Regatta in just over a week's time. Johnson of Reading Bluecoat School. You can see there are 68 of you watching the stream at the moment. Welcome to all 68 of you tuning in nice and early on your Saturday morning. I suppose it's nice breakfast watching, isn't it? A bit of rowing. Unfortunately, you have to put up with my voice as well for the next couple of hours, but you can't have it all in life, as Ella Abraham from the Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association makes her way past the camera. Very distinctive kit. Great to see that club back up and running after a bit of a hiatus. Relaunched, I think, in the middle part of last decade, and now a formidable force on both the junior and senior rowing circuit. Looks to me like crew 406, Peterborough City Rowing Club, Darrington, just crossing the line.
I do.
Ella Darrington, who was third at the National Schools Regatta a few weeks ago. She'll be looking to push on from that position and make a name for herself here on the Henley Straights. Also second at the Junior Sculling Regatta, so that elusive top of the podium finish has eluded her so far. She'll be hoping to make good on that at the Henley Women's Regatta this weekend, and a strong time trial will set her up for success, I'm sure of that, as Taylor of Derby Rowing Club comes up towards the line. Sculler 407. Looking at crew number 414, Phillips of Hereford Cathedral School, as crew number 421, Riley of Barn Elms Rowing Club, leaves the start line. Just has to watch her steering a little bit, but she's back on track. Little collision with the booms, or the boys I should say. 415, Duffy from the American School in London, another club who have resurged in the last couple of years. Traditionally quite a strong junior program. 413, Scylla of Bedford Modern School. Row on the Great River Ouse, about a 1.8 kilometre stretch through the historic market town of Bedford. And here comes Ella Abraham of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. Nice send there on the boat, just pressing it away.
Yes, Sarah, come on.
422 from Henley Rowing Club, Hunt. It's of course for the Diet Ellis Trophy Junior Single Sculls.
424.
All crews will certainly be focused on trying to progress through to the side-by-side racing that's to come later on this afternoon. Crew 418 on screen, Trafford Rowing Club, and 421 from Barn Elms Rowing Club, Riley. I have to concede to everyone who's listening, I am trying to commentate and eat my breakfast at the same time. It's an early start for a Saturday. Crew number 423, Quito of Reading Rowing Club.
426. Go. 427. Go.
Sculler from Barn Elms making her way up the line. Riley, who placed 7th at the National Schools Regatta. Certainly we're looking for, at the very least, a quarter-final placing this weekend, as we see 426, the second Trafford Rowing Club Sculler. Smart. Both Smart of Trafford to boat two scullers, and also the girl's name is Smart. Olivia Brett, Tideway Sculler School. Thank you to all those on the bank who were shouting, "Yeah, Olivia." Help me ID this young lady as she moves on towards the barrier. Scott of Trafford Rowing Club. over 120 of you listening to us now. Fortunately, having to listen to me commentate on the Dialis time trials. We're also trying to eat breakfast. Promise I'll be done very shortly. Crew number 421. Riley of Farn Elms.
This year would have been like.
So, all scullers in the Dialis Trophy for Junior 18 single sculls, now on the course. So race 101 is coming towards its conclusion. And so, we can get started on race 102, the Regatta Cup for Junior 18 double sculls. Lee Rowing Club leading us out, crew number 428. Always astounded by the sheer level of depth in junior sculling in the UK. It's really come on leaps and bounds, and some portion of credit must go to the stewards at Henley Royal Regatta for bringing on board the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup in 2012. That has had a profound effect on participation for junior girls in this country, and it's reflected in the international team as well, both at junior, under 23 and senior level. And it's not to say that all of these young girls out there today will be focused on senior representation, but it's a great yardstick and a great aspirational part of our sport that they have so many role models to look up to. As we see crew number 423 make her way towards the line. This guy from Reading. Wycliffe heading out of the blocks there in the Regatta Cup. 430. That crew on shot was 429. Exeter Rowing Club, you can see there, flotilla of double sculls. Lee leading the charge, followed by Exeter. And then Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, expecting Newark, number 431, to be next on the docket. As we pan back to the tail end of junior single scull time trialling, crew number 427. There's Olivia Brett of the Tideway Sculler School. Looking for the finish line, and she's reached it. Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. Sculling down towards the quarter-mile mark. Keen to make an impact on this event. As crew number 432, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. As I said earlier, frequently seen at this level. And there we have Exeter Rowing Club, 429.
433. Go.
Do you have any comments? Do you have any shout-outs? Any pieces of information that you as the listeners want me to say, want me to shout out? I'm on Twitter. Junior Rowing is the handle, or sort of colloquially known as Junior Rowing News, but Junior Rowing is the handle. Tweet us, let us know if there's anything that I'm missing, anything you would like us to say. You've got my voice for the next hour and 45 minutes, so if you want it to be saying the things you want it to be saying, do please reach out. I don't profess to be an expert on all of these crews. This is the Regatta Cup for junior double sculls, and that sort of tail end of junior single sculls for the Dialis Trophy. As we see crew 434, King School Ely, sculling away from the start line. And 433, and Grosvenor Rowing Club. Lovely kit, orange and blue. One of the great things about regatta season, the kit spotting. Newark, crew number 431. Joy Sisters, winners of the B final of Championship Girls Pairs at the National Schools Regatta from Newark. So their result likely to hinge on their adaptation to a new discipline. As we see Exeter, 4.29. Lucy Webber in that crew. Strong performances from her at GB Trials already this year, and that double placed 7th at the National Schools Regatta, so we'll be looking to improve on that performance this weekend, and their time trial will be the foundation upon which they build across the rest of the next 48 hours.
4.36. Go.
There's our leading crew, Lee Rowing Club. Probably not too far away from the line now. Again, a club that regularly produce very competent sculling units. Norwich School Boat Club, by the looks of things, crew 436 leaving the start line. Motoring through this, 431 there on screen. Looks like a lovely reverse wing Cobra double from our friends at Wintec.
4.38. Go.
And 434. King's School Ely. And there we have, at the head of the flotilla, Lee Rowing Club, crew 428, sculling up towards the line.
4.39. Go.
.439 on screen. Bryanston School, under the stewardship of Richard Bolton, and there's crew 438. Peterborough Rowing Club, 5th at the National Schools Regatta. And Emma Calver, who's on board, finished 4th in the women's junior 16 single in the junior sculling regatta. So she's actually a couple of years younger than you need to be to compete in this event. So an athlete to watch over the next 24 months. Alongside Devon Pickover, who was on the start scheme for Peterborough. So expect a strong showing from those girls, as we see on screen. Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. Hoping to catch a glimpse of the international interest that's present in the Reina Cup this year. We've got a crew from Club Nautico Sevilla, from the sunny shores of Spain, alongside a couple of boats from Sydney Rowing Club. I know that those two doubles will comprise the Sydney Rowing Club entry into the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta. I was speaking to the head coach of that programme, Don Check, in the week. They only landed in the UK this week, so jet lag is likely to play a role, and he thought he would get the girls into doubles just to shake off the cobwebs, get them sculling together, and then move back into the quad in the week leading up to the regatta, as we see crew 441 from Trafford Rowing Club moving out. Newark up towards the line there. Little look over from the bow girl. That's their race done and dusted.
4.42. Go.
Crew 440. There we go. Club Nautico from Sevilla. Great to see Spanish athletes coming over to compete on UK turf. That crew has got 2 athletes who have competed internationally for Spain already, including Lydia Florido, who was 10th overall at the European Junior Championships in the women's double about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And Claudia DeMarco, who was 4th in the CCW Coxed 4 at the 2022 European Rowing Coastal and Beach Sprint Championship. So 2 girls with a lot of pedigree, a lot of provenance, as we see Bryanston School, crew number 439. And that's 433, Grosvenor. If you are joining us for the first time here this morning, you are watching the Reina Cup time trial for Junior 18 double sculls here at the Henley Women's Regatta. We'll have time trials throughout the morning before moving into side-by-side racing later this afternoon. Heats, quarterfinals and semi-finals all to come. Exciting roster of events to look forward to right across the spectrum, from junior 16 right up to championship and everything in between, as we see King's School Ely making their way up towards the line. Crew number 434 just winding down a little smile there from the stroke girl. Crew number 444 from Streatham and Clapham High School. Another A finalist from the National Schools Regatta just a few weeks ago. Be seeking a betterment on their 8th placed finish at that event, as we see 447. Looks like Sir William Perkins School to me. A real bastion of schoolgirl rowing and sculling, regularly producing very competitive crews. More often than not in the more junior ranks, so junior 14 to 16, they tend to be a lot more prolific than maybe at 17 and 18. There we can see the crew from Spain, sculling beautifully actually, it has to be said. I think they're a crew to watch, moving the boat really nicely. Of course, you don't come all the way from Spain if you don't mean business, and those girls certainly look like they're here to at least successfully navigate the time trial. 442 on screen from Tiffin School. So much depth, so much variety in this. We've got well over 30 crews racing here, and nearly all from different schools and clubs across the UK and abroad. Wonderful to see so much representation from so many in the junior double sculls. And this is the tip of the iceberg. We've got quads, 8s, 4s, all yet to come.
451.
As we watch crew number 441 from Trafford Rowing Club. That's Peterborough there. Certainly one of the favourites. They were 5th, as I say, at the National Schools Regatta just a few weeks ago. And crossing the line in their time trial will be very keen to secure a placing in the next round, as we see 446 Mossbourne Rowing Academy, based out of Hackney in London. They do a lot of their rowing on the Docklands,
452.
the area and part of water, piece of water that hosted the home international regatta last July. And that looks to me like crew number 451 Buell Bridge Rowing Club. There we go, 451 Buell Bridge. Kingston Grammar School. Another club who have been doing some seriously impressive things on the junior rowing circuit over the last 2 or 3 years. 448. We see Bryanston School crossing the line there. It looks like the girls from Spain certainly closed the gap. .453 Exeter Rowing Club, their B crew. And that's George Watson's there, 450. 446 Mossbourne. I feel like when I see the number it's cheating. I have to be able to tell who this is from the kit. This is a real test of my knowledge around junior clubs. Buell Bridge there, 451, being hunted down by the crew from Sydney Rowing Club, Australia. And there's another boat from Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, 454, their B crew. Lola Anderson in that crew by the looks of things. I should say Lily Anderson, I do apologise. There is a Lola Anderson who's very prevalent in rowing, which is part of the GB squad. See Sydney there, fresh off the plane from Australia, keen to iron out the kinks before their assault on the Diamond Jubilee in just over a week's time. 4.46 there. Mossbourne, lots of screen time for them this morning. And there's Tiffin Boat Club, crew number 442. All of these crews will be seeking passage to side-by-side racing, which, as I say, happens later today. 16 crews to qualify from a 33 boat field. So just over half will be going home before they've even had a chance to race side-by-side. Such is the nature of Henley Women's Regatta. It's so incredibly competitive that often 50% plus get knocked out in the time trial. So these girls are racing for something. And for some of them, this will be their only turn down the course. 4.55 there. The King's School Ely B crew. So we see George Watson's 4.50. Godolphin Latimer School. Laughlin and 4.46 again. Mossbourne Rowing Academy.
4.59. Good.
So as a reminder of what's to come, we've had the Dialis Trophy for junior single sculls. We're currently on the Rayner Cup for junior double sculls. Next up, the B Langridge Trophy for junior quads, before we move on to the Groton School Challenge Cup for junior Coxed 4s. And then we have the junior 8s, the Peabody Cup. So junior time trials running right up until, I think, beyond 9:30. Lots of junior racing to look forward to. One of my favourite categories, not least because I help to run a platform that is partially dedicated to junior rowing, but also because I think this is where some of the best racing happens. As we watch crew 455 King's School Ely. As a reminder, junior rowing is the Twitter handle for Junior Rowing News. I am monitoring it. If you do have any information or want any shout outs, do let me know. As we see crew 459, there we go, Sydney Rowing Club B, looking like they mean business. Nice, firm, powerful. And that's Wycliffe, again, another example of how to scull a double. Under Greg Flower, that programme has come on leaps and bounds in the last 2 or 3 years, to the point where they are probably the leading girls sculling outfit in the country. 4.56 on screen at the moment, George Heriot's B. Says here George Heriot's B. I can't see where George Heriot's A was. No matter. And there's 4.53. Exeter Rowing Club B. Buell Bridge, try that again. Able to just wind down. Little fist bump as they cross the line, happy with their efforts. They'll now eagerly await the results of these time trials. Wycliffe there, Lily Anderson in the boat. Oh, a bit of a sorry sight there from Sydney. Didn't look particularly happy with their efforts. Sydney, the A crew, 4.52. As we see there, 4.55, I think it was, King's School Ely. Didn't mean to hiss there. So the results for the Dialis Trophy in the time trial are now live on the Henley Women's Regatta website, so you can go over and check out who qualified. It was 22 scullers looking for 16 places, so there are unfortunately a few scullers who were unable to progress through. As we see the crew from Exeter sculling up towards the line. Tough old gig this. Time trials first thing in the morning. Means these crews probably boated just before 8 o'clock, which means they were probably here just before 7 o'clock. So an early start for these girls. Such is the nature of Henley Women's Regatta. They've got a time trial first thing, and then if they qualify through, then all about the side-by-side racing. You can see the drone. I've got a myriad of cameras in front of me here. I can see the drone is up and running, ready for side-by-side racing later today. Beautiful shots there of Temple Island. It is sort of slightly overcast this morning. Just to give you the weather update, which I'm sure you're all eagerly awaiting. Slightly overcast this morning. Certainly cooler than it was yesterday. Yesterday was ferociously warm in the sun, but it's cooled down quite a lot, and I think it's going to be a pretty beautiful day here at Henley Women's Regatta to come and watch some rowing, as we see here the final crew in the Regatta Cup time trial from Sydney Rowing Club, 4:59, moving that boat really, really well, I have to say. Really pronounced finishing style, 4:55. King's School EDB moving up towards the finishing line. So as I say, results are available on the Henley Women's Regatta website. Do head over to there if you are keen to find out who is progressing through.
Oh, well done.
Just a few moments to wait now for the B Langridge Trophy for junior quads. .456 crossing the line. Now you can wind down and wait the verdict. George Herriot's. And there we have it. Crew number 459 of Sydney. Big shift from those girls. And they'll be waiting to discover whether they have successfully navigated the time trial as we wait for Godolphin and Latimer, I think that is, to cross the line. Albeit they've had a little bit of an unfortunate interaction with the booms there. So just a few minutes pause. And we'll be back with you for the B Langridge time trial.
1. Good.
So back in situ here for the B Langridge Trophy. Time trials for junior women's quads. And it's Lee Rowing Club leading us off again. Crew number 460. And there go Wycliffe, stroked by Ella Fullman. Expect a very competitive showing from those young women. The current national champions in the junior women's quad at the National Schools Regatta. Very convincing winners at that event.
4, 6,
And
2.
are odds-on favourites to take the title here at Henley Women's Regatta. But we all know in the side-by-side gladiatorial format that this regatta encourages, anything can happen. Lee looking really tidy, actually, really composed. Impressive unit there. Not surprising at all to see Lee sculling well. As we see Kingston Rowing Club off the line, crew number 462. This race, this event is stacked full of quality. The likes of
4, 6,
Shiplake,
3.
who were national champions and Henley Women and Royal Regatta winners in 2021. We've got crews from Henley, home favourites and regularly at the top end of junior sculling. Headington School here with a quad. St Edward's School, colloquially known as Teddy's. Molesey have boated a crew containing their championship girls double winning pairing. We've got a crew from Australia, Queen's College University,
4,
Queensland,
6, 4.
Hartbury College. I know that they boated a very, very strong outfit for this regatta. Kingston Rowing Club from Canada, all the way over from Canada here. Wycliffe have got 2 crews in, Shiplake have got 2 crews in, Surbiton have got a crew, Kingston Grammar have got a crew, so lots to look forward to, both here in the time trial but also later on as we see Wycliffe punching it along there, crew 461. Reminder of the progression pattern for this one. There are 29 crews racing for 16 places, so we move to quarterfinals. I'm talking rubbish, we move to heats. From this, we'll have a heat, a quarterfinal, a semi, and then a final to look forward to. We'll see crew number 465, Kew House School, another boat club on the rise. Lee Rowing Club 460. Pressing their way down the course. Of course, the nature of the quad scull is it is going to be a quicker time trial than the girls we've just seen in the double and the single. Kingston getting very close to our camera, which means they must be very, very close to the booms. They just corrected their line somewhat, moving back into the middle of the course. There is no real right course to take in a time trial. I would stay as close to the middle as I possibly could, just to ensure no fraternisation with the booms unnecessarily, as we see there. Kew House School 465. .464 on screen, Sir William Perkins School. Real focus and determination in the faces of those young women, as we see Kingston Rowing Club 462. Beautiful reverse wing carbon Felipe. Really is a lovely boat, and I love the customization on the trim that Felipe allow you to do. Another reverse wing Felipe, all the rage at the moment, as we see Lee Rowing Club 460 leading the Armada. First crew out of the time trial. I'll probably be pretty close to the line. It's sculling really well, actually, has to be said. There we go. Crossing the line. A little call from their bow girl. So begins the recovery process in the hope that side-by-side racing is on the cards for those girls, as we see Kew House School.
Yeah, Molly, up and in! Yeah, Molly, sit up!
Sculling their way past our static camera position. Just before the barrier marker there, you can see in the background. Probably denotes about a third of the way through this course. And there go Henley Rowing Club, crew number 470. This is their top 4 athletes, I understand. They were bronze medalists at the National Schools Regatta, but won the Fours Head earlier in the year. They're beaten out at the National Schools Regatta by Wycliffe and Marlow. Now Wycliffe are here and Marlow are not. And Wycliffe were beaten for the first time this year in the quads at the Metropolitan Regatta just a couple of weeks ago. So Henley may be smelling blood. It's definitely an opportunity for them to capitalise on this weekend if they put their best racing foot forward. As we see here, Q House School. Lots of crews on the course now. And there are Kingston Rowing Club, who I know are being hunted by Shiplake College in front of them.
473. Go.
Shiplake, of course, 5th at the National Schools Regatta a few weeks ago, which I think by their own incredibly high standards was a bit of a disappointment to Dan Safdari and everyone involved with his programme. They've got such an incredible roster of young athletes that anything but gold always feels a bit disappointing, but they'll be back at the Henley Women's Regatta here, the event they last won in 2021. Keen to right those wrongs as we see Q House School and Sir William Perkins on screen.
476. Go.
They're a Henley Rowing Club. That is a really excellent quad. Sculling on home water. St Andrew Boat Club, 468. And their men's quad with the Patton brothers is one to watch out for at Marlow Regatta, which is happening today. Good luck to all the crews racing just down the road at Dorney Lake. As we see crew 471, Rob Roy Boat Club, followed by Trentham, crew 474 and 467.
477. Go.
Which is the boat from Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. There we can see Sir William Borlase, a resurgent programme under the impressive stewardship of Phil Gray, formerly of the University of London. And here go crew 477, which I understand is the crew from the King's College University in Queensland. Probably a bit of a misnomer, as you eager listeners will, I'm sure, be aware. It's only juniors, 18 and under, allowed into this event, so often we get Australian crews over from what sounds like a university, but rest assured these girls will be juniors. As we see Sir William Borlase crossing the line. There go Rob Roy, 471. Again, nearly half of these crews will be exiting this competition at the time trial stage. We will lose 13 of them. There are 29 racing for a place in the side-by-side competition to come later on this afternoon. So it is brutal. It is tough out there. Crews need to make sure that they are as prepared and as competitive as they can possibly be in these 1500 metre time trials, as we see Nottingham and Union. And there go Headington School, who need no introduction. One of the top junior women's programmes in the country. Fulham Reach leaving the start line, crew number 479. As we pan back to Rob Roy, who are a little way further down the course. Probably coming up towards the line, actually. Rob Roy probably not far away from it at all. 471.
480. Go.
And there is St Andrew Boat Club. So a reminder to everyone who's watching this, the time trial results for Both the Dialis Trophy and the Regatta Cup are now online. So head over to either Henley Women's Regatta's Twitter feed or their website to check those out. Crew number 476 on screen at the moment from Surbiton High School. As we see crew 475 on screen from Trenton Boat Club. It's something you'll hear us say repeatedly over this weekend, but the standard of sculling across the junior women's categories has come on leaps and bounds in the past decade. I've already said it once this morning, and I'll happily say it again. The inception of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta certainly had an effect, but just the overall standard has improved by so much, which in turn has led to greater depth in all of these categories, as we saw there on screen. 477 King's College University from Queensland, Australia, all the way over from the other side of the world to race on the Henley Straights. And that just shows you the appeal and attraction that this regatta holds for so many athletes across the globe. 472 Headington School, sculling really well together. I think the minimum that they'll be looking for is a seat in the side-by-side racing. They're winding down there. Crew 472. 480 on screen, Buell Bridge. Another boat club who have adopted the moniker of insurgency over the last few years, starting to boat really competitive junior crews, and that's Nottingham. 482. Used to be a powerhouse of junior performance. They've fallen off a little bit in the last few years, but Nottingham remains a hotbed as an area for young rowing talent. Out of the Nottingham and Union, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association and Nottingham Rowing Club clubs, all of whom either row on the Trent, the River Trent, or at home Pierre Pont, the National Water Sports Centre. 481 on screen, Mossbourne Rowing Academy. And there's Hartbury College. Expecting big things from those girls. Number 478, got some serious talent on board.
485. Go.
Not least Chloe Shepherd, who was a silver medalist in the championship girls single sculls, and Millie Hurrell and Imogen Maher, who were fourth in the double category at the same event. So expect a competitive showing from those athletes. Fulham Reach on screen at the moment.
486.
As we see come up towards the line, the crew from Australia, King's College University, Queensland, will definitely be keen not to be exiting this event at the time trial stage. Don't think they realise that their race is run. There we go. And there go. The second Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, crew 486. Just shows you the depth they've had. A sculler in the Dialis. They had two crews in the Regatta Cup for junior doubles, and they've had two quads as well in the B language. Incredible really what Greg Flower has done with that programme as we watch Tideway Scullers on screen. 484. Just a shot there, some crews rowing back to the start line. 487 now is St Paul's Girls' School, one of the top academic institutions in the country. Don't ever try and read into the results that those girls tend to accumulate at A-level. Just make you feel inconsequential. Teddies on screen before we have Nottingham Rowing Club there. Blades are so very distinctive. 482. Fulham Reach, a boat club that have done some really astounding things under Steve O'Connor and his staff. Laid on fantastic opportunities for Hammersmith and Fulham Borough Council, trying to encourage girls and boys who may not usually have the socio-economic opportunity to engage with rowing. Fulham Reach has acted as an advocate for that. As we see Tideway Scullers School 484 I'm repeating myself, but again, another club that just seemed to generate so much talent at the junior level. Kingston Grammar School on screen, 483. Another boat club with an under-19 world medalist in their crew. They were a second or so behind Henley at the National Schools Regatta, so we'll definitely be coming into this weekend's event with something to prove. St Edward's School on screen, fondly known as Teddy's. Those of us who are involved in this community. Mossbourne Rowing Club sculling up towards the finish line here, 481. There we see Teddy's again doing the business, trying to get their job done and secure themselves a berth in this afternoon's side-by-side racing. Kingston Grammar on screen again. It's getting busier here on site at the Henley Women's Regatta. We're expecting a jam-packed day of action, and for the bank to reflect that, there are stalls, there are shops, there are pop-up food, everything available if you do want to come down and spend some time here. As we see on screen, 485, Kingston Rowing Club of Canada. There we go, scullers sculling beautifully in their final few strokes of the time trial. They'll certainly be keen to stamp their mark on proceedings. And there's St Paul's Girls' School, 487, the penultimate crew on my list. 486, the Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club B boat. Teddy's getting lots of screen time. So they complete their time trial. But yes, as I said, lots to look forward to. Do come down, spend some time on the riverbank, enjoy the racing. As we see here, the Shiplake College B boat, the final crew on my starting docket to leave the state boats in this time trial of the B Langridge Trophy. Now a Kingston Rowing Club of Canada on their wind down. And Wycliffe B Flaxman is the name given. They were winners of both the championship and second quads categories for girls at the National Schools Regatta. So do not be at all surprised to see a competitive showing from their B boat, such as the depth available to that programme. Camera panning back there to St Paul's Girls' School, who probably have about 150 metres left to row in their time trial. We'll also be keen to be one of these 16 crews to progress through to side-by-side racing. As I say, we're whittling 29 down to 16. So this is a real crunch time for these athletes. And my estimation is they'll have, if they do progress, they'll have at least another 2 races to do today if they want to make it through to tomorrow. Heats before quarterfinals, and semi-finals will likely be first thing tomorrow morning before we have finals tomorrow afternoon. So 5 races in total if you want to be crowned champion of the B Langridge Trophy here at Henley Women's Regatta, and it's the same for junior singles, junior doubles, junior Coxed fours, which we have coming up next, and the junior eights. Really isn't much margin for error here as Shiplake round out our time trial for the B Langridge Trophy for junior quad sculls. That completes the set. And we'll just have a short pause while we wait for the time trial for the Groton School Challenge Cup to begin.
Go.
So back underway here, race 104, I should say, for the Groton School Challenge Cup Junior Coxed Fours. And we're led out by crew 489 from Glasgow Academy. 20 crews here,
491.
theoretically on display, racing for 16 spots in the next round. So less boats to exit at this stage. But in a way that makes it even more brutal for the 4 who miss out. No boats can afford to take it easy here at Henley Women's Regatta, and I just love that shot. Temple Island in the background. There is no better place to row than the Straits of Henley, in the seat of the Oxfordshire countryside. Yeah, I think 490 Stratford upon Avon. That's Yarm School 492. Stratford upon Avon, 4th in the Coxed 4 event at the National Schools Regatta. 16 seconds behind Teddy's, who won it and are back racing today. That's Glasgow on screen, 489. They last took this title in 2021. They were second in the B final in the Cox's Fours event at the National Schools Regatta and have made a change since then. But the change that they brought in is the Bryony Wood, who won the Championship Girls single event. So you can be sure that they'll be faster at this event than they were a few weeks ago. She's only a J15, by the way, and she won the Championship Girls single event, which is for junior 18 athletes. So a remarkable talent, and a name certainly to be watching out for in the next few years. We can see there on screen 489 Glasgow Academy. Will definitely be looking to lay down the gauntlet for their opposition, put in a strong showing here and ensure their passage through to the next round. As we see Shiplake 491 on screen. Shiplake girls tend to prioritise the quad, and their 4 fastest athletes I think are in that A quad that raced in the B Language Trophy a few moments ago. But the Cox 4, difficult boat to row, and they'll be gunning for at the very least a spot in the heats of 16 later today. 492 on screen, Yarm School. As we see Glasgow
Looking good, Emmanuel.
making their way past some of the yet to be built structure for the Henley Royal Regatta course. Of course, that event begins in 10 days' time. Very exciting. And on screen now, crew number 493 from Marlow Rowing Club. Potential dark horses in this event. They didn't race in this category at the National Schools Regatta, but a bit of a habit of putting together fast crews, and two of their rowers were silver medalists in the pair, and another was in the junior 16 quad that was fourth a few weekends ago at Dorney Lake. So speed in the four, a relative unknown, but expect a strong performance from those girls as we see crew 490 from Stratford upon Avon. As I say, were fourth in this event at the National Schools Regatta. One of their rowers, Noyes, was selected for the Munich International Regatta back at the beginning of May. So clearly pedigree and power on board.
497.
Currently watching Shiplake on screen in the time trial of the Groton School Challenge Cup. As a reminder, if you do have any information, anything you want shouting out, this is the Henley Women's Regatta Breakfast Show, taking you through all of the time trials for this morning's block of racing as Glasgow Academy are the first crew to cross the line in the junior Coxed 4 event. Do let us know if you have anything to shout out. We're on Twitter at Junior Rowing. Just tweet us, happy to help and to illuminate proceedings here as Emmanuel School, crew number 495, make their way past our static camera position just before the barrier, I should say. 492 on screen, Yarm School, getting plenty of airtime. And there is Stratford upon Avon doing the business. At the very least, they'll be hoping for a slot in the next round. Those girls looking for the line and finding it. Can wind down. To me, looks like Shandon Boat Club from Ireland, crew number 498, leaving the start line. And that's 496 on screen, Monks and Coombe School.
499. Go.
Shipplate there in the first few strokes post-race, just on the wind down. .495 on screen, Emmanuel School. .498, Shandon Boat Club, who will be followed by 3 behemoths of junior rowing in Latimer, Headington and Henley. So they'll want to be putting their best foot forward to ensure they don't get caught. That's Bedford Girls' School, and that is Yarm, just crossed the line. And there we see Latimer, 499, a boat club that need no introduction at this level. Competitive on both the boys and girls' side. And that's Marlow closing out their time trial.
501. Go.
And there go Henley. Headington, crew number 500. Just amazing depth across all of these programs. Particular credit probably to Henley, who have to draw from a range of different schools. Don't have that fixed talent pool that the likes of Headington and Latimer can draw from. So Henley have really built something special under Leon Redman. Crews in all of the major categories here, as we see Bedford Girls' School 494. Final 10 strokes of their time trial, picking up the rate. just sweeping those hands away.
504.
No energy wasted at either end of the stroke. And Latimer on screen there. It's a difficult boat to row, the Coxed 4. These athletes making it look very easy as Emmanuel Scull crossed the line. 504 on screen. The girls from Shrewsbury School. Cox commanding her crew to take the rate a little higher, push those legs, try and get the best possible platform to execute their race plan. There's a big shout from the girl in the Headington stroke seat, galvanising her crew. Looks to me like Shandon Boat Club of Ireland. 498. And there's 501 Henley. So William Perkins School.
.506. Go.
Yeah, let's go, Perkins!
Bit of support on the bank for those girls.
Let's go!
499 on screen, Latimer Upper School. Such is the weight of expectation that comes with rowing for an established programme like Latimer, is at the very least you expect is safe passage through the time trial, so plenty of pressure on the shoulders of those young women as we see Tideway Scullers rowing past our camera at the top of the island. Henley Rowing Club focusing, very distinctive finishing style, really recycling that energy that comes from powering the legs and using it to rotate the hands, moving away at the finish, ensuring a nice clean break, set the boat up for the next stroke. Irish interest here in the form of Shandon Boat Club, as we see 506 Putney High School. Our third to last competitor here in the Junior 18 Coxed 4 time trial.
Go.
Go, Sculls!
Yeah, it's good for you. Let's see.
407, or 507 I should say, St Edward's School. As I understand it, are the current national champions, comfortably winning this event at the 2023 National Schools Regatta for the first time in 20 years. They've got one change to that crew, and their success is well earned. Really impressive junior women's programme that they've got there. 502 on screen, Sir William Perkins School. And that's Putney High School again. Moving on down towards the barrier marker. It's a little bit gloomy here this morning at Henley Women's Regatta, but it's a welcome break from the relentless sunshine that we had yesterday. I'm sure if you were to speak to the athletes, they would prefer these sort of conditions to 27-degree heat that they were forced to row in yesterday, as we see St Edward's, nice smooth style. Make sure they get plenty of purchase on the boat. And that's Shrewsbury School, crew number 504. As a reminder, 22 crews, beg your pardon, 20 crews in this event for 16 slots in the heats. So 4 crews will exit at the time trial stage. Feels like a desperately unfair system, but such is the way of competitive racing, that the time trial may be the only chance you get to show us what you're made of here on the Henley stretch. And there go 5:08, the final boat in this Groton School Challenge Cup time trial for junior Coxed fours. And it's Henley Rowing Club's B crew. The King Racing Shell. King, of course, affiliated closely with Wintec, and Teddy's also. So Teddy's certainly the favourites, coming off the back of that victory at the National Schools Regatta. And with one change to the crew, it remains to be seen whether they've strengthened or weakened. But such was their margin of victory at Dorney Lake a few weeks ago that they will be certainly hoping for a repeat. As we watch Shrewsbury cross the line. Putney High not far behind them, crew number 506. Another King shell, increasingly popular for junior athletes in this country, certainly popularised in America. Lots of young boys and girls who won medals at the US Rowing Youth Championships last weekend, rowing in King 8s and 4s. It'd be great to see them starting to emerge on the circuit here in the UK. And there's 506, Putney High School, ever distinctive with their purple kit and purple blades. And that's them finished in their time trials. A reminder, results for all of the time trials are available as soon as they are published on the Henley Women's Regatta website and Twitter feed. So head over there if you want to see some results. And we're not waiting around. No time like the present. We're moving straight on to the Junior 18-8 time trial for the Peabody Cup. Race 105. 22 boats for 16 places in the side-by-side racing format later on today. So 6 crews to exit at this phase. And we're led out by crew 509. Boat from Godolphin and Latimer School as we watch there. Teddy St Edward's School closing out their time trial and completing the set for the Groton School Challenge Cup. I think just Henley 508 to finish, provided Henley crossed safely. We're into the 8s now. The big boats, the fastest of the lot. 8 athletes in perfect synchronicity, with one Cox in the driving seat. And there go Godolphin and Latimer. Hard to see past Headington School for this one. They are crew number 514, so watch out for them as we see St George's College leaving the start line. Headington were winners at the National Schools Regatta by the proverbial mile. They were clear water victors at Dorney Lake, and they also won at the women's head of the river. So this crew certainly with the experience and the know-how under Ryan Domain and Chris Hermes. Before we get to them, let's focus on the crews that are on the water. 509, plenty of support on the bank. I can hear it from my vantage point here in the tent behind the double-decker commentary tower. Godolphin and Latimer rowing on towards the barrier. 510 on screen, St George's College. And 513, St Paul's Girls' School. There we go, a flotilla of eights. 512 on screen in the foreground, Lady Eleanor Hollis' school. School. On camera.
Go.
There are St Paul's Girls. 513 and Lady Eleanor Hollis. .509, leading crew in the Peabody Cup time trial. Godolphin and Latimer just now able to wind down. That's their time trial over and done with. As Surbiton, I think that is, distinctive for the S on their blades. Silver medalists at the National Schools Regatta, and then Henley on screen at the moment. They were bronze medalists at the National Schools Regatta. So we've got 1, 2 and 3 from our national championships, and 515 Shrewsbury School.
Good fun. Nice ride.
514 Headington. It would be a surprise not to see Headington take the victory here. We don't quite know the ability of Hanover High School from the United States of America, who are crew number 528. We do know that so far Headington have proved too strong for any of the domestic competition. Expecting a sterner test of their abilities at the Henley Royal Regatta, where we do have some very competent crews from Australia and the United States of America. But here today it's up to Henley, Surbiton, boat clubs like that to challenge the dominance of Headington in this category. My understanding is that Henley have pulled their 4 best athletes into the quad to try and win the B. Langridge Trophy. So the 8 I think is their athletes. 5 to 12, I guess. And there are Lady Eleanor Hollis crossing the line. You can see Emmanuel School on screen. Surbiton, another programme that has really emerged over the past decade under Stuart Walker and his coaching staff. They've come from basically nothing to one of the most accomplished junior women's programmes in the country. Phenomenal effort there as we watch Shrewsbury School. 515, and there we go. St Paul's Girls' School crossing the line, completely exhausted there. Put all their effort into trying to ensure they get a place in the next round. They've got to race the next round later today, so it might not have been too smart to have, expended too much energy on this time trial, but Let's see how it plays out for them as 5-1-7, Surbiton High School. Rowing past that little chink in the forestry where we see one of the country houses dappled in the distance. Emmanuel School there, Headington crossing the line. It would be a major upset to not see them progress through to the time trials. They looked smooth, controlled. Looks to me like crew 522, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, all black kit. The boat club that continue to punch above their weight in relative terms. Always produce competitive athletes. Often in the smaller boats. They were winners of the Championship Girls pair at the National Schools Regatta last year. But trying their hand in the 8 at the 2023 edition of the Henley Women's Regatta. If you are joining us here at around 9:30 in the morning on the Saturday of the Henley Women's Regatta, you're watching the time trials for the Peabody Cup Junior 18-8s. 22 boats nominally on our starting grid, competing for 16 places in side-by-side racing later on this afternoon. We're with time trials all the way through to around 10:15 this morning, so about 34 minutes before we move on to side-by-side racing. I'm on until 10:15, so you only have to hear me for another half an hour before you get the company and pleasure of other voices to take you through the racing until lunchtime. 524 on screen, King's School Worcester. And I think I can hear some rain tickling the top of the tent. Never thought I'd see the day. Looks like King's School Canterbury and 521 now. Canterbridgian. Seems to me like the order may be a bit out of sync here. I thought we'd already had 522, which was Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, so unless I identified them incorrectly, we're no longer sticking strictly to the numbering system, because that is certainly Canterbridgian 521. Boat club more well renowned for their exploits on the senior women's side under Tom Copeland. Starting to build and evolve a competent junior program too. And there's 518 Emmanuel School.
This is in the forecast.
Go.
520, just crossing the line there. Boat club from King's Canterbury, or the boat from King's Canterbury Boat Club. It is definitely raining here at the Henley Women's Regatta. After yesterday's ferocious sun, it's probably a welcome respite. Although not probably welcomed by those who have come down to spectate, as we see 526, the B crew from the Lady Eleanor Hollies School. Another program with plenty of depth, lots of resources to call upon. And there's 522, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Just closing out their time trial.
Five, 2, 9. Go.
6 crews will exit this competition at the time trial stage, so it's 22 has to go into 16. Tideway Sculls School, 5-2-7. Lovely reverse wing Felipe Shell, pressing their way past the island and on towards the quarter-mile marker. That looks to me like it's William Perkins School potentially, and that's 5-2-4 King's School Worcester. As a reminder, if you're not on site this morning and you are keen to find out the results of any of the time trials we've had, as a reminder, we have already had the time trials for the junior single, double and quad and Coxed 4. This is the time trial for the junior 8. All of those results will be made available on the Henley Women's Regatta website and Twitter feed, so head over to there to see who has qualified for the next rounds. 16 crews into each of those categories, down from 22 in the single, 33 in the double, 29 in the quad, 20 in the Coxed 4 and 22 in the 8. So we watch here Lady Holly's B, 5-2-6. Closing stages of their time trial, probably around 200-300 meters left to row. Yeah, the heavens have certainly opened as 5-2-1 Cantabrigian Rowing Club come up towards the line. They've probably got about 5 strokes left, maybe less. And there's Lady Eleanor Holly C. Wow, 3 8s. Just shows you how many girls they have who are enthusiastic to partake in the sport of rowing. Wonderful testament to the job that coaching staff are doing as we watch Lady Eleanor Holly's B. And that to me looks like Sir William Perkins crossing the line. Excuse me. Kew House School, the final 8 to take to the water for the Peabody Cup time trial. Just see the last few 8s. That's Lady Eleanor Holly's B in the foreground, and you can just, well, you could just see the blades of Tideway Sculls School. Expecting a boat from Hanover High School of the United States of America to be sandwiched between the Tideway Sculls School and the Lady Eleanor Holly's C crew. No sight of them yet. Although I can see a boat that is just leaving the start line. But I have to say I don't recognise instantly. So this could well be crew 528 from Hanover High School. But let's wait and see as we have Lady Eleanor Holly's crossing the line. Kew House School. Nominally our final contender, 530. Although I think we may have at least one more shell. Tideway Sculls School moving up towards the line. The rate goes up. Final few strokes for those girls. The lungs will be burning. The legs will be screaming. They'll be keen to wind down. And there they have their respite. And there we go. 528. Indeed it is. Hanover High School of the United States of America here to mix it with the best of the British contingent. Let's see what they've got. Indeed, they're going to have the, some would say, pleasure, some would say pain of basically a solo film here. Hanover High School. Plenty for their supporters to watch. I wouldn't imagine too many of them are tuning in to the YouTube stream, given that it is very, very early, even on the east coast of America at the moment. I think I make it to be 4:45 in the morning, and even earlier than that as we move west across the continent. So if you're here on site, or if you are in the UK and keen to support the girls from Hanover High School, welcome to the stream. Delighted to have you here. You have on screen crew number 528 doing the business here in the Peabody Cup time trial. Can't work out if that's a smile or a grimace on the face of the girl in 3. You'd imagine maybe a combination of both. Henley really does enthrall, unlike any other regatta, as we see Q House School, crew number 530, rowing up towards the line. They've got 2 or 3 strokes left to complete their time trial. And that is them safely across the line without any mishaps. And so 8 still on the course, but time waits for no man or woman. The Bourne Cup time trial begins. Championship quads. Leander Club, home favourites, needing no introduction here, leading us out. Crew number 531. It's an excellent sculling unit, that. As we see Hanover High School carbon rigged end packer. Leander's B crew, as a reminder, which is kind of scary prospect, really, if you think about it. They've got 3 boats in an 8-boat roster. So we're taking 8 into 6, so 2 boats will miss out on the chance to race again at the Henley Women's Regatta. So all of these quads, all of these boats right across the time trial have to take the time trial seriously. They have to race. And that looks to me like potentially Leander A, 533. And if it is, they are the defending champions of this event and out in force again. Rosa Thompson, the only returning athlete from the 2022 winning crew this year, joined by Susie Deer, Becky Wild and Lena Kuhn. Very, very strong combination indeed. Already having won on the Saturday in the Metropolitan Regatta, but on screen at the moment and moving up towards the barrier, Leander B. Sandwiched between them should be a boat from the Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, but before we find them, it's 534 on screen, Durham University. Durham, who finished 4th at the Bucks Regatta in the quad. There we go, we can see Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association.
535. Go.
We'll need to be at their absolute best here to progress through to side-by-side racing, such as the talent on show here in the Bourne Cup. Just panning back here, closing out the Peabody Cup for Junior 8s. It's Hanover High School crossing the line in their time trial, looking pretty tired, it has to be said. But they'll be pleased to have successfully navigated that stage of racing, as Durham sculling really nice. There's nothing quite like a quad scull being moved through the water in an effective and an efficient way. And that Durham crew is certainly an example of that. And you could say something very similar about Leander B here, 531 on screen. And there, I think, is Leander A. Home favourites. And it's going to take a monumental effort from the likes of Thames Rowing Club to stop them. Crew number 535. On board former Leander and Great Britain under-23 athlete Rachel Heap, who leads out a pretty well-rounded crew. So of the crews that beat Durham at Bucks Regatta, none are present here in the Bourne Cup at Henley Women's Regatta, but that won't matter because I would say that although none are here, crews that are here are arguably on par, if not faster. 536 on screen, a crew from the University of Pennsylvania, the United States of America. They brought a full complement across after a fantastic season in the NCAAs. This crew were 3 of this year's second 4, alongside Clara Sutherland, who rode in the third 8. Admittedly, it will be a significant step up for this crew to be challenging the likes of Leander, but they're here, they're racing. They'll certainly be competitive with crews like Thames Rowing Club there on screen, punching their boat down towards the barrier marker as we see Leander into the final few strokes of their Bourne Cup time trial. Take a brave man or woman to bet against that crew progressing. They looked very, very smooth all the way down, and I think something similar can be said about Durham here. Keeping the rate high, the intensity is definitely there. Just had a temporary blip on the cameras, waiting for that to reset. There we go, 538 on screen. Leander's third boat.
539 and go.
We could feasibly see a situation where 3 of Leander's crews make it to the final 4. Such is the strength of their programme. Certainly on the cards would be a Leander final, which from a neutral perspective, no one who isn't wearing the pink of Leander would really want to see. But to be the best, you've got to race the best. And Leander have so many of the best in their cohort. Molesey, though, will definitely have something to say about that. They've had a strong season so far. They were second to Leander at both Wallingford and Metropolitan Regatta, where they both beat Leander B and Thames A comfortably. And they did actually beat Thames on the Sunday they met to win the category there when Leander were not around. Ella Toe, Holly Dunford, Lisa Gosens and Heloise Wormleton. And there we go, Leander A crossing the line, and there's Penn, University of Pennsylvania, 536. Had their boat shipped over from the United States of America. And we're moving on nice and quickly here. Marshals and umpires keen to get the time trials finished. We're almost bang on time. The championship lightweight single scull for the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy underway. It has stopped raining, by the way, if anyone was wondering. And we're expecting 24 degrees and sunshine for the rest of the day. So, perfect beer weather, if you ask me. As Molesey, who certainly are the second or third strongest quad in this category, sculling down the course. As a reminder, it's 8 crews in the time trial and 6 will be eliminated, or rather 2 will be eliminated at this stage. Imagine if it was 6. Wow, that would be brutal. Straight final. 2 will be eliminated, which leaves us with 6 into what I imagine will be probably 2 will get a bye, and then 4 will race off, and then the other 2 will come in, and we'll have semi-finals. As we see Thames Rowing Club 535 moving on towards the line. 2 or 3 more strokes in their time trial, and they can wind down. Again, feel confident about their potential for passage.
544.
And there's 539 Macro from Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club, leading out the 6-boat field in the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy. And this one, even more ruthless. 6 crews will be narrowed to 5 in this time trial, so 1 eliminated. These athletes really are racing not just for pride, but also for their spot in the next round.
545.
Henley Women's Regatta organising committee being totally ruthless, really, with with their time trialling, and their 5:38, the final boat in the Bourne Cup time trial. As we see on screen, Thorogood 5:40 from the Oxford University Lightweight Women's Rowing Club. 5:39, Laura Macro, a previous winner in this category, and she'll be looking to ink her name back onto the trophy in 2023. She was 6th at the Met Regatta on the Saturday a few weeks ago, which was putting her first in the lightweight category as we watch Molesey wind down. We really aren't waiting around here. The time trials for the Championship Lightweight Double, the Haslam Trophy, already underway. 8 crews will be whittled down to 6, so a similar progression pattern to that of the Bourne Cup. As we see there, Laura Macro of Dart Totnes and Annabelle Runet of Twickenham Rowing Club. Recently come back from the Duisburg Regatta in Germany, where she was representing Great Britain as the under-23 lightweight sculler. So a very capable athlete indeed. And there's 5:40, as I say, Rosie Thorogood of Oxford Lightweight Women's Rowing Club. Hard to look past Laura Macro, though, for the win on this one. And there's Leander finishing off their Bourne Cup time trial. So Bourne Cup's done. Godfrey Road Sports Trophy is underway there. Athlete 5:44, Burley from Lee Rowing Club. As you can see, the Haslam Trophy, Durham University, Sellers, 5:45 rather, I should say, and 5:46 from the University of Wisconsin, both of whom on the course now.
549.
Struggling to keep up here, so many names. Durham, Izzy Sellers and Caroline Rischer, first place at Bucks Regatta in the Championship Lightweight Double, full 10 seconds ahead of their competition. And they were 4th on the Sunday in the Championship Double Scull at the Met Regatta as well. So again, hard to look past them. Princeton University, lightweights, 5:49, coming over from the USA. Cassie Chachate and Amelia Bowler, they've gone unbeaten in their 2022-3 season. IRA Varsity Double Gold and Eastern Sprints Varsity Double Gold. Wow. Pretty impressive combination. As we see Laura Macro winding up for the line here. Big, powerful strokes. She does look like the class contender in the Godfrey Road Sports Trophy for Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. 2 or 3 more strokes before she crosses the line. And there we see Princeton lightweight women. They brought a full contingent as well over for Henley Women's and Royal Regatta. We'll be seeing lots of the Tigers in the next 10 or so days. As we pan back to Durham University. Winners, as I say, at Bucks Regatta just, well, that was nearly 6 weeks ago now, to be fair. Interesting to see how they've stepped on since then. And there's 5:47. Reading University, Alex Grocock and Laura Britton were also in the Championship Lightweight Double at the Bucks Regatta. They were 3rd, so behind Durham. We'll be keen to close that gap. 5:40 on screen. That's Rosie Thorogood, the Oxford Lightweight Club, their university boat club. That looks to me like Surrey University, followed or preceded by 5:51 Nottingham University. Tess O'Donnell and Sinead Kirk, they were in the lightweight quad at Bucks Regatta, 3rd alongside 2 other athletes. And then Tess and Sinead moved into the double for Met and were 5th in the B final. So have already been beaten by Durham. And there we go, Surrey University. Amy Hill and Lois Catling Hall. there's Nottingham Rowing Club on screen, 550. So I think barring Upper Thames, I've seen all of the boats that are supposed to be competing here, and there are arguably the favourites alongside Durham for this one, Princeton Lightweight Women. Really hard to see past their class. But I'm sure Durham will have something to say about that. Will not be wanting to be beaten out by their transatlantic cousins. And the final sculler in the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy time trial, Burley of Lee Rowing Club, completing her journey down the course. The rate really high there in the Princeton crew, not taking any chances. To say 8 crews folding into 6 for the side-by-side racing to come in this Haslam Trophy for Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. And it's 552 on screen, Surrey University. Amy Hill and Lois Catling Hall back to Princeton again, and then Nottingham. And there go the University of Wisconsin, Evelyn Payne and Alicia Labars. Just a little look over there from the bow girl as they wind their way down. Will definitely be keen to make sure they have at least another race here at the Henley Women's Regatta. Will not be wanted to go home too early. 550 Nottingham Rowing Club. On screen before that were their contemporaries and geographically close rivals, Nottingham University. So after this, the Haslam Trophy time trial, we are done with time trials for the morning. We move to side-by-side racing for the remainder of the regatta. No more time trials for any boats. It's all about side-by-side racing right through to tomorrow afternoon with all of our finals. Today we'll see a smattering of heats, quarterfinals, perhaps even some semi-finals later in the evening. I will be exiting the commentary booth just as soon as I'm relieved. It's been nearly 2 hours of time trial commentary. I hope you've enjoyed, those of you who have tuned in for it. I'll be back on again at around 12:45 till 3. And then I'll probably be in the bar until about 5 o'clock, where I'm back on again until 7:15. The beauty of these summer regattas, if the sun comes out, there's no better place to have a pint and a pizza by the riverbank, as you watch people who are fitter than you compete in a sport that you failed at. It's a really good combination. As we watch 550 Nottingham Rowing Club crossing the line. Third to last crew in this Haslam Trophy time trial. And there we see Surrey University, who should close out the set and complete the morning's time trials. As a reminder, all of the results for all of the time trials are made available online on the Henley Women's Regatta website and Twitter feed. As we watch Nottingham University, our penultimate boat here. Tess O'Donnell and Sinead Kirk. This time trial result probably won't be available for a few more minutes, but I'm of the understanding that most of the rest are online. If you are following a specific crew, you are keen to see progression patterns, do tune in. As a reminder for this Haslam Trophy, 8 into 6, although I haven't seen Upper Thames, so it may be 7 into 6, TBC. But time trials matter here at Henley Women's Regatta. In every single event, crews are eliminated at this stage. And there we can see the bank getting more and more congested, busier and busier. The rain has stopped. We're expecting the sun to come out and for the weather to be absolutely lovely for racing continued for the rest of the day. And there's 552 Surrey University, who will close out our time trials, both for the Haslam Trophy and indeed for Henley Women's Regatta 2023. That is the final crew to time trial. We've got a short pause now of around 10 minutes before we proceed with side-by-side racing. So I'll bid you all a good morning. Thank you for joining us. And you'll be hearing a couple of new voices on air in about 10 minutes.
thread off. They do get a little bit of clicking into it.
Oh, interesting. See, I tend to just...
Jasmine and three other uses was better than the Jasmine and the 7. It's a head racing. It's about racing the other person.
Well, it is, yeah.
It's just a build, it's a big, like I was building it last year.
I mean, you can't be in a hurry.
It kind of worked out brilliantly because I didn't really think about that. I didn't think about I don't think we have any people racing around that time.
It's a bit hard. I've lost my bearings.
Yeah. They had like about 50 days. So in terms of the first and fourth, change it. 5-0. Yeah. I'll see you later. And obviously as it goes up. 10 past 5. Oh, wow. Yes, like, for example, the scene through outside. It's probably like done by a bunch of old men.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. As the men can. I'm pretty sure 1500.
The servicing is downstream.
It's downstream towards Henley. That's I finally have a 9 to 5 job right now. Which is a great place to start. It's really
Je suis pas sûre. Et Hélène, tu remontes le moral. Tu baisses pas le moral.
so excited to have me, and I was like, okay, let's take the job, but I'm going to be gone 45 days of the first 100. How do we feel about that? And they're like, okay. So,
Because also the stuff you can do remotely, right?
yeah. So, I've been working on the plane, especially onboarding, just doing a lot of reading documents. I'm on air again.
Do you guys see the new? Years 6, 7 me, you're going to be competing at a national event 3 years early in a boat that's like
Yeah, that's right.
I noticed quite a lot of people doing it from that school.
Come on, guys.
and they've got to remain lightweight, so they just run everywhere.
Are they just
Oh, you and you are. Yeah.
Is that right?
You know what?
that one in the Middle East at the beginning of February. Yeah. The RDS is the end of August. So. I didn't.
So, ladies and gentlemen, back at it again on the Saturday of the Henley Women's Regatta. We are underway for side-by-side racing and delighted to be joined by Andrea Proska for the first of our heats in the aspirational lightweight singles.
The rain has stopped here on beautiful Thames here in Henley-on-Thames, and we have great conditions for our first race, Marlow versus Bath. And right now it's looking pretty side by side. I'm joined here by Basil. Basil, what are your initial reviews of the conditions today? Now, as a local here, can you tell us a little bit about what your predictions are for the pedigree of Marlow versus Bath? Conditions are perfect today. We had that rain starting in the morning, cooling off the conditions. Yesterday, our athletes had to compete in pretty hot weather with not always helpful tailwind, it looked like. You can see the red blades of Marlow, though. They're placing behind her. She looks like she's trying to row nice and long. And as we've said this entire regatta, Henley Women's is unique, especially for a North American, in that it is very gladiatorial, 1v1.
Reading Regatta last weekend cancelled due to constraints, but that is 1,500 metres, similar to also side by side, gladiatorial format, which is very different to the modular. The modular you can sort of sit in third place and then work your way back in the field, whereas in this side by side, someone shoots off, they're out of your side, and you've got to really be digging deep, trusting to technique to just make those games. Losing a little bit of speed too often.
This is the first race, side-by-side race of the day for the aspirational lightweight singles. This is for the Fiona Dennis Trophy, and right now we're watching the sculler from Marlow comfortably move, but if we look on our left-hand side of the screen, their second race is off. On the Bark side, we have Newark Rowing Club, and on the Bucks, we have Upper Thames.
Obviously, Upper Thames at a bit of a home advantage here as they row this stretch. And as they go off down the side of the island, it looks like Upper Thames maybe might just be leading Newark there.
Having the home field advantage here off the start is always great. We see quite a lot of interpretive steering off the start for rowers who don't have the home field advantage. I know it can, and I'm going to speak from first-hand experience here, easy to get sucked into following the bank instead of the boons and the lanes. And that will get you into a little bit of trouble because, as we know, those boons are pretty unforgiving.
Yeah, and the other thing to bear in mind is everyone here is racing against the stream as well, which if your bows are slightly out of line means that you will be pulled over by the stream to one side or the other as well, which is always interesting.
Looks like a nice level start here. This is the type of racing that you're looking for as an athlete, especially as the competition starts to get tighter and tighter. On your right-hand side of your screen, Marlow looks like she's controlling the race comfortably from in front. Always hard to tell with the angles, but let's call it a length or two lead. Looking out of the boat, looking really calm and collected.
Yeah, I'd say she seems to be sort of placing quite nicely. And I was looking at the sort of a bit before the Bath University Sculling. She did a little bit more panicked at the catch, missing a little bit. I think she was struggling to sort of had that pressure on her to try and catch up. But as we come back to the Newark and Upper Thames race, you can see it looks like the Newark Sculler is just inching out to almost clear water. In fact, I think they may just be breaking contact now.
Only a 1,500 meter stretch here, so you're not going to have a long time to settle into that middle 500 before you have to wind it again.
Absolutely. But it, as I say, it is only 1,500 meters, but it is against a bit of a stream, which does make it feel a lot longer.
Sure does. Sure does. Especially in these lightweight singles.
Yes.
Now, when I'm talking to athletes who are looking for great examples of technical sculling, I always point them towards lightweight rowers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, so as a coach, one of the videos I always go back to is actually from the Henley Royal. It was, I think it was 2020 or something. Anyway, it was a lightweight sculler versus a heavyweight sculler, and the lightweight sculler just sort of quite easily rode through. There was a good battle. It was Mahi Drysdale versus, I can't remember his name. I think he might be Belgium or something. But Mahi Drysdale, big pedigree there. Multiple Olympic champion, and he was you could see he was trying to put all his power in, really slamming it, and this lightweight just very gentle, very sort of just allowed, didn't take anything off the boat, just adding to it and just very smoothly rode through him.
Yeah.
I think lightweights, the thing to remember with the lightweights is they're all very similar in weight and size. They have to, there's a limit on the upper weight that they can be. So it really does come down to technique and also just pure grit. How much are you willing to hurt yourself? And you see some pretty incredible athletes at the lightweight level.
Well, when you think about all the factors that make a boat go fast, power is certainly one of them, and as a heavyweight myself, that's something I would use to the best of my advantage. But there's other options as well in terms of technical rowing, but also how do you manage the conditions, and that's something that lightweights have full control over. They don't have the benefit of being just a hammer, being able to power through technical inefficiencies like heavyweights like myself can. But let's look on the bottom left of your screen here, and we have the next race out. On the Berkshire side, we have Dart Totnes. Help me out with some of these pronouncements.
Dart Totnes. And Birmingham University, and they both look out to a good start there.
Beautiful conditions here, even though it was raining for the past hour. You can see plenty of activity on the shoreline. It hasn't kept the spectators at bay. There's lots of supporters.
Lots of supporters here. And I was actually when I was talking in the commentary box before that I remember coming here as a coach with crews 10 years ago, where I was able to run and cycle down the towpath because there was there weren't that many spectators, and it's great to see so many more spectators coming now, sort of raising the prestige of this event and seeing how well it's supported. And here you can see here Dart Totnes and Birmingham just battling it out. That does look like the Birmingham.
Hard to tell, especially in the beginning stages here, but the side-by-side is exactly what you want as an athlete. So this is where you have nerves of steel, you don't want to panic, and where you have to check internally as well. What is too deep? How do we avoid that unforgiving fly and die? And I imagine both you and I probably have had many of those in our career.
Absolutely. And it's very hard to not fly and die when you are so close as this race is here. You don't want to be the first one to. Just look to the right of our screen, you can see the previous race with a win by Newark, and now back to this one. And it's still side by side. And as you're saying, it's very easy. I've been there before where I've decided to just try and hang on to the crew beside me that's going hell for leather, and then I've realised that I've just blown because they just have managed to hold on that fraction longer, and suddenly the next 1,000 metres feels a long, long way when you've got blood in the lungs.
And for those friends and family joining us on their computers today, so this is a 1,500 meter race. When we say fly and die, what we mean is that these athletes need to check in with their bodies to make sure that they haven't gone out too hard. And they have a couple ways of knowing that. One is that internal check-in that we were just speaking of. But the other one is also a stroke coach, a small device about the size of your phone that will be at the athlete's feet. That will give them all sorts of information. It'll give them their splits per 500 meters. That will vary greatly depending on the water conditions. Today, especially for these lightweights, I imagine it's not going to be impressive splits.
Probably not, no.
But it will also give you your strokes, your stroke rate, your rate of striking.
Yeah.
How do they use their rate of striking to determine whether or not they're where they should be?
Well, so it's quite interesting. So when you look at these smaller boat classes, the singles, pairs, doubles, etc. Their race profile is very different to the big boats, the eights. If you look at an eight or a quad, its race profile, they get up to speed and they kind of sit at that top speed for most of the race. There's very little boat speed change. And then when you look at these smaller boat classes, it's very much they go off. They're just sort of a high speed off the start. They then settle into a much lower speed. Looks like we have on our left of our screen two crews sort of merging in the middle. Surrey University and Dutch crew, NSRV Focus. They seem to have moved apart now. Again, that's always a hazard in the small boats, sort of the self-steered boats coming together off a start. Yeah, as I was saying, these smaller boats, the race profile tends to be, you go off quite fast and then you settle into a rhythm which is quite a bit lower, boat speed lower than the start, and then you build it up again for the finish. So you get quite a big difference throughout the race in the boat speeds of these, of a single crew, whereas in the bigger boats it's much more up at speed and sit at it with very little change. So you really need to make sure you're not going absolutely full leather off the start, because you've got to find that cruising speed as well afterwards.
What a great start here from Surrey University on the Berkshire side. Or pardon me, I'm going to from Focus in the Netherlands on the Buck side. You can see she already has a length on her competitor, and this early in the race that can be a great advantage. Coming by the spectators, this will give the athletes a great little boost of support early on in the race. Rowers are usually accustomed to only having cheers in the last 250, so I can imagine, especially with an early lead, that excitement and that encouragement is going to be a great way to start off your race. Beautiful flat water here at Henley on Thames. For the Henley Women's Regatta, we're currently watching two phenomenal races for the aspirational lightweight women's single. This is a Fiona Dennis Trophy. Just the beep. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen crews that will be coming down later on doing their warm-up. Not a ton of warm-up space, but as an athlete, there's all sorts of ways to combat that. If you only have, say, 200, 300 meters of straightaway, what are some of the ways as a coach that you would encourage your athletes to warm up before they get on the water?
Well, obviously, this year there's the warm-up tents for athletes, which is a new addition to Henley Women's with the ergs. So you can warm up on there, do a bit of a run as well. It's quenching, so I tend to suggest to my athletes that they try to not boat too soon, because if you don't want to sort of get warmed up, get your mind in, and then suddenly end up sat waiting for sort of half an hour to be able to get on the start point. So it's a very fine balance between boating too late that you're in a rush and you can't sort of relax and prepare yourself, and boating too early that you end up sitting around. But just sort of mentally prepared, visualizing that start. I always tell my athletes, and as myself as an athlete, I like to visualize my start, so to sit there, close my eyes for 30 seconds and just prepare myself. As we come down here, we can see the two crews still looking quite close at this angle, but as they come parallel, we should get a better idea of the lead. And it looks like the University of Surrey athlete is leading by clear water over
Focus, so that's Juliet. Now, really impressed as athletes, we definitely need to be flexible. There's no telling what's going to happen on race day, whether that's going to be lightning, a storm, a delay. And actually, in Juliet's case, she has a brand new coach today. Her coach unfortunately had a flight mix-up, or missed a flight, or there was a flight problem, wasn't able to make it on, and so she had rode with the previous coach who was going to leave. This new coach was going to come in, and he wasn't able to make it. So she has been adopted by another Dutch coach. They're taking great care of her, and I can imagine that she is learning all sorts of lessons in being elastic and plastic today,
I'm sure, yeah. And that's part of being a great athlete, is having that flexibility just to adapt to what happens on the day. No race goes to plan, no race day goes to plan. So being able to adapt and not let those things get to you. so you can still give your best performance, is key to being a top athlete. So the athlete, so Leonie, I hope I'm saying that correctly, for the sculler here on your screen, from the University of Surrey. She learned her at Headington School Boat Club, and quite late on actually for Virginia. She only learned at 16.
And you can see the absolute grit on the faces of the athletes. That was a great race with the Netherlands taking an early lead, but Surrey not to be outdone, hauling her in with a well-earned finish there. And you can see that glimpse of pain on the athlete's face. Brings me right back to some finishes that I've had where you finish in the boat. Bring me a little bit through what that feels like to cross the finish line.
Well, when you cross the finish line and you win, there is not as much pain as when you cross the finish line and have lost. I can tell you that from experience. I've crossed the finish line, lungs burning, legs on fire, forearms cramping from the, not probably the best technique, but when you do that and you've won, particularly a hard-fought win like that, it all fades away. But unfortunately, when you cross the finish line and you haven't been leading at that point, it weighs down on you tenfold. It is painful. But that's what we train for.
And we train quite a lot to race very little, isn't that the case?
Yes, I can remember someone once said there was something like you do 10,000 strokes of training for each one stroke of a race. Something horrific like that.
As a Canadian athlete, always so jealous of my European counterparts with many, many opportunities to practice that race experience in Canada, because we don't have the amazing plethora of regattas that are available here. We have to do a lot of visualization. We have to do a lot of internal racing. We have to try and find ways to trick our mind into believing that today is race day. Sometimes I was successful at it, sometimes not. But we're going to go down here to the next race, and I believe we have, give me 1 second while we just find that information out.
So I believe we have Radcliffe crew from Harvard University going off against Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club.
And it looks like the Radcliffe crew has an early lead here. It is, in fact, the Radcliffe crew. Thanks for bearing with us as so we manage our technical difficulties. So this is the championship pair, the Redgrave Challenge Vase. Really impressed by this Radcliffe with such an early advantage. Now, tell me a little bit about, as an athlete, when you're out ahead so early, what is we were talking earlier about the different ways that you can get advantages. So we were talking about the water conditions, your technical abilities, but one thing that we haven't touched on yet is the mental. What type of mental advantage does this much clear water this early in the race?
I mean, that's a pretty staggering amount. So, yeah, well, so at this point, you'd be well aware that you've got this race in hand. So let's talk about it. Let's talk it from both sides, from being ahead and from being behind. I mean, when you're ahead at this point, if I was the bow woman of this crew, I would be saying to my pairs partner, look, we've got this. Let's just relax it, make sure we're focusing on technique. I wouldn't dial it down all the way, but just dial it down to a comfortable, maybe sort of 75%, 80% pressure. So you've still got that feeling of having a decent race, but you're not sort of emptying it, and you're not going for a massive lead. I would be definitely sort of just focusing on that length, focusing on that smoothness, sort of developing that mid-race pace, moving to. You can see the two Harvard oars women moving very nicely together there. Notice that sort of they're getting the hips over together to accelerate that boat, even on the recovery.
River rowing is they'll be well Yeah, well accustomed to river rowing here. They train on the Charles in Boston. These heavyweight crews are coached by Liz O'Leary, a phenom in the coaching world, who after 37 years has just announced her retirement. Wow. She'll be here and watching her crews, and I know that this championship pair will be trying to make sure that she retires on a high note.
Yes, and it looks like they are commanding a pretty impressive lead here. And you just feel for the more like an Anglian women to be drawn against such a well-drilled crew here. I suppose in their boat I'd be sort of thinking, I'd be sort of be saying to my crewmate, you know, look, we've gone off here, we're gonna let's have a good race, just row our best, put the best time on the board we can, and just hope for an act of God to strike down the Harvard crew so we can catch them.
Well, and it's not over until it's over, and that's part
Absolutely.
of what makes Henley Women's so exciting, is because it is just 1v1. So if the boat in front of you catches a crab, then you have to keep fighting, because there is no B final here.
And going off now on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see a race from the Parkside Trophy Quintin Boat Club up against Molesey Boat Club. Now this is interesting. Quintin, predominantly a men's club, hasn't had any women's entries in Henley Women's for quite a few years, and we see the Quintin crew have run afoul of the boys. Hopefully they can get clear of them before the booms start, and I imagine the Molesey crew will be taking full advantage of that. It did look like Quintin had a slightly faster start, but I feel they're going to have to recover. A bit of oversteering again here.
Now, you may not know, but Molesey is my club. I came and trained with them for summer, so I hope that they bleed it black here in this crew.
It looks like a Molesey and University of Surrey composite, looking at their blades.
I think you might be right.
Listed?
You can see them following as the umpires launch. Athletes will be keeping a close eye with the blood pounding in their ears for the umpire. Umpires have flags that they will use to direct the athletes, without the benefits of a middle buoy line to define those lanes. Sometimes we do see a little bit of lane change as the athletes get themselves straight, but right now with that gorgeous top-down view, it looks like they're sharing the waterway very well.
And yeah, and the stroke girl, the University of Surrey athlete in this Molesey University of Surrey composite, is actually the twin sister of the lightweight single sculler from University of Surrey we saw earlier.
On the right-hand side of your screen, the absolutely dominant Radcliffe pair. Very impressed that they don't seem to, although they're clearly in control, they don't seem to be taking their rate of striking down too far. Sometimes we see people more paddle across. It looks like they're using this as an opportunity to practice their race plan, keep comfortable pressure on, and they will be through the finish line and will be very happy with that.
Yeah, and they look very nice and smooth there. If we go back to this, to the Parkside Trophy, which is the championship lightweight pairs, on the screen now you can see the Quintin boat crew and the Molesey and University of Surrey crew. And University of Surrey and Molesey looking very relaxed there. Looks like both crews just catching a little bit of wash from some passing launches, a little bit of wobble in both crews, and the Quintin crew really looking to try to get back on terms there with the Molesey, with the composite crew of Molesey and University of Surrey.
Another unique feature of this race is that not only do you have spectators lining the entire shoreline, but you also have spectators on the other side. And I've seen some really interesting events. There were people on paddle boards yesterday,
yes.
People swimming alongside, some massive big boats that can sometimes kick up a little bit of wash. That's why the booms are in place, is to try and minimize that as much as possible for the athletes.
And interestingly, both crews here looking to be getting caught in some wash. You can see a few wobbles from both. Neither crew's really looking too relaxed to me here. I think both crews are well aware that anything could happen at this moment.
And so when we're rowing through wash and we know it's going to be lumpy, what are the first technical cues that come to mind to make sure that you minimize the impact on the boat speed?
Well, one of the things I always sort of say, I row and coach on the tideway, which you'll have seen. Anyone who's seen the boat race will have seen sort of the conditions we train in on a good day, and my sort of suggestion is always, I tell my athletes just to stay nice and relaxed. I try to suggest, relaxation in the hands allows the rest of the body to relax. But you really don't want to change anything. You just want to hit those reference points of finish and catch positions. We're going off now. We have,
I believe it's Princeton University.
another pairs event, I believe, is the...
Oh, it's Princeton versus Princeton.
Oh, and again, so this is, again, another race in the Parkside Trophy, the championship lightweight pairs, and it is, as you say, Princeton versus Princeton. That's got to be gutting for those athletes who have come all the way here.
Just to race each other.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, they would have practiced against each other many times before. But there's one new addition to this that you don't get in training, which is the pressure is on. Not only are they trying to outdo their teammates, but they're trying to do it under the pressure of making with only one boat through to the Sunday finals. Right now, it looks like our Buckside crew is just pulling ahead. It is a long race, though, so we'll reserve any judgments and let the blades speak for themselves. That Molesey composite crew through the line, but that was close.
That was
finish.
close, yeah. You could see the Quinton crew were fighting them the whole way. And we can see here, with the overhead shot, you can see the leading Princeton crew just placing their puddles just in the way of the stroke gull of the crew behind, which will just give them a little bit of upset. I think the umpire has warned them apart now.
We're looking at the back there of the bow, stroked by Bonnie Pushner, with bow Madeline Polbulski.
Good pronunciation.
I hope that I've done your name credit, Madeline. I have an unpronounceable last name with Polish origin myself, so if not, I apologize. And now let's look to the second Princeton crew on the Berkshire station. That's the side where you have all of the spectators. In stroke, we have Madeline French, and in bow, Natalie Verlinde.
It looks like the bow girl is looking around an awful lot. I don't know if there's some... Yeah, she seems to be veering over. I don't know if there's some steering issues happening. Or...
Yeah, steering over quite a lot there.
Yeah.
No doubt that umpire, yes, we see the flag. She will be directing the athletes over. So in these pairs, power application is absolutely key. You're trying to not only pull as hard as you can, but do it in perfect synchronicity with your teammate. And one of the athletes will have one foot, the feet are typically, your shoes are bolted to the foot stretcher in place. But when you have a rudder on, one of the feet will move ever so slightly. And it is quite a skill to turn your foot a centimeter to the left, which then is attached to cables that turns a manual rudder. It can be pretty difficult to do, especially under pressure.
Yes, it can very, very much so. You notice these athletes aren't looking around too much. The advantage of racing a regatta like this is you have the booms to allow you to sort of guide you off. And also off the start they have two chevrons which are placed apart. So you keep those in line as you go down the course. You can hold a nice straight line. The advantage is that you can, as you say, you can steer off of the booms. And in these small boats like this, you really want to do the minimum amount of steering. Each time you steer, it's acting like a small brake, basically, to move you one way or the other. So you're slowing yourself down. And that's only in the pair is the smallest boat that's steered. the singles we saw earlier, they don't have any steering. You steer that just by pressure on one side or the other. And just going off on the left-hand side of your picture now,
we have Bristol University B. We are into the 8s now in the aspirational women's academic 8.
This is the Colgan Foundation Cup.
Thank you. So we have Bristol University versus Exeter. Exeter on your screen on the left-hand side, what we call the Bucks station side, and with Bristol on the right-hand side of your screen, that's the Barks. There's nothing really like the sound and fury of an 8s race, is there?
Absolutely, it is, and it is sort of loud, powerful and fun. And these two crews, University of Bristol and University of Exeter, they're based quite close to each other, so they quite likely will have faced each other in local races as well as some of the major ones throughout the season.
Beautiful overhead shot there of the blades going in, perfect synchronicity. Those nice dark puddles being pushed along. Last across the line will be the coxswain. Coxswains have a weight limit. And just quickly, let's go over to the right-hand side where we will pass on our congratulations to the Buckside Princeton. That must have been a tough race, not just physically, but also to go against your teammates.
Absolutely.
That coxswain there does have a weight limit. If coxswains are underweight, they bring sandbags or a wet weight into the boat with them to meet the maximum weight. And they will have a little Britney Spears microphone that connects to speakers in the boat where they will be coaching their teammates on, but most importantly, you can see both hands there on either side of the shell. There are two strings there that help them turn a rudder. Arguably, the number one job of a coxswain is to help them steer straight.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, the number one job is to avoid any instances of just crashing. But at the moment, in a race like this, which is a nice straight race, hopefully the steering will be minimal for the coxswains, and their main job here will be inspiring their crews and keeping them engaged and focused in the race. A good coxswain here can win a race from a length or two down, and we've seen it happen before where they've just switched their crew on and sent them right through another crew. But it looks here like University of Exeter are leading almost, I'd say, by a length over University of Bristol.
So right, Basil, and you said switch their crew on, and it looks like coxswain Frederick Darley is doing just that with an early lead here in what is typically a very tight side-by-side race for the 8s. So this crew of Exeter is actually comprised of 3 ex-novices, that's Victoria, Georgina, and Becky, alongside their novice captain Rachel, who learned to row at Headlington School. Rosie, Molly, Eva, and Hannah learned to row at Hollingsworth Lake, Stratford-upon-Avon, Ardlingly, and you're here to correct my any pronunciation.
Ardingly.
Thank you. And Wallingford Rowing Club, respectively. And Fred, the coxswain, learned to row at Hampton School.
Yeah, so...
So would these crews, are any of those clubs that I mentioned, have experience on rivers and on with current?
Yeah. So obviously Hampton School, Fred will be well experienced with steering. They row on the Thames. Wallingford Rowing Club is just up the road from here, so that they'll know this stretch quite well. So going off next, we have London University and Bath University in the next race in the Colgan Foundation Cup. And it looks like London UL have taken a lead off the start over Bath University.
Start of an 8s race is so crucial. You're not going to win a race off the start, but you sure can lose it.
Yes.
So it's very important. These at crews will have practiced this many times before. You'll have a starting sequence, so that means how far up the slide you're going to be sitting on the start line. It could be something like half, three-quarter, lengthen, winding the rate. I always imagine a start of a race, especially in a big, heavy boat like an 8, like pushing a fridge on ice.
Absolutely, and actually the first stroke or two of a race, or the start, will be much slower than you expect, because you've got an awful lot, particularly in these 8s, you've got an awful lot of mass to get up to speed. It's a bit like, I always sort of try to get, I think, to visualise it like, like an old steam train. When it goes off, the wheels go around slowly and then start to build up speed. And that's kind of what you're doing here. You start off slow, and then you build the speed up. You want to be moving with the speed of the boat. If you're going faster than the boat, if you're trying to move faster than the boat, you're going to be slowing it down. As we hear, University of London just storming to a commanding lead.
There, Coxed, a little look out of the boat there. That's Annika Hansen. She'll be keeping her crew nice and calm. They're out in front, so now the job is to keep their rhythm nice and steady, start to execute their race plan, and also not to take anything for granted. And it doesn't look like they're settling anytime soon here, still practicing their race plan as they come down the course.
Yeah, you can see the University of London crew looking very long, very relaxed and powerful there.
University of London Coxed, Annika Hansen is actually a postgrad from Michigan, studying her master's in anthropology.
Again, the University of London crew just having a quick look back to see how far they are ahead of Bath University. And here we've got a lovely view behind of the Bath University crew. And you can see the look of pain on the stroke goer's face there, sienna black. These ladies, they will know that they are behind and they've got a long way to go to overhaul that University of London crew. But it's up to their Cox there, Niamh Murphy, to ensure that she's keeping them focused, keeping them engaged. Trying not to let them get too tense, because when you're behind you feel that pressure to I've got to get back on terms, and you start to tense up and then you start to row worse. What she needs now is Niamh needs to be bringing those ladies down, allowing them just to relax and feel the flow of the shell. As you can see, the University of London here, as they go past, just looking very relaxed and long sweeping strokes.
And although it may, if you finish the across the finish line second, it may feel disappointing. I know that I learn so much more from my failures than I have from my wins.
Yeah, you go in thinking, what can we do better? How can we come back next year faster and stronger? And going off next in the Colgan Foundation Cup, we have York University in the yellow kit on the left of the screen, and Newcastle University B crew going off on the right. You can see with their distinctive blue star blades from Newcastle University there. And at the moment we can just see the Newcastle crew, which I suspect means that, that they will be leading York University off the end of the island there. Hopefully, there we go, nice overhead. We can see that Newcastle University have moved out to about 3/4 of a length lead over York. And both crews now will be looking to transition into their mid-race pace. Just laying down that long, smooth rhythm, and you can see Newcastle University really picking the boat up where they placed there.
And as expected, that was a first across the line for London University.
So it looks like York may be starting to move back through Newcastle University. They seem to have taken a seat or two. I was just about to say 3/4 of a length in an H race is not an awful lot. And we can see York just trying to move back to half a length. But it looks like Newcastle are just holding them off. But half a length in an H race is not much when they take it up for that sprint race, for that sprint for the finish.
And as they come by the commentator's box, we can hear that sound and fury. Both crews look of determination as they come by, each trying to push the other away, break their spirits, and make the other crew give up, which was sometimes my race strategy. I'm not saying it was successful.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, I think, you know, it's always nice to have a race where you make the other crew give up before the finish line.
That crew of Newcastle University were 3rd in the B final at the BUCS Regatta, 7th in the BUCS Head. So I would imagine from this, they have been together for quite some time. Their crew motto is Huzzah, the Blue Star. Huzzah indeed here as they come down the course. Almost open water, passing the other crew's bow ball down the boat, as they work to break that elastic band between the two crews.
And the advantage that Newcastle have here is that they will be able to see their opposition, York. They can see them. If York try to make a move, Newcastle can see it and can respond. But also being in that position of seeing the sort of, you know, your opponent behind you allows you just to relax and you can just press them away each stroke, whereas York will be thinking in their heads, how far off are we? Where's Newcastle? And they will be struggling to relax into it and move on them. But hopefully their Coxed will be feeding back the information that they're still in contact, they still are in this race.
And when you start to get stressed like that, it translates not just mentally.
It translates physically. You can, yeah, you literally will feel that that sort of emotional tension will be coming through as physical tension in their shoulders, their arms, their movement, and also if you're tense, you're gonna be using up excess energy. You're gonna be burning out much faster.
And with these 8th races being so fast, we are again off to another start. This is another race in the Colgan Foundation Cup. We have United Hospitals BC, a boat club, versus Newcastle University again, and I imagine that the Newcastle currently in the lead is trying to send all that energy down the course, leading the way, even in the same lane as their second boat.
Yeah, well, this is their first boat, so it's Newcastle University A going off against United Hospitals Boat Club, and it looks like coming off the island that they are in the lead.
It's Newcastle, Newcastle, Newcastle across your screen here, laying down a fast start. Look at that nice acceleration into the body by the handles. Friends and family joining us at home. Inevitably, it's easy to think that rowers have strong upper bodies, but our upper bodies only generate 30% of our power, with most of the power coming from those legs down. The seat is moving, as you can see in this beautiful top-down shot. The crews will be pushing their knees down, using the big muscles in their legs before prying open with their core and hip flexors, and then finishing off with a nice accelerated finish of the handles into the body and a clean step out. And Newcastle is giving us a bit of a masterclass in that right now.
Absolutely. Although we seem to be losing off. There we go. And they're back. Yeah, Newcastle again. Just you can see that pick up and just listen to that chunky sound through the finish. All 8 rowers finishing together, moving off that back together.
This A Newcastle boat won the BUCS Head in the Intermediate 8, got bronze in the BUCS Regatta in the Intermediate 8s, and won the Champion 8 in the Durham Regatta. Coxed by Shashank Prima.
So as you're wondering what BUCS Regatta and Heads are, that's BUCS, which is, I can remember the first 2 letters, British Universities, and I suspect it means colleges and schools, Regatta, so it's basically academic. It's for the academic events. So they have a Bucks Head, which is all the universities, and they have Bucks Regatta, which again is the universities. So there's no club rowing at that, just the universities. And as you say, some pretty impressive results from Newcastle there. And you can see the Newcastle crew here just taking the rate down and just focusing on power. Look at those powerful finishes. They've dropped the rate right down in a very commanding lead here, sort of saving their bickies for the next big race.
Well, and there's lots of ways that we can drop the rate as athletes, right? We can drop it either by collapsing in and turning into a paddle, or we can do what I see Newcastle doing here, which is rate down, power still on, and using this as an opportunity to push the boat away. The boat is moving the fastest on the recovery. That's when the blades are out of the water. We're seeing that now. There. That's when the boat is moving the fastest. So having a nice recovery, letting the boat move underneath you is really key, and it can be, they're looking so in control here, really impressed.
Absolutely, and actually, as you say, it's the fastest moment is just there. That moment there where they rock the bodies over, where they send that weight of all the way to their upper bodies down towards the stern. And as we all know from our GCSE and A-level physics, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, so them sending their weight down towards the stern accelerates the bows under them. And going off next here, you can see the J16 Coxed 4s in the...
So we have Bedford's Girls' School on the Buck side versus Glasgow Academy on the Buck side. This is the quarter-final, so we have moved from heats to quarter-finals for this crew. And these Coxed 4s, you'll notice that the Cox is in a different position rather than, and there's their side-by-side shot, which will show you the difference. In the 8, you have the coxswain as the last to cross the line. And in these Coxed 4s, they will be tucked down in the bow, trying to be as aerodynamic as possible. This does give them a better view of the course. It might arguably be easier to steer. However, you aren't able to watch the blade, so I feel like you need to have more boat feel as a coxswain.
Yeah, you can't. You have to have much more boat feel, but also you have to have much better boat awareness, because as I say, you can't see the blades. You're not quite sure where the blades are in terms of your steering. So you need to be very aware, or have to have very good spatial awareness to make sure you're not going to hit anything. But also the other disadvantage here is if you're in the lead, you cannot see the other crew. So you will be relying on the bow girl here, because these are the J16s, the bow girl to relay to you where the other crew is. If they're making a move, do you need to respond? You can see both crews here just going through some wash, but both handling it very nicely.
In that wash, you're going to be tapping down your hands a little bit more, making sure that you have nice level hands all together and not impacting the boat. I kind of imagine it like if anyone has ridden a horse, you let the horse move underneath you.
Absolutely.
Very similar to this. Let the wake go through underneath your boat. Keep yourself relaxed. Keep your face relaxed, your shoulders relaxed, so that you're not stiffening up and exacerbating the wobble of the boat.
Absolutely, and I often have athletes just ask, well, what do you do when there is rough water? What do you do? And my response is, just do the same thing but better. Basically, ideally, the boat wants to, when the boat's moving like this, it wants to balance, it wants to be sat, and you just have to just allow, to make sure you're not interrupting that. So hit your finish position, hit your catch position, and try not to wobble in between. And we can see here both crews just being warned to move apart. It's looking to be a very tight race here still.
You can see a lot of energy still. Neither one of these crews look particularly relaxed. A little bit of either nerves or adrenaline or excitement as they fight to get into a comfortable lead. But it does look like Glasgow is pulling forward ahead of the Bedford's Girls' School. Once again, this is the West End Trophy for the quarterfinal at the Henley Women's Regatta. And on the left-hand side of your screen, we have the next race heading off. Basil, who are we watching?
Marlow Rowing Club in the red with their red blades, the distinctive red blades, and Monmouth School for Girls B boat. And you can see them going off on the left of your screen there.
That Marlow crew is looking to continue a winning run after a recent victory at the Nat Schools in the Jane 16s, Coxed 4, off the back of a successful head season, racing largely in the 8s. They won the Wallingford head, placing second in Clinton, and racing up in J18 at the Schools head.
And sorry, just going back to the race ahead, it looks like Bedford School for Girls may have just inched ahead of Glasgow as we approach the finish line.
What a great sprint! What makes a successful sprint in that final 500 as you increase the rate of striking?
Well, what makes it a successful sprint is if you get ahead, but but basically it's staying relaxed. You know, it's very easy again when you sort of feel we've got to go fast. It's very easy to start to tense up, but it's just about relaxing into it and just understanding you're not going to be looking to shift it, you know, shift the boat from 0 to 60 in 2 strokes. It's just about building up over a few strokes, build the boat speed, build the rate at the same time, not sort of try and start slamming the footplate. And sometimes you do see crews, less experienced crews, try to take the rate up and actually end up going slower because they are what we call checking the boat. They're slowing it down, sort of taking a bit of speed off of it. But as we look to our, as you can see on the left of your picture right now, Marlow Rowing Club just having quite a dominant lead there over Monmouth School. And on the right, as we approach the finish, it looks like a win for Glasgow.
What a trading of blows back and forth between those two crews.
Pull clear of, well, not pull quite clear, but you know, get back ahead of Bedford there, and a good win for Glasgow. Both crews look like they've worked their hard. That was not an easy race.
Yes, it took a full 1,500 meters
to decide a winner there. Whereas back at this race, it looks like Marlow are staying nice and loose and just extending their lead over Monmouth.
Blades going in together, 8 legs as one. They'll be laser focused in on the stroke seat, so that's the woman on your far right hand side. The stroke is the metronome, sets the tempo. Qualities that you'd like to see in a stroke athlete?
Well, I'd say unflappable, unchanging. You know, no matter what happens, you want that stroke to be setting that same rhythm. So it doesn't matter if there's, you know, a duff stroke from someone behind them that doesn't let them unsettle them. They keep that rhythm. They keep that. Keep that rhythm. Keep that metronome. I'm just watching. It looks like Marlow are quite close to the booms. Maybe just the angle.
You're absolutely right. Stroke seat needs to be, the metronome needs to be very consistent, but just crazy enough.
Just crazy enough that when the cox says go, they just can go, and you want someone tough there. And then I'd say probably good qualities in the 3 seat. Sat behind them is someone who's just going to back them up, set good length, and just really set that power in the drive phase of the stroke underneath them. The stroke really controls that rate and rhythm around the back turn. Stuff, so we're talking about the hands, blades coming out of the water, hands away, and then it's up to the women behind her to set that rate in the drive phase, pick up that boat underneath the stroke and really send it off.
As we come into the back half of this race, the athletes' legs will be burning, but that is not the case for the crews that are just going off right now. They've got the adrenaline pumping in their veins, and we are seeing Wallingford Rowing Club versus Aberdeen Schools.
And you have Wallingford on the, we've got a lovely overhead, Wallingford on the top of that picture on the left-hand side, and Aberdeen on the
in this overhead shot, going to draw your attention to the bank that does come back in there. So you can see it bows out and then comes back in. So if we see any crews during our spots veer towards the bank, now you have a better understanding of why that is.
Yes. So the course itself is straight, but the bank and the river moves around the course, as it were, and that does provide some interesting differences. So obviously, as I said before, the women here are rowing against the stream. So as the bank moves here, you can see the bank is right on the edge of the course, but as the bank moves away and closer to the course, the point of the fastest bit of the stream moves around the race course as well, and so it means you'll find at some points that you will be against the stream more than at other points. And if you look to the right of your picture there, you can see Marlow Rowing Club A just crossing the line ahead of Monmouth School for Girls B. And back to this race 123 of Wallingford Rowing Club A on the Berkshire Station and Aberdeen on the Buckinghamshire Station.
Cox and Katie Mellors and the Wallingford crew coaching them on as they go past the first group of spectators that are out despite the slightly overcast conditions. But the Cox of the Aberdeen School will be Abby Pedrog, no doubt encouraging her crew to stay calm, collected, and to go now. No time to wait, no B finals. You got to leave it all on the course today.
And we'll be seeing some coxless forward racing later in the day, but the difference between those and these crews are, as we say, that they do have a coxswain in the bows, which means that no one in the boat is having to steer apart from the coxswain, no rowers having to steer, but it does add a bit of extra weight. So it does mean that this race does feel longer. You have I can't remember what the weight is for junior, the minimum weight for junior coxswains is, but for men's racing I know it's 55 kilos of added weight for rowers to carry down the course.
And am I right in thinking that you are able to have either men or women cox these crews?
You can. Coxswains can, yeah, there's no gender distinction so you can have men coxing women, women coxing men. You can even have some extent juniors coxing senior racers, so sort of adult racers, as I've had some juniors I've coached before have come and jumped in the coxswain seat of some of my crews when I've been racing. And the coxswain is a key part of every crew. They have to know their rowers so well and know what makes them tick, what calls to make, what will get each rower engaged, which part of the race is the strength of each rower. A good coxswain will be calling on all of that information to get the most out of their crew at every point. We just have going off now Godolphin Latimer School A and Surbiton High School A. Godolphin on the Berkshire Station and Surbiton High School on the Buckinghamshire Station.
This is the last quarter-final of the Junior 16 Coxed 4 in the West End ARA Trophy. And they're off with the first 30 seconds of that start being pure adrenaline. You'll be wanting to wind your rate up, getting up very likely into the 40s before settling down into your race pace. And maybe for the parents that are at home, we can talk a little bit about what we mean when we say race pace and rate of striking. How many strokes per minute would you expect a Coxed 4 like this to settle into in the middle of the race?
Well, this is the J16, so that means the girls have to, the women have to be 16 years or younger to be in this category. So they're going to be lacking quite maybe the power of older, more developed women, but which will mean that they won't be able to quite get the rate up as high as some of those other crews will perhaps be seeing later. But I'd say, I don't know, for crew J16 women, put in the 30s. If you see some of the larger, older crews later in the development fours, I'd be expecting them to be going down the course in the high 30s. We're talking about how many strokes a minute they take there.
We're looking at the back here of the Godolphin Latimer. Thank you, school. And it's still pretty tight with that overlap. When you can feel that boat next to you, when you can see the crew next to you, it is such an advantage. I often describe it as like an elastic band attaching you to the other crew. And so, of course, the job is you want to be as far in front as possible. But more important than that, if you can get yourself into a position, especially in side-by-side racing, where the other crews can't see you or feel your pedals distinctly, then that gives you a mental advantage. So these crews will not be content to just settle with a nose out. They're going to want to make a statement as best they can.
Absolutely. And what you tend to see in these races is when one crew does get what we call clear water, so that means if you're looking at the boat side by side, the bow ball of the boat behind is not in line with any part of the boat in the front, and they have literally clear water between them. When that happens, you tend to find that the leading boat will just start moving even further away. When they're side by side like this, we talk about the elastic band because it's very much like that. It's the two crews are sort of being pulled along together, and you find one will move up and the other and down, up and down. And they will stay like this for a while, and suddenly it will break, and one will just move away because you've lost that connection, you've lost that awareness of where the other crew is. You're not being pushed. You don't feel as pushed on quite as much to stay in contact. And it can be very lonely when you get left behind. I remember my first multi-lane regatta where we went off the blocks in an 8 and were left far behind by the other crews. And our Cox was telling us, and the duty of the Cox there is to try and keep you engaged. And our Cox was doing our best to keep us engaged by saying, you're still in it, you're just behind them. And I remember being sat in the 7th seat and thinking, she is absolutely lying, because we're being washed down by the coaches, by the umpire launch. So we must be miles behind, but it's up to a Cox in that position to keep everyone engaged, keep them focused. At this moment, in time, you've got these two crews side by side, and neither crew can afford to doubt for a second that they can do this. Because when you're that side by side, if you doubt for a second, if you have a moment's hesitation, the other crew will take full advantage.
And that noise and fury means we are back to another 8th race in the Coleman Foundation Cup. This is the heat with the University of Surrey on the Berkshire Station versus Nottingham Trent University on the Bucks.
And there should be a good race. It looks like Surrey have just taken an early lead of just over half a length, maybe moving up to 3/4 of length here. Hard at the start, but as we've seen in previous races, that doesn't mean much. Nottingham Trent could be moving back through them when they get into a rhythm.
This Nottingham Trent University crew it's been self-coached throughout the regatta season with guidance from a previous Thames rower, Stuart Earle, and is coxed by a Henley native, Jack Spears. Just a note that they will be wearing the ribbons, the Nottingham City colour ribbons, in honour of the lives lost in the recent events in Nottingham. Some athletes in the boat have had junior success, and this is the first Nottingham Trent Women's 8 to qualify at Henley Women's after a dedicated few months. They're hoping to have a good finish and end a successful season. Sounds like they're rowing for a personal best, which my coach always told me spoke louder than any numbers could.
And just there we saw the result of the race before, the J16 Coxed fours between Godolphin Latimer School and Surbiton High School, with a win for Godolphin, I believe.
And with this beautiful view of the backside of Nottingham University, you can see the ribbons there, worn in remembrance of the stabbing victims from earlier this week, 2 of whom were students at the university. What a beautiful way to carry them down the course with them.
Absolutely. but it does look like Surrey University have just taken that lead out of the end of the island and are extending it, looking long and relaxed there.
We were speaking earlier about the role that a coxswain plays, and as someone who competed in eights towards the end of my career, I can definitely attest that the coxswain's job is so multi-layered, so much more than just steering or telling you to go faster. They really do need to know what makes 8 strong, powerful, independent, stubborn women tick, and to speak to us when we are in the middle of racing as hard as we can, when your muscles and your lungs are saying I can't go anymore, and for them to create a trust and a bond that if they say there's more in you to give, that you believe them.
Absolutely. I mean, the coxswain is holding a whole season's worth of work of not just themselves but the 8 women in the boat with them. She's holding all of that in her hands, and these 8 women have trusted her with that to get them down the course and to get the most out of them. A great cox just inspires pure trust from her crew, and when she says go, you just believe that that is the moment to go and you give everything. But we can see here it looks like University of Surrey have just taken their rate down slightly just to allow them to relax into a nice powerful rhythm over Nottingham Trent University.
As we watch the blades skim over the surface of the water, especially in the 8, it gives us such an idea of blade height. This is an odd angle here, but you're wanting all the blades to be at the same height across the water. It really is a beautiful sport, and that is raw power paired with synchronicity. Ways that you can make sure that your blades are moving together are often making sure that your hands tap down at the same level and that your hands are moving smooth and horizontal, not going up and down or over the knees. When you're putting the blades in the water, making sure that we are sequencing correctly. So that means legs first, then body, then arms. Stop that nice rainbow stroke that sometimes novice athletes.
Over a barrel, as we call it, yeah.
And there it is, another heat here in the Colgan Foundation Cup. This time, Oxford University Women's Boat Club versus Lincoln College. Lincoln College entries fee was funded entirely through PIMS sales.
Oh, how apt.
I don't think there's anything more Henley than that.
No. And then just there to the right of your picture, over the finish line, you can see University of Surrey in the race before with a pretty convincing lead over Nottingham Trent University. But back to this race, and we have Oxford University women just taking that early lead off the end of the island.
Opportunity, that's the word of the day today, with only one crew through. It's all to play. So this racing style, gladiatorial as we've described it before, is really exciting because very rarely do you see second place content to just settle and try again in the next round. It is one or none.
Absolutely, and the great thing about this sort of side-by-side, gladiatorial rowing is anything can happen. We've seen it in these regattas where we've seen crews at the leading catch a crab. We've seen umbrellas fly onto the, parasols fly onto the course and interrupt racing. We've seen people hit the booms. When there is only 2 of you, all it takes is the other crew to make that mistake, and you have to capitalise on it. But it looks like no mistakes being made here, as Oxford University women just keep inching away from Lincoln
and
College.
For friends and family watching at home, catching crabs, what does that mean?
Catching crabs means, it's where you put the blade in, and it tends to be where you haven't, normally tends to happen, we haven't fully squared up, so where as you can see the face of the blade there hasn't fully gone to 90 degrees to the water, and so it slices deep. And then it means you kind of lose control of it, and it tends to, the handle accelerates at speed towards your face, forcing you to try and either lie down or get knocked down by the blade.
It always feels to me with my storied experience in catching crabs, like a giant leviathan claw has come up and grabbed your blade, and it gets sucked underneath the water, and it's hard to extract it from the water. And you can see here the blades are going in at 90 degrees. When it turns vertical, that's called square, and when the blade is up off the water and horizontal, we call that feather.
Absolutely. And as I was saying before, it's key that those hands are coming, that those blades are traveling at the same height forwards. I always describe it as you've got two blades, you've got basically got a tightrope walker's pole split in half. So you have to match the hand height of the woman in front of you to allow you to balance. Really, when you think about it, when the blades, or the spoons of the blade, are out of the water, you're trying to balance on something no wider than your hips. So you really have to be moving together. I'm talking moving together, going off the start. In the next race, you see King's College, London Boat Club A on the Berkshire station, which is closest to us, and Oxford Brookes University A on the Buckinghamshire station, which is closest to the island. Now, Oxford Brookes University, an absolute dominant force in academic rowing at the moment, and I imagine this will be the favourite crew here.
Yes, you're right. The Oxford Brookes are winners of the gold and silver medal in intermediate eights at the Bucks Regatta. Coxed by Beatrice Argyle. And we'll wait for a better shot to give you an update as to how that team is going. In an 8, there's also very different qualities that you need in the crew. In the bow pair, so those are the first 2 athletes to cross the finish line, you're going to be actually farther out of the water than the rest of the boat, because the whole boat kind of sits in a slight, like a banana almost. So those athletes have more control over the balance of the boat. They need to be very technically proficient and typically lighter as well to try and keep that bow ball, as you see coming towards us on the right-hand side of the screen, up out of the water as much as possible. Rowing's really just a game of drag, and so the more you can keep that boat tapping along, surging out of the water.
And you can actually, you can actually see, it's like gone now, you could see as the Oxford women were approaching, you can see their bow ball just surge, just lifting up quite smoothly. Hopefully we'll get another side-on shot perhaps of Oxford Brookes here, which we can see.
What a great, strong finish there. You can really hear the sound of the oars as they come by our commentator's box on the right-hand side of your screen.
And again, Oxford Brookes just doing what we've seen a number of crews here doing, taking a nice comfortable lead and then just settling into a powerful lower rate just to hold that advantage.
They're placing the blades in the water, anchoring it in the water, and then pushing the boat past that blade.
And you can see at this low rate, Oxford Brookes are just what we call clearing their puddles. So the puddles from bow pair are ending up sort of down past the coxswain, whereas King's College are still up at rate and their puddles are not quite clearing. So the puddles coming down from the bow girls are not quite clearing the stroke women's puddles. So Oxford Brookes travelling further per stroke at the moment.
And while we watch these crews come down, maybe we can touch into a little bit more rowing one-on-one and terminology here. Basil and I live and breathe this, but we know there's probably friends and families around the world watching the racing today. So we'll talk about the catch and finish in a moment, but first I want to direct your attention to the last heat of the Colgan Foundation Cup. We have Radcliffe crew versus the University of Warwick.
It's Radcliffe from Harvard University. You often get quite a few of these big American universities coming over here to race, and there'll be, most likely I imagine, there'll be racing Henley Women's and coming down and then racing Henley Royal in 2 weeks' time as well.
as we see the long and strong stroke rate of the Oxford Brooks that was just on your right-hand side of the screen. We can see a very different rate of striking here as the Radcliffe crew pushes to create early dominance. This Radcliffe crew is coached by Liz O'Leary. They train on the Charles River in Boston. And as we mentioned before, Liz is retiring after 37 years in a storied history.
And you can see coming off the start there, Harvard University taking a much higher stroke rate than Warwick University, though they seem to have settled down to almost a similar stroke rate to them now. But that, I think, will have given them that early lead, and pretty powerful finishes there we could see from the Radcliffe crew. Quite typical of the style we see from the Americans, of that really big power through the finish.
There are 3 ways to make a boat go fast: length, rate, and power. And it looks like Radcliffe is using all 3 of those to their advantage. So it's kind of like, if for people who aren't familiar with rowing, perhaps we can akin it to running, right? You
Yes.
can take more strides, you can apply more power to how you're
Fast,
taking those
yeah.
strides, and then you can take longer strides. Is that a good analogy?
That's a very good analogy, and that's effectively what's happening here. You know, Radcliffe are doing all 3, and we just saw their Oxford Brooks crossing the line ahead of King's College London in the race before.
When those crews are compressing into the front, that's when your knees are bent and your body is swung over and your blades are going into the water. I'll say there, that's called the catch. Important things to think about at the catch is getting that blade in and connected to the water quickly and efficiently. When we see a good blade placement, we'll actually see water coming out of the back of the blades, and you can see a little bit of that here.
If you look at the bow girl of the Radcliffe, you can see a very, what we like to call the V splash, where she is placing that blade perfectly. So you've got splash, there's no sort of, she's not rowing it in, as we call it, which is where you are pushing on the footplate, trying to start to move the blade before it's in the water, where you get that front splash coming off of the curved face of the blade, pushing it towards the stern, towards the cocks. She's placing it very nicely there. And yeah, when you say what you want there, you want good length, you want to be nice and relaxed, and you don't want any extra movement of the body, trying to reach anything more. It's a very fragile and vulnerable position being right out there at the catch, and you want to absolutely maximize it, the run of the boat there, so you don't want to be doing anything to sort of slow it down.
It's the catch of a sweep boat, very different than a sculling boat. So sweep is what we're seeing on our screen right now. That means each athlete has 1 oar in their hand and they're going out to either port or starboard. Sculling we'll be seeing later on, or actually immediately following this, and that's where you have 2 blades, 1 in each hand. You're being more linear in a sculling, and here we go, right on cue. Thanks so much for that demonstration. We have the Junior 18 women's singles competing for the Di Ellis Trophy. This is a heat, and we have the American School in London versus Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. American School in London is Bridget Duffy. Wycliffe, represented by Eloise Etherington. From the biggest boat to the smallest boat, very different feels, very different tactics. Although it's the same distance, it will feel like a much longer race for these single scullers.
Absolutely. And if you look at, it's quite nice now as we're sort of saying about the different stroke rates. You can see the single scullers there compared to the 8s, both on your screen at the moment. You can see how many more strokes per minute the 8s are taking compared to the single scullers. That's because, well, the single scullers have a lot more weight. They've got that whole shell, plus the blades, plus the riggers to shift on their own, whereas that weight is shared among more people in the 8s. So you're able to take more, you have a higher boat, so you're able to move the boat faster.
That was Radcliffe across the line. They will continue on to the final rounds of racing. A single scull is such an amazing boat. It's one of my favorites because you are laid bare. All of your successes are your own, but all of your failures are too.
Exactly, and it's very much you there, so you can feel any change you make, you can feel immediately. It has instantaneous feedback on any changes you make, whereas sometimes in 8 you can get a little bit lost if you try and do something slightly different to improve. You sometimes can't quite feel if it's made a difference because there's 8 of you. Whereas in a single scull, you can immediately feel that difference. As you say, yeah, you are laid bare.
The single scullers will also bring their rate of striking down a little bit sooner just because it is a longer race. They're going to need to conserve their energy while still having effective placement and power. And I'm seeing a lot of that here. I'm seeing her suspend, hang off the oars as she pushes her legs down, then opening with the body before finishing with a nice aggressive tap down towards the finish.
Yeah, and you can see Eloise Atherton from Wycliffe here, just really long, smooth strokes, and Bridget Duffy from the American School seems to be rating slightly higher, but I think she's not quite making the ground on Eloise that she would like, but having a good row nonetheless.
It's a pleasure to be with you here on a beautiful day, slightly overcast, which is the perfect conditions for a rower at Henley on Thames at the Henley Women's Regatta. This is the only female regatta in the world, and especially with women dropping off so significantly over COVID, events like this are really important, Basil.
They are, and it's a joy to see so many domestic but also international crews coming here to race. And to just deliver such a high level of rowing. And going off now on the left of your screen, you can see the next race, which is Tyne Rowing Club against Bedford Modern School. Tyne on the Berkshire station, which is the left-hand side of that picture, and Bedford on the Buckinghamshire station, which is on the right-hand side, the island side. And both these ladies going off at a high rate at the moment. Desperate to try and get that early lead. Bedford being warned across to return to their station.
Ellie Siller is representing Bedford, and Isabel Johnson representing Tyne.
And on the right of your screen, you can see the rower from Wycliffe, Eloise Etherington, just having a nice, comfortable paddle, taking in the lead, coming towards that finish line.
It's a great side-by-side shot. It gives you an idea for how high the rate is at the start versus when you're comfortably in the lead. And dare I say, paddling it down the course.
I suspect that she probably is paddling it, just quite comfortable, making sure that she's probably thinking, I've got the lead, I don't want to make any mistakes. Being in a single like this, it's very easy to have a slight miscatch or a bad stroke, and then suddenly you're on the back foot trying to recover while your opponent is gaining ground on you quite quickly.
It's a beautiful top-down shot, and we can see once again what a special course this is, with spectators, friends, family, vendors filling the entire 1,500 meters of the course. So these athletes, despite it feeling long in a long race, will have encouragement the entire way down. The single can be quite lonely sometimes. You don't have a coxswain to give you encouragement or teammates to egg you on. It's going to be you versus yourself versus the other rower. These athletes will have race plans in place. When I say race plan, I mean you probably take the race and you break it down into sections about 250 meters, and you will have 1 or 2 words that describe what you're going to think about or execute during that time. Sometimes those are going to be technical cues, so those could be things like long slong, hook the blade, hang and snap. But there are sometimes also mental cues. Dig deep.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Yeah, dig deep.
Give more for the same.
Hand in the fire, all that sort of stuff.
And race calls are very personal to the person. My race plan, I have a call that says hard hat on. That doesn't mean anything to anyone except for me. That tells me it's going to take a full 2K. You've just settled into your race plan. Hard hat on. You're in the office. Let's get to work.
Absolutely. I remember I was rowing in a crew, and we had a call which would mean absolutely nothing to anyone else, but to us it was FTO, and that just meant we're just going to dig deep and we're just going to absolutely go for it. It was, if you heard the term FTO, that meant let's just go. Let's just, no change in rate, just break a foot plate and let's go. Put the power on. So yeah, they're very personal, and they can, and they can change. And it's always worth having. And some of these scullers will have that backup plan of, if I'm down, if they make a move, what do I do to respond?
And you'll do that in a measured way, so you'll have
Absolutely.
tools in the back of your pocket. And these single sculls, these athletes will have been speaking with their coaches to make out that war game, that race plan, because of course this is an outdoor sport and you have no control over what your competitor does. So although you may have a race plan, you also have to build in contingencies to change that. I would always imagine it, Basil, like a traffic light.
Yes.
And especially at the halfway mark or maybe twice in the race, I would have these what I call traffic light moments where I take stock of where my competitor is, where I am, and is this green light, everything's going well? Yellow light, you need to make sure that we're keeping the pressure on, or red light, it is time to do something spectacular. And on the right hand side of your screen, you can see two athletes looking to do something spectacular themselves. We have Peterborough City, represented by Ella Darrington, and help me, Leicester? No. Leicester Rowing Club, represented by Emma Stewart. Apologies for everyone as my Canadian accent butchers your language. I'm doing my best here.
And we can see the rower from Leicester being warned to return to her station. It's worth noting that this is a record year, a second year in a row, record year number of entries for Henley Women's. They're up to 547 entries.
Wow.
So there'll be over 2,150 athletes apparently coming down the course from Friday to Sunday.
And Basil, just to put that into perspective for all of our listeners, did you know that in the 1960s, the number of serious oarswomen in England was probably less than 1,000?
It's incredible, and you can really see it's not just at the increase in entries at Henley Women's, but you can see it across all the domestic head races and regattas here, and I'm sure around the world. The margins are becoming smaller and smaller between crews. The top 5-10 crews 10 years ago would be minutes ahead of other crews at some of the head races, and now those margins are becoming smaller and smaller as the depth of women's rowing is increasing.
We also see more spaces available for equity at the highest level. I am an Olympic rower, and only in 2016 did the number of women events versus men events finally equalize. So it is long overdue, and this is why races like Henley Women's are so important, to give a space to champion these amazing female athletes. And the amazing female athletes we're looking at right now is Peterborough, Ella Darrington, with a comfortable lead here as she starts on her race. You can see she's taken the rate of striking down a little bit. Clear water and then some as she paddles down the perfect conditions today. We were talking earlier about race calls and kind of traffic light moments. Can you describe to me in a 1,500 meter race what you would be thinking about at the halfway mark?
The halfway mark, I'd be sort of, as you say, just taking a little bit of stock of just how's the first half gone. Do I feel that this is, is it a close race, but I feel I've got it in the bag? How much have I got left to put in there? So by the halfway mark, you're kind of thinking, have I broken them? Am I still in contact? Is now the moment to make that move and break them? But really, when you're racing like this, I I say you want, particularly in the small boats like this, you don't really want to be thinking too much about what the opposition's doing. You want to be rowing your race plan. You know, pace yourself. You know, are you a sprinter off the start, and that's where you make your big move? Are you a sprint for the finish? Have you got that powerful middle section? It really depends on what your race profile is, I guess, and then you go with that. I mean, I remember racing in an 8 where we knew we could afford to sit down off of the opposition because we had that big sprint for the finish. So sort of lower them to that false sense of security, thinking they're half a length up on you, and then suddenly just turn the afterburners on and rip through them.
Left-hand side of your screen, that is Sarah Haps representing George Heriot School. And on the right, on the Buckside Station, that will be Willa Riley Barn Elms. She is a silver medal in the
Junior. The junior regatta.
And a silver medalist there, and made it into the A final of the NS.
Nat Sculls.
Thank you. I have my interpreter here. To my left, this is Basil. My name is Andrea Proska. I wonder if we should reintroduce myself. My name is Andrea. I am a Canadian Olympian, recently won gold at the Tokyo 2020 in the women's 8 for Canada, first gold in 30 years. And to my left is Basil.
I mean, I'm not sure how I can really follow that introduction, but yeah, I'm Basil. I've been coaching for several years and rowing on the domestic circuit. I don't have an Olympic gold medal, I'm afraid, but I have won. This year I won the Masters C pennant at Head of the River. That's my claim to fame.
Maybe we can trade medals later on. I'd love to hold yours. And it looks like we have George Heriot pulling ahead here. Now, as we look on the right-hand side of the screen, we've talked a lot about how these athletes are going to, if you're comfortably ahead, kind of shift down.
Yeah.
And we've been using the term paddle, but there is a way to shift down with power where you're still working on technique and keeping a decent amount of power on at a lower strike rate. As a coach, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how you would advise your athletes to shift from a high to a lower rate.
Well, I suppose when shifting from the high to the lower rate, I'd say you just take that time on the recovery, allow the boat to just run under you a bit more. We tend to use, I'm sure you've probably heard as well, sort of that one up, one down thing of, one up on the drive. Imagine you're taking the rating up one up on the drive by just putting a bit more power down and taking the rating down 1 pip on the recovery just by letting it run under you a bit more. Just really just enjoying that send through the finish. Just how you do it. Just time around that back turn, just where the hands are coming down and away, and allow the boat just to run under you. I like to sort of describe it as weightlessness in the feet. You rock over and just allow the boat to bring the feet to you. You're not trying to pull yourself. If you feel weight on the top of your foot, where the shoe is, you're pulling yourself forward. You're moving faster than the boat. It's not really what you want to be doing. If you've got weight on the bottom of your feet, if your blows are out of the water, you're just slowing the boat down. So just allow the boat just to come to you. Weightlessness in the feet. And allow it to run and just really enjoy that just that speed in the shell.
You're so right. And in an event like this where the athletes are constantly making adjustments in terms of, are they making meaningful steps up in rate? I'm thinking about the finish here.
Yeah.
Or steps down. I'm thinking about after the start. How you do that is very important. And you hit the nail on the head, of course, which is we don't want to make that change on the drive phase. So that's when the blades are in the water. You want to make those changes on the recovery phase, so that you're still applying, creating that power that you can then capitalize on the recovery.
It's almost a 3-to-1 ratio. I think you can describe it as you're out of the water 3 times as long as you are in the water. So really, you want to be making sure you're doing absolutely nothing when the blades are out of the water to slow that boat down. You want to be allowing the shell to run under you, so that by the time you arrive at, as we were saying, the catch, which is, as you can see here, where they come forwards and the blades are just about to go into the water again, that's called the catch. At that point, you want to be taking no speed of the boat, you're just picking it up and pressing it away again. I'd very much, we use the terms pull and whatever. Rowing is very much more a push sport than a pull sport. You're pushing your legs down. And just going off now, we have the Coxless Fours, the aspirational club Coxless Fours, which is
We're going to have the Leicester Trophy coming up. That's going to be Curler Rowing Club versus Thames Rowing Club.
Curlew, sorry.
Curlew, thank you.
Rowing Club versus Thames Rowing Club A. With Thames, obviously, Thames again being a very dominant force in the club level here in the UK.
So the Curlew is actually an international crew that's based out of East London, with an American, a Welsh, a Norwegian, Scottish, and a Lithuanian in their boat.
Wow, the UN of rowing.
Their nicknames in the Curlew crew make up the acronym QUICK, which they hope will be prophetic during this regatta.
And you can just see there, Curlew Rowing Club being asked to return to their station. So here we have no coxswains. There's no one steering these boats. There's no fifth person or ninth person in 8 steering this boat. This steering is happening from one of the rowers within the boat. Most usually the bow woman, so the person who's sat furthest towards the direction of travel. So but sometimes, quite often, I myself have steered from the 3 seats, so the seats just behind the stroke. Really depends on who is most comfortable steering. And here, very dominant performance by Thames Rowing Club, putting Curlew behind them. You can hear those shouts as they come past the commentary tent now.
The bow Heather of that Thames boat learned to row at Glasgow University and rowed at Imperial College. She is a product designer at a physical special effects company. Sitting in front of her is Ellie, or Eleanor, who learned to row at the University of Manchester in 2013.
This is her 5th time at Henley Women's. Behind her we have, and I'm really sorry for pronunciation here, Nienke.
Well, her hometown is Zwolle in the Netherlands, so perhaps it's a beautiful Dutch name. That's why we're struggling here. She was 4th at, this is her 4th season rather, at Thames, and she works as a junior policy fellow in climate change and health at Imperial College. And stroking at the metronome is Caitlin. She learned to row at Peninsula Girls. And her hometown is Cape Town, South Africa, so perhaps another international crew.
And we can see here the Thames crew being asked to return to their station by the umpire. Coming off next we have Star Club and London Rowing Club A. London, my club. So some slight bias here as I'm hoping for them to win.
Well, in your London club, there is the bow. Actually, Chloe is a reformed Cox. She's steering this.
She is, and Chloe was the Cox who coxed my crew to victory at the head of the river this year in the Master C category, and she was trying to go for the, what we call the triple pennant. She'd won women's head of the river. She picked up a pennant with us at men's head of the river, and then she was trying to go for a win at Vet's head. Unfortunately, she was just hipped. She didn't manage to get the triple there, but she is an excellent Cox and an excellent rower as well.
Star Club not letting London just walk away with it, matching them stroke for stroke and keeping that overlap. Both athletes, both boats almost in time here with each other. Star Club, it has comprised of Neve, Rachel, Emma, and Katie.
And on the right of the picture you can see Thames just very powerfully paddling it down the course.
With no coxswains in these boats, it usually falls to bow or to seat to make the calls and encouragements. And here, there you can see them paddle through the line with clear water. As we go back to the Star Club versus London, and I hate to say
it looks like Star making a move, but
not letting London get away.
I'm fully confident that London will be just taking this in their stride. Very experienced crew here in Chloe, Claudia, Saskia, and Jenny. They'll be managing this very well. It's a little bit of a bounce in the water there from passing river traffic. This isn't a closed river, so it's still open to the public on the far side of the booms. So you'll have motorboats going past. You can see one in the shot there, providing a little bit of added spice in the bounce of the water.
Just saw a little look out from the bow in Star Club as she takes a look to her competitors and makes sure that she is well clear of the booms. The bow will often be in charge of making the calls for steering, although they don't always have the tow themselves.
Yeah. And you can see Jenny sat there in the stroke seat with Saskia behind her in 3, Claudia, this is in the London crew, Claudia in 2, and Chloe in the bow. And luckily the Star Club bow guy had to have a good real look right round to see where London were. You can see her trying to find them again. London being warned back to their station, although there is quite a decent lead here from London, so I imagine they won't be interrupting the race too much.
So for our listeners, why is it important that although there's a boat in front, that they stay on their station?
Well, it's more for sort of, I suppose it's for fairness really. If you've seen the Oxford-Cambridge boat race, they allow them, if there's clear water, to move in front of them to pass dirty water, as we call it, down the course. But here at Henley Women's, they prefer to be a bit more sporting, and basically if you're in front you're going to be sending disrupted water down, which makes it feel very bumpy and harder to get your blades, we call, locked on in disturbed water. So the umpires will be trying to keep fair racing to keep them apart. And coming off the on the left hand side of your picture, you can see that's the Molesey crew going off straight into the boys against Worcester Rowing Club.
The job here when you have a course correction is not to overcorrect, but make enough of a steering adjustment that you get back into the line and then get your head back into the game. Absolutely. And find your race rhythm again.
And really it's up to the 3 other women in the crew to not let that steering phase them. Don't start trying to help out by pulling more or less or whatever. Just trust in the steers woman to get you back on course, make the correction, then whichever person in the crew is making the calls to get you back on fighting terms with the crew. It looks like Worcester have taken advantage of that course correction by Molesey and are trying to capitalise on it to hold them off, but Molesey appear to be inching back into them. I think Worcester are going to let them come through very easily here though, and to the right of the picture you can see London comfortably in the lead over Star Rowing Club.
As we saw in the overhead view, and we can see here, there's 2 different rigs of this straight 4. Typically, boats are staggered with 1 person on port, 1 on starboard. And as we can see there on the right-hand side of your screen, we have what's called a bucket. Basil, why would we put in a bucket?
Well, it's apparently meant to equalise the forces to allow the boat to go straighter more easily. How the exact science behind that, I would have to ask a better mind than I to explain. But oftentimes you'll find it's because of the requirements of the athletes you have. Sometimes, some athletes fit in better behind others, or have attributes that you'd like in certain seats. And so you'd have to slightly change the rigging. Interesting enough, looking at both crews have slightly different than what we'd call usual rigging. Usually, as you say, you have it staggered, one on one side, one on the other, and normally you have the stroke girl sat on with or stroke woman with her oar coming up on stroke side, which would be the side closest to us as we're looking at it now. But the Worcester crew here have their stroke girl rowing on what you call bow side, so on the other side, and then a bucket. And then the Molesey crew also have they're what we call bow rigged, where their stroke is sat on bow side, and then everyone is alternating behind her.
We were talking earlier about the different personalities and qualities that athletes bring into the boat, and as we ride here with Worcester, I have some great background information on these athletes and the different qualities that they bring to the boat. In bow, we have Megan. Now, first of all of these women have been at Henley Women's Regatta before with 9 times, 8 times, 5 times, 2 times, so they are well familiar with this race. Megan is the #1 boat blade carrier and hype woman. Annabelle in second seat is the chief call maker. Libby is the powerhouse of the crew, and in stroke we have Catherine, who is a professional eater. All athletes, I think, will fit into that category and appreciate that.
A large amount of energy is used up in rowing, so you definitely need to be a professional eater.
Coming now in another heat of the Leicester Trophy, we have Marlow Rowing Club versus Vesta Rowing Club. Vesta on the bucks and Marlow on the barks. That's the left-hand side of your screen.
I believe Vesta, I'm sure I'll be corrected, but I believe Vesta won this event last year, so I imagine we'll be looking to cinch another win in the category. Although it looks like Marlow have come off the start a bit faster and are leading Vesta off the end of the island. Interestingly, the Marlow crew is made up of 3 teachers and 1 veterinarian.
And the Vesta crew, they say, is made up of 4 fast women.
Good to be fast.
Good enough for me.
Yeah.
And including a South African. And here we go as they pull past the temple. They're well into the beginning stages of the race here. They'll be looking to bring their rate of striking down to calm the nerves. This is usually where the adrenaline has worn off for the athletes.
And the pain begins.
And this is where it becomes a mental sport. At the top tiers, at the Olympics, so you're winning and losing by hundredths of a second.
Yeah.
And so holding the side-by-side racing, although of course we want to sit here and it would be great for all the crews to pull out and head as the competition increases throughout this event. We're going to see a lot more crews maintaining contact for the majority of the race.
Absolutely, and here you can see the Vesta crew close that gap slightly, and the aforementioned South African in the Vesta crew, Laura, sat in the bow seat, will be looking to just let her crew know that they are in this, they're still in this, and that they are moving through the Marlow crew. These are 2 of the top clubs for women in the country, Vesta and Marlow, so it should be a good fight the whole way down the course.
Those outfits that the rowers are wearing kind of look like wrestler outfits in a way. In Canada, we call them unisuits, but I know you have a few more names for them here.
Well, over here we call them onesies. When I was rowing in Australia, they were called zooties.
And why is it important to wear tight spandex or lycra outfit? Why are we not wearing baggy, loose, comfortable clothing?
Well, as you mentioned before, the and you can see the athletes are moving up and down on the seat. So the seat's on wheels and they're moving up and down track. So any loose clothing will get caught in those tracks. And also, as you can see, the handle comes in quite close to the body and then down and away. So any loose tops, you tend to find the handles will get caught in those. I've seen, when I've taught learn to rows, I've seen learn to rows turn up in hoodies and when it was just politely suggested maybe you don't want to wear that, they've insisted that they will, and end up catching the handle in the pocket of the hoodie and going for a swim.
We'll all make that mistake at least once, won't we?
We will. But here you can see Vesta have moved back, reclaimed that lead off of Marlowe, and are moving to a length lead. And I imagine that would be calming those nerves in the Vesta crew after having been behind off the start.
Absolutely beautiful conditions here. This is what we're looking for as athletes, especially in traditional flat water rowing. But there is another type of rowing that it lends itself to wild conditions.
Yeah, that's called rowing on the tideway. But I know that. But yes, there's coastal rowing as well. But yeah, a lot of the major head races in the UK happen, as we say, on this what we call the tideway stretch, the Oxford-Cambridge boat race stretch, and that is a tidal stretch of river, so it does get quite rough down there with fast streams and fast wind and big waves. But that's where Vesta will be training, so they'll be well accustomed to any conditions that can be thrown at them on this course. And going off now, we have the
we're on to the Di Ellis Trophy with Marlowe on the right-hand side of your screen. That's Barkside Station with Nottinghamshire on County, represented by Ella Abraham on the Bucks. And it looks like Claudia Carey-Roger from Marlowe has taken a decisive lead.
Very decisive.
What a great start for her. She'll be well pleased with that.
She will. You can see already off the end of the island she's settled right down with her stroke rate.
So the Di Ellis Trophy, what type of athletes do we have in this category?
So this will be the J18, so that means any woman who is 18 years or younger can compete in this, and it's the single scullers, so it will tend, you'll find this will be mainly women coming out of schools or junior programs at clubs who'll be competing at this level, looking to perhaps, I suppose this would be pre-going to, before university, so before they're moving to some of those university programs. But here, a very decisive lead by the Marlowe sculler. And you can just see that length and smooth striking. She picked up a gold in the Sculls Head of the River, I believe, looking at our notes, and silver at Fours Head. So used to performing well.
And it really is, you have to learn how to win, don't you?
You do.
And so having every single race that I went into, I felt like even whether I won or lost, you have to make the most of it and learn from it, right?
Absolutely. Every experience is a learning experience. When it comes to rowing, what did you do well that meant you won? What did you not do well that meant you needed to, that you could have won? What could you have done better, prepared better, raced better?
And athletes, the self-identification and postmortems, debriefs is really baked into our DNA in continuing to get those improvements, because rowing is such a multifaceted sport in terms of where you can get speed from. We have to really be a little bit global in our thoughts. How was I sleeping? How was I eating? For me, I have 100 successes before I even make it to the boat park. So these athletes, this race for Marlowe here, Claudia Carey-Roger, would have started probably yesterday night with laying out her clothes and getting to bed early when hopes.
Oh, absolutely. I imagine it started months ago. The thing about one of the interesting things I should have tried to explain to people about rowing is, with rowing, it's not like a football or rugby or cricket where you have a match every single week. In rowing, you're training months for one race. It's not that you have a race every week and it's like, oh well, I lost this one, that's fine, I've got the next one coming up. They'll have been training for months for 5 races this summer.
Well, and speak of training for months, let's move to rowing for months. We're on to another heat of the Di Ellis Trophy with Reading Blue Coat School versus Hereford.
Hereford.
Thank you. Cathedral School. Hereford Did I say that right?
Hereford, you said it right, yep.
Represented by Natasha Phillips, who has been rowing for 10 months.
Yes.
Her background is that she had a genetic knee issue which required an operation. She has only ever raced 3 times.
And she has a 7-minute, I didn't say what it is, but I assume that's a 7-minute 2K. That's only after 1 season of rowing. For those of you who aren't aware, 7 minutes over 2,000 meters on a rowing machine for a woman, particularly an under 18, is pretty impressive.
Natasha, hit me up. I want to know all your secrets. I need to know what I'm doing wrong. That's very, very impressive.
Yeah.
I think my very first erg was a 7:03, and I was 27 years old and heavyweight. So
My first
she's
erg
already got me beat.
My first erg was a lot slower than that. Luckily, I got a lot faster, but no, yeah. So that's pretty impressive.
But right now it looks like Reading Blue Coat School, that's Phoebe Johnson, is taking the lead and taking her rate of striking down quite low. This is part of our sport. It's also expertise in terms of racing. There's so many things that make a race successful beyond how fit or how strong you are or how good your erg score is. And I imagine that Natasha will be taking boatloads away, if you'll pardon the rowing pun, from this event.
Yeah. Really, when you look at rowing should be a really boring. What you're doing in the rowing race should be really boring. It should be the same thing happening every single stroke. You don't need to be doing anything special or different. You just want to be putting the blades in, taking them out perfectly each and every time. That is the dream. That's the goal. Every rower is on an unending quest for the perfect stroke. And then once you get the perfect stroke, you're on the unending quest for 2 perfect strokes in a row, and so on.
And that was Marlowe, represented by Claudia Carey-Roger, across the line first. But here we are riding with this heat of the Reading Blue Coat School versus Hereford Cathedral School.
And I think it's, as you say, the Reading athlete Phoebe is just, I suspect, just a bit more experienced than Natasha, and that experience is paying off here.
We're talking about ways to get inches in rowing races and how you need to have successes off the water to have success on the water. Maybe we can talk a little bit about what a successful finish sprint looks like as these athletes are steeling themselves. What are you thinking about?
Sorry, just a correction. I think we've been looking at this wrong. I believe it's actually Natasha, the Hereford schoolgirl, who is leading rather than Phoebe from Reading Blue Coat.
You're right. I think that she's hauled back Phoebe Johnson. That's fantastic. See, you can't call anything too soon.
Yeah.
It's going to take a full 1,500 meters, so we'll watch this and see how it develops.
But as you're saying, a successful sprint for the finish, I'd sort of describe it as you at your race pace middle section, then you just want to start to build that power, build that rating, just to take that boat speed up and take that rating up. And you want to time it so you can run completely out of energy and everything on the last stroke just before you cross the finish line. You can do that where you, as we call, blow on the single stroke just before the finish line. You've timed your sprint and your whole race perfectly.
And as we continue to watch the developments of how this race goes out, let's take a look to the next one. We have Tideway Sculling School represented by Olivia Brett and Derby Rowing Club represented by Heidi Taylor. But you're absolutely correct. When I'm coming towards the final 500, I imagine it like turning the dial.
Yeah.
You're not going to go from a 0 or a race pace full to sprint. You need to do a gradual increase, start to firm up your strokes before then maybe shortening the length just a little bit, chest up, knees down, nice bright strokes. And here we come. Let's see who's first across the line.
So it looks like
is keeping us in suspense. It is the Swan. And there we go. 10 months didn't seem to do her this is fantastic. I'm at a loss for words. That's phenomenal.
Natasha there
Yeah.
with a big win. Natasha Phillips from Hereford School with a big win over Phoebe Johnson from Reading Bluecoat. And we're back now with Olivia Brett from Tideway Scullers School now on the left of your picture, and Heidi Taylor from Derby Rowing Club on the right.
I love this view from the...
That's a great view.
Yeah, this is right from the umpire's launch. You can see the determination and the grit on the faces of the athletes. It gives us a little tiny insight into how hard they're working. Rowing is such a beautiful sport. It's almost like ballet. When you're doing it right, it looks so effortless, but we both know that nothing could be further from the truth.
Yeah, when it's good, it's effortless, but it's, and I always, and I suppose you're the same. You know when a race has gone really well, you don't realise how absolutely blown out you are until it's just finished, because you're on that edge, just pushing the whole way. And here we can see Olivia Brett from Tideway Scullers School digging really deep, trying to keep in that contact and move back through Heidi Taylor from Derby. It's still very close, we say half a length.
This is where you have to keep believing. You can't lose your nerve. You have to stay in contact. Little look out of the boat there for Tideway as she sees her competitor and sizes her up and goes, I have to go with you. The Derby Rowing Club, Heidi Taylor, trying her best to push Olivia Brett away, but she's not letting her go easy, and now it's going to turn down to who can stay in the pain, who can keep this tempo up. In the last half of the race, you really have to give more to get the same. And a little note here as the athletes on your right-hand side of the screen that are warming up stop out of courtesy as they let the racers go by.
Absolutely. So it looks to be a very tight race, and at this point I suspect it's going to be who blinks first, who's going to have that moment of doubt where they think they can't quite hold this intensity, or who's going to have that extra sprint for the finish in their pocket.
We'll be watching that showdown between Tideway and Derby on the right-hand side of your screen. But on the left, we move on to the next heat of the Di Ellis Trophy. We have Reading Rowing Club represented by Lily Kiddo, and Shiplake College on the right, that's the Buck Station, represented by Jessica Weir. My legs are twitching underneath the commentator's table. All these side by side,
this is
stroke
brilliant.
for stroke. This is the quality of racing that we've come to expect from Henley Women's Regatta, and is only going to intensify as the event progresses.
It does look like the Derby Sculler has just extended that lead slightly over Tideway Scullers. But on the left of your picture, you can see Reading Rowing Club and Shiplake, with Shiplake storming out to a dominant lead here. And by the look of her, she's just planning to put even more mileage in on that Reading Sculler.
Nothing sewn up yet, for as far as we can tell from the commentators' booth here between Tideway and Derby. Everything can change in the last 500 minutes.
Absolutely.
Or 500 meters. It might feel like 500 meters. Feels like 500 minutes.
It can do, particularly when your legs are burning, because neither of these ladies will have given an inch to each other. They will be fighting, and it looks like they're still fighting their way down the course.
This is going to be hard-earned for whoever crosses that finish line first, but really impressed by Reading as well on the left-hand side of your screen. She's got a nice accelerated finish. You can see her push the boat away from her as she extends her lead. She's not going easy on anyone looking to make a statement.
Absolutely, and I suspect she's extended her lead out there further.
From the angle we're looking at, it looks like Derby has maintained her lead over Tideway, but we will wait with bated breath to see how far of a distance there is between the two boats.
And the Shiplake Sculler there on the left of your picture, just very comfortably pressing shredding away.
Rate of striking increasing on the right-hand side of your screen there with a 4:07.
For that sprint finish, as we were talking about before.
This is Heidi Taylor coming to the line. She knows she's got to work to it. Olivia Brett has been pressuring her the entire way, but
wow.
she is first through the line, and a little splash of the water in celebration. Those are the type of races that you want, and I think she'll be very proud of that finish.
I think so, and it looks like she had, considering how close the two were down the course, it looks like she must have had a pretty impressive sprint finish hidden in her back pocket there to pull out. If she had that ready, she obviously was in, even despite how close we thought the race was, she must have been very comfortable knowing she could deliver that for the finish.
Shiplake College 4:17, that's Jessica Weir, nice and comfortable, paddling along open water.
And going off now, we have the next race, which is,
I believe that this is Wallingford Rowing Club versus Barnes Bridge.
I believe it's actually
Correct.
Molesey versus Nottingham Rowing Club. It's,
Right, you are. Molesey versus Nottingham Rowing Club. In Molesey, we have Ella, Mary, Francesca, and Micah. In Nottingham, we have Kathy, Frances, Emma, and Annie. This is the Leicester Trophy and the first heat. In these heats or quarterfinals, the athletes will not know yet who has won their previous races, as they'll be on the water and warming up. So you imagine when you come off the water, you're going to go wash your boat, put it away, cool down, and then instantly check your phone to see what your racing schedule is going to look like.
absolutely, and they will be aware of the racing tree, as it were, and will be hoping, looking at who they'll be drawn against next, hoping for results, but they won't know who they'll be racing until, as you say, they come off the water and see the results from the previous races. Molesey coming down here on your left-hand side of your picture, closest to the booms, had just been worn before to move apart.
And we can hear from the commentators' course as these fours come by us, the shouting and cheering from teammates, friends, family, supporters, encouraging them on. This is side-by-side racing at its finest here. Still a lot of room left to go. Who's going to have the nerves of steel?
Yeah, this looks to be a good close race, but and on the right-hand side of your picture there, you can see the sculler from Shiplake College, Jessica Weir, just very comfortably maintaining her lead towards the finish line.
Jessica's probably running through in her mind what she'll be thinking of as she comes through the finish. How will I be sprinting? Putting herself in that mindset so that she can execute tomorrow.
And talking of mindsets here, again, another close side-by-side race at the moment, and it's all about that mindset, as we were saying. It's all about trusting in the crew, the three other women in the boat with you, trusting that they're busting a gut, as you are, to stay in contention.
You can feel the other boat next to you,
Oh,
especially in a side-by-side. Typically racing is done by 6-lane boats, and you can take a look at those oars. Those are very long oars, verging on 4 meters long. So imagine those next to each other. It gives you an idea of size. You don't have to look across 5 lanes to see what your competitors are doing. You can feel them next to you. And you'll also be keeping an eye on that umpire who just warned Nottingham to adjust their course.
And you see both crews here have just dropped into their middle section of their racing. They've both dropped their rate of striking down to something a bit more sustainable for the full length of the course. As we say, they go off the start very fast, with a high rate of strokes per minute, but that's unsustainable for the full length of this race. So you have to drop it down to something a bit more sustainable. Once you've got the boat up to speed, it's just about maintaining that speed until you go for a nice sprint for the finish.
Both crews continuing to push it through the middle thousands of this. Again, in this side-by-side racing, there is no semifinal. There is no reason to let someone else win. You have to push all the way to the line. You have to believe. And off the start now, we have the next course. One moment here while we get our notes in front of us. But maybe, Basil, while I get this, you can take us through what's going through the athletes' minds in the first 10 strokes of the start.
Well, in the first 10 strokes, you'll be thinking about staying as relaxed as you can, as powerful as you can, and just trying to pick up the speed of the boat as it increases. You know, you're going off, the boat speed will start to pick up and go faster, and therefore you need to be moving that little bit faster to keep that speed of the boat. The first stroke will feel really, really heavy because you're kind of moving something from moving a great big weight from no movement, you know, no energy, no movement at all, up to speed. And we can just see.
And this is Wallingford Rowing Club, who we're riding with on the Bark side. They are in direct competition with Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club, who we can see there in the yellow boat, just slightly adjusting their speed. And I believe in the previous race, it was Nottingham through first. This Wallingham crew is coached by Keith Settle, as newly appointed director of rowing at Wallingford this year, and the crew is so excited about the chance to compete at Henley Women's Regatta. They won Henley Head earlier this year at the Walton and Weybridge Regatta.
And you can see here a lovely overhead shot. You can just see how long and how relaxed the Wallingford crew is compared to the Barnesbridge ladies. Barnesbridge desperately fighting to get back on terms and looking just a little bit more, I suppose, aggressive at the catch than they perhaps could afford to be. They could maybe relax a little bit more and find a bit more speed, but Wallingford way out ahead, and just, again, here another lovely shot. You can just see just how sort of how gentle but quick they are at the pickup of the catch there at Wallingford, compared to the slightly more grabby or snatchy happenings at the catch in the Barnesbridge ladies boat. And as we were saying, it's very hard when you're behind. It's very hard to relax and allow the boat speed to come up by doing less. You kind of feel like I've got to be doing more. I've got to be finding something more. When actually, the answer quite often is do less, achieve more.
That Barnesbridge still keeping the rate of striking up, not giving an inch, and perhaps not unsurprising given that in the crew of Hannah, Cara, and Lizzie, they all learned to row at Barnesbridge. There's 2 ex-captains in this boat as well, so plenty of leadership on and off the water, with the last member of their crew being Eleanor, who rowed as a junior and is the youngest and newest member of the club and crew.
And here you can see the Wallingford crew rowing much lower rate, much more relaxed, and still holding off the 4 from Barnesbridge. And it's just, you know, it's about power, it's about relaxation, and about length, and they've got that in spades here.
The crew from Barnesbridge is not just here to try and make it a statement with Henley Women's Regatta, but they will be returning as well, as Hannah, Cara, and Lizzie will be back on the course in a few weeks for Henley Masters. Sadly, Eleanor is a little bit too young to join.
So Masters rowing starts from the ripe old age of 27, and is in different age bands, age categories.
Fun fact, I have been a Masters rower my entire career. They're looking so calm and relaxed here as they've extended their lead to a place where they can respond to any attacks. That's the Wallingford crew from the Barnesbridge crew. Barnesbridge still decently high rate of striking. You can see that side by side. What makes an effective low rate of striking?
just effective low rate of striking is just the biggest amount of distance per stroke you can. Really loading the blade up, getting it locked in place, so you end up moving the boat rather than the blade through the water. But just going off now on the left-hand side of your picture, you can see Cantabria, again rowing against Worcester Rowing Club. And it looks like, slightly odd angle, but it looks like quite close. I suspect Worcester just leading off the island. The overhead makes it actually look like Cantabs are in the lead just by a nose.
That crew from Canterbury is a recently formed combination. They won in the women's 4 at Peterborough Spring Regatta as their warm-up race, they say, and they were second in the women's 4 championship.
It looks like Worcester have reclaimed that lead though, pushing out ahead of Cantabs. Again, this looks to be another good close race. And just going over the finish line there, you can see Wallingford leading Barnesbridge ladies for the win. And we're back now to this close race between Cantabs and Worcester. With Worcester, it looks on the left of your screen just leading, but it looks like we have a push here from Cantabrian to try and get back on terms. They've taken their rate up.
The side-by-side, blow for blow, really exciting racing. As we say, we're just going to see more of this in the races to come. Worcester is represented by Elizabeth, Laura, Frances, and Catherine. And in the boat closest to the shoreline, we have Rebecca, Emily, Amand, and Rosanna.
And it looks like Cantabs have closed that gap on Worcester. But with a slightly higher stroke rate, you wonder how many more gears have they got and how many left to go through, and how many gears have Worcester got in the back pocket to unleash as we go towards the finish.
Little look out of the boat from 2-seed in Worcester. That's Frances taking a look and making sure that she is aware of where her crew is. But as we said before, you can feel the boats next to you as you push through. This is where it's really important to get settled into your race rhythm, not letting the nerves get the best of you, staying loose, staying relaxed, anchoring that blade, and pushing through the foot stretcher.
Absolutely. And it's looking now like Cantabs have taken that lead. I'm surprised that Worcester didn't take their rate up to respond, but looks like the higher rate of striking, Cantabs are eking out a longer and longer lead here.
It's a fine balance between being mature racers, not letting someone else dictate the race, and staying firm. So it may be that this crew knows that they've got a sprint in the bag and they're going to let their competitors tire themselves out.
Yeah, let them take take it up, burn through their energy, and then just go from them. Now coming off next in the Leicester Trophy, we have Oriel Kensington on the Berkshire station closest to you there, and Upper Thames on the Buckinghamshire station closest to the island.
This has been a great morning of some really tight racing. It's been an absolute privilege to be here with Basil. Basil, any final thoughts as we move into Saturday with crews vying for those coveted Sunday spots?
I mean, it's just an honour to be here at the pinnacle, the top women's regatta, as you say, the only women-only regatta in the world, and just see the quality and depth of the field increasing year on year. It's great. Yeah, it's an amazing atmosphere.
Thanks so much for joining
Thanks for having
us.
me.
And in the meantime, we're riding here with Upper Thames Rowing Club. They have the home field advantage. That's Sophie, Lauren, Becky, and Yasmir. Oriel Kensington Rowing Club, represented by Lucy, Mariana, Valeriane, and Gabriella. You can see the determination on the athletes as they storm off the start line here. This has been some great side-by-side racing. Lots of contacts on both of these races. with the crews pushing to the finish line here. And I am joined by another voice in the studio who will introduce himself.
Thanks, Andrea. Delighted to be back. For those of you who were tuning in this morning to the time trials, you'll have heard my tones for 2 whole hours, and unfortunately you're stuck with them again for another 2 hours. Theoretically on my own, but I'm hoping you can stick around for as long as possible. That would be great, so I have somebody else to talk to.
And that was Cantabrigian through the line. And you're here to correct my North American pronunciation.
I can do that, no problems at all. It's Cantabrigian, in case you were interested.
Thank you.
No worries at all. So what we're on, academic or aspirational club Coxed 4s. And looks like Oriel Kensington up against Upper Thames. Upper Thames on the left-hand side of your shot, Oriel Kensington in their pretty distinctive green and pink, and it's Upper Thames on their home water doing a lot of the running at the moment as they go past that distinctive barrier marker. Denotes about 600 metres gone on this course.
And it's perfect conditions here for the Henley Women's Regatta and a Saturday of their 3-day races. And for those of you tuning in for the first time or who haven't had the privilege of watching Henley Women's before, this is a very different style of racing. It is 1v1 gladiatorial, and what we see as a result is a lot of really tight racing. No one is content to settle for second because there is no second.
There really isn't. Side-by-side racing in this format is amongst the most intense and amongst the most ruthless in its execution. And I think all of the crews on the course today have been waiting for Henley Women's Regatta. It's one of the pinnacle events in our rowing calendar here in the UK, and to a certain extent crews from Canada, the United States of America, New Zealand, Australia, the Netherlands have all come over this year, so we've got a fantastic roster of domestic and international competition in Upper Thames here, looking like a pretty strong bet for the aspirational club Coxed 4s. That is a really controlled, composed unit from the Upper Thames squad, who boat just about 500 metres from the Henley Royal Regatta finish line, upstream from there. So they'll know this water really well and have been practicing between the booms. No danger of any steering mishaps, I wouldn't think.
Those booms are pretty solid 2x4s. I can speak from experience there. They're unforgiving if you hit them. Best piece of advice that I was given when I first started rowing here was to go and flirt with the booms as close as you can, feel comfortable with them so that you can have those nerves of steel, because there certainly is, this is a unique event in that there is tons of distractions coming in from all sides. Not only are you focused on not hitting the booms, but you have spectators the entire way down the course and wash coming from your left.
I love that flirtation with the booms. As long as it stays flirtation, I think we're all in a good place. That's exactly right. Yeah, get comfortable, get intimate with them, but try and avoid them where possible. And of course, you're racing here in 2021. Is that right? You did some singles, I think.
2021 for Henley Royal Regatta, but actually I am a winner from 2016. Henley Women's Regatta was in many ways the very first race that I won. In fact, it was, but also the jumping point in my career. And we see just there a little bit of trouble with the stroke person from Upper Thames getting her blades in. You can imagine that this is a response to the amount of stress that they're under, the fatigue that she's probably feeling in her body, and I'm just willing her on here from the commentator's booth as she gets across those final few lines.
Yeah, race 145 beginning on the main frame of your screen now. It's Bedford Modern School, a club and a school that I know very well, having grown up in Bedford, and Peterborough on the right-hand side. If I were a betting person, I would probably say that Peterborough are the stronger of the two crews. They were 5th at the National Schools Regatta and certainly come into this event with a bit more pedigree and a bit more form, but being warned there by the umpire to just make sure they stay in their lane. That's always one of the occupational hazards of racing at Henley, is that crews get encouraged to come into the middle of the river because the island plays tricks on you. But if you look here, they have returned to their station, and it does look to me like Peterborough have the advantage in the opening exchanges.
This double sculling is near and dear to my heart, having been in double scull for the majority of my career. We have different personalities in the boat, so in bow, quite often their job is to say the race calls, make steering calls. In stroke, your job is to be the metronome, to set the rhythm. You have to have an understanding of how high is too high, that internal dialogue of what is a fly and die, and we were speaking about that earlier today, but for those of you just tuning in, fly and die is something every rower will be familiar with. It means you go out too hard, too fast, use up all of your energy stores. Easy to do, especially with adrenaline running and with the pressure on, as it is such a prestigious event like the Henley Women's Regatta. But you have to be mature in this race start, don't you, Tom?
100%. Yeah, I think it takes quite a lot of mental fortitude to row at Henley with the one-on-one format. It's not like a multi-lane race. If you're behind, you're behind, and if you're in front, you're in front. That's as simple as that. And rowing is a peculiar sport because we face backwards. So when you're sat up on top, it's easy. You can watch your crew that you're racing, you can respond to their moves. But if you're behind, you lose sight and sometimes sound of the crew in front of you. So it can be extremely difficult to motivate yourselves to reclaim parity. And here we can see Peterborough turning the screw on Bedford Modern. They'll want to stamp their authority on this race and make sure they don't have too much of a dogfight coming into the final 500 metres. Nice long style that from Peterborough, really making sure they get every inch out of the stroke that's possible, and sort of a contrasting style in the Bedford Modern score. They're shorter, a bit sharper, and just trying to push the boat along with a higher rate.
When we're talking about rowing long, we're talking about putting the blades as far back as you possibly can. This is why we see a lot of tall people in rowing. We have long levers, so naturally it's easier for us, but there's a lot of technique layered on top of that, isn't there?
Yeah, I don't know about tall people or if that qualifies me as someone who stands below 6 feet, but typically, yes, rowers are supposed to be tall, and it certainly helps if you've got the levers to pull on. Peterborough here doing everything right, it looks like. Just moving that boat along, no fuss at either end. And as I say, one of the probably favourites for this event, having finished 5th at the Nationals a few weeks ago. They've been training in this crew. Emma Calver in the stroke seat, she's actually a J16, so she's a couple of years younger than you need to be to race in this category, but racing up, trying to compete with the fastest in the country and doing a pretty sterling job so far. Enjoying her scull down the Henley course. They looked strong in the time trial this morning when I saw them, and I'm not surprised to see them performing well again. Sterner tests yet to come, I think.
And the time trial is a tough thing to do and to race in the same day. Not only do you have a depleted amount of energy, which means that recovery is going to be top priority, refueling yourself, making sure you rest. But at Henley Women's, we also don't get the results of the time trial. So these athletes really have no idea where they stand, other than the fact that they made it through to the next round. A little bit of air of mystery and stories yet unwritten, but they seem to be writing their own story quite clearly here as they cruise down the course. Looking down at the next race here.
Yeah, it's race number 146 has begun on the left-hand side, so we'll keep one eye, of course, on 145 to ensure that Peterborough don't fall foul of any late calamities, but it is Wycliffe Rowing Club there in shot, facing up against the King's School Ely. Wycliffe, of course, one of the premier programmes for junior schoolgirl sculling in this country. Under the stewardship of Greg Flower, they have done extraordinary things, and their double here will be certainly one of the favourites, one of the top contenders, and so it seems in the opening exchanges here, Andrea, they are already clear water ahead of their opponents from King's Ely.
What a great opportunity. If you can manage that, we'll see less and less of that early leads as the competition gets tighter in the races to come. But it's such a mental advantage to be able to control the race from in front, as you said quite rightly, Tom. This is one of the few sports where you get to see the people that you're beating, which means that you can respond to any strikes, any acts of aggression, any power pushes that your competitors are trying to put on, which is definitely a mental advantage.
And it sort of begs the question, to what extent is the fly and die policy the right one to employ at Henley? And that's probably a question for you, having, you know, I only raced a few times at Henley Royal and got knocked out on the second round in every occasion, so I'm not probably the most qualified to comment. So I'm curious as to your opinion.
I think that there is undoubtedly advantage of having an early lead. However, it doesn't always pan out, and I'll use myself as an example. At Henley Royal, having had a decisive lead in the first 1,000 meters, my energy system just wasn't there, and my competitor didn't get the note that she was just supposed to let me win. And this is in this 1v1, we see that the second boat is not going to give up. They're going to keep pushing to the line, and I have the pleasure and privilege of being overhauled by Lauren Hill, who's gone on to do some great things and is certainly on attached to a rocket ship at the moment. But we're looking at rockets in the Henley Women's Regatta here. It looks like Wycliffe is still comfortably in front. They'll be settling down into an easier pace, but still running through their race plan, practicing their calls, executing those calls. And when we talk about race plan, we're talking about breaking down the course into probably about 250-meter sections. And sometimes you'll have race calls that are mental, and sometimes you'll have race calls that are technical. So these athletes will have had long conversations with each other about what the definition of a word is: long, catch, push, sit up. And they'll know those intimately, so that the bow person only has to say 1 or 2 words and they both are on the same page.
Rowing's a tough sport, and those race plans, I think, just help separate out the course and make it easier to deal with. Physically and mentally, it takes its toll on the body and the mind, so it's important that these athletes have some sort of strategy to cling on to. So we'll keep one eye on race 146 between Wycliffe and King's School Ely as race 147 begins. Kingston Grammar on the Berkshire station up against a crew from Sydney Rowing Club, Australia, on the Buckinghamshire station. And of course, the obvious thing to say here is that if Sydney are here racing at Henley Women's Regatta, they mean business. They wouldn't come over all the way from Australia if they weren't here to try and take home some silverware. And I do know, having spoke to Don Check, their head coach, that these two girls form part of the Diamond Jubilee quad that will be racing at Henley Royal Regatta, all things going well, in just over a week's time. So they're here in the double just to sort of iron out the kinks. They only got off the plane, I think, on Wednesday or Thursday of this week. So fresh onto the tarmac and then fresh out onto the water at Henley Women's Regatta. Just need to be a bit careful of their steering. I can see the wooden booms pretty close to the ends of their blades, but it looks like at the moment they have made a decisive move on Kingston Grammar and are controlling the opening exchanges here.
Controlling is a great word, and this is a great shot as we watch the knees come up nice and level, kind of like on pistons, being warned by the umpire to get back into their lane here. When you're being warned by the umpire, quite important to stay calm, make small corrections. Sometimes we see inexperienced crews overcorrect, which means they have to do a little bit more work to get back into their race rhythm here, because that's exactly where they'll be shifting to as we come past the island and past the spectators.
Yeah, speaking from experience, it is a scary thing when the crew comes sort of swerving towards you from out of nowhere. And when you look at the overhead shots, you think these crews have got loads of room, but sometimes when you're sat in the boat, it feels a lot more enclosed than it actually is, especially with the island moving rapidly away from you as you sort of come out of its shadow. It can be a little bit, of an illusion. But these Sydney girls, now in complete control of this race, they've got clear water on their opposition from Kingston Grammar, and now can basically choose their 50% of the course where they want to sit. They're no longer under threat from the girls from Kingston Grammar. They're not probably going to come under threat again, provided they continue to row their own race. And we can see here the split screen, Wycliffe crossing the line, having successfully navigated their heat of the Rayner Cup for junior doubles, and Sydney looking to join them here on the Saturday afternoon of Henley Women's Regatta. An afternoon where the sun has come out. I was giving us all weather forecasts earlier, and it was actually raining for the first time in the UK for about 10 days. But the rain has stopped, the sun is out, and if you are in the local area and at an odd end on your Saturday afternoon, do come down to Henley Women's Regatta. It's a beautiful day out. Some of the finest female racing in the country and indeed the world on the River Thames. So do come and join us here as we watch Sydney Rowing Club sculling down the course.
You're so right, an international crew, and with this crew going on to race at the Henley Royal Regatta, they'll be looking to get as much experience on this waterway as they possibly can. There will be rowing against the stream, which I can tell you is no small feat. There are some also wake from the boats as they come by, so they'll need to be really relaxed and let the boat move underneath them as the waves come through. Those booms do help to cut that down. But understanding the river and understanding how to not get sucked into the bank, especially off the start, is going to be a major advantage as they continue racing all the way through to the next week.
Yeah, and I think in this Sydney crew now, if you think about their mentality, they know they've got, if they want to win this event, they've got at least another 3 races to compete in. They'll have a quarter-final, a semi, and then a final, and it's likely that the quarterfinal will be later today, which will be their third race of the Saturday. The semi will be first thing tomorrow, and then the final will be tomorrow afternoon. So that's a hell of a lot of racing to do in the space of 48 hours. So now I suppose the question is, Andrea, is this all about just composed rowing, conserving as much energy as possible?
Great question. I think if you're going to shift down, you need to do that with power. There's a big difference between paddling and collapsing into your technique and shifting down in a thoughtful way where you're still visualizing the race. You're making the race calls. You're thinking about what you're going to be doing, because you will be under pressure in no time. So these athletes, if they're clever, are going to use that lead, not just to an advantage to, okay, we're winning, we're going to relax, but how can we get the most out of this and understand that we have the right race calls. We're constantly tweaking our races and our race calls, so this will be also an opportunity for them to maybe try out new words, see what happens. But speaking of seeing what happens, we're on to the next race here, Tom.
Yeah, this Exeter crew have gone out like the clappers here, and think they may be in a similar position to Sydney a little bit later on, able to just dictate the narrative of their heat here in the Regatta Cup. But we can see there in shot on the left-hand side, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association in their distinctive green kit, who are unable to maintain terms with the crew from Exeter, who, as I say, have been really impressive this season. Lucy Webber in the crew, a GB trialist, and this double was 7th at the National Schools Regatta, so expect a competitive showing, and indeed continuing to build upon that form as we watch Sydney on the right hand side of our screen just scull up towards the line. The rate is right down now. I think these girls have it in mind that there is more racing to be done today and fiercer foes to dispatch, and as such they have just slowed their rate right down as they cross the line and successfully pass through to the quarterfinals. And here, Andrea, we're watching Exeter do the business.
And I can imagine that they're hearing the spectators, friends, family cheering them on. It's such a privilege as a rower to have this so early on in your race. Typically, we're used to just barely hearing chants above the blood pumping in our ears in the last 250 meters, but as you can see there on the right, plenty of spectators here enjoying their Saturday afternoon with some really world quality sculling.
Yeah, it's a rare privilege for these girls to be able to enjoy a scull down the course without the intense attention of their opponents, and certainly Exeter have done all the early running here and in a position of total control in this heat of the junior double sculls for the Regatta Cup. Really able to just relax into this one.
We see those blades being placed nicely together, not going any deeper than is necessary. You can see a little bit of a splash of water off the back of those blades as they go in. That's what we call a V-splash. That's telling us that when the blade is vertical, that is being put directly into the water. It's loading up the power on the face of the blade. That blade is being anchored in the water, and then the boat is being pushed past it. With all that weight and all that power translated from the face of the blade all the way down to the foot stretchers, which are connected to the boat. These boats are made out of carbon fiber. They're incredibly light. In the past, if you had the opportunity to go down to the Henley River and Rowing Museum, you'll see that they used to be made out of wood, quite heavy, but now they're as light as possible with aluminum rigs, and those blades as well, or the oar shaft, also made out of carbon fiber and hollow so that you're as light as possible.
We'll keep one eye on race 148 as it progresses, but it does not look like Exeter are going to relinquish their lead, so we'll move to the start to see what's happening in race 149. Nottingham Rowing Club Baker on the Berkshire station up against Nottingham University Turner Frick on the Buckinghamshire station, so two scullers who I'm sure will be well acquainted and keen to take bragging rights back to the Midlands of England. And it looks like at the moment the sculler from Nottinghamshire University, Turner Frick, is doing a fair share of the early work here. She is sculling really well, actually, really nicely pronounced effort at the finish, just moving that boat, minimal check on her Felipe shell, and it seems to me that she is in the lead ahead of her opposition from Nottingham Rowing Club.
Tom, I think you brought up something really interesting, which is we see different colors of boats. Does the color make it go faster? Is that an indicator of a boat maker?
I can tell you now it doesn't make it go faster, but it definitely does indicate the boat maker. There aren't many sort of leading boat makers in rowing. There are probably the big three, I would say, which is Mpaka, who have yellow boats, Felipe, who often have white with the blue trim, and then Hudson, who generally they're white, but they can be any colour really. And Hudson, of course, Canadian, Felipe Italian, and Mpaka German. So they're the three big boat builders, I think, at the premier level of rowing. And it looks like Turner Frick from Nottingham University sporting a Felipe shell today. And ironically enough, actually on the right-hand side, I think it's two Wintec Cobras that Exeter and Nottinghamshire County are racing in today. So another boat builder that's trying to be an insurgent in the game and trying to move into that upper to mid-range category and hopefully catch the eye of some of our senior internationals. But as we watch here, Exeter moving up towards the line on the right-hand side, the race between Baker and Turner Frick of Nottingham Rowing Club and University respectively is still unfolding. It looks to me, Andrea, like Turner Frick of Nottingham University is just maintaining her lead of about a length over Baker from Nottingham Rowing Club.
She is. You can see that accelerated finish is telling me that she is still working nice and hard, trying to snap those blades towards her body. That outfit that rowers are wearing is a spandex or lycra unisuit or zoot or all-in-one. Every country has a different word for it, but that allows them to bring their hands right close to their body, not being caught on anything, tapping the hands down and away as they push towards the finish. You can see the muscles on the back of the athletes here in this back shot. Lots of scapular blades, lots of stabilizing muscles that are helping them hang off of the oars, not dissimilar to how a mountain climber will hang off the wall as they climb on. You're not utilizing those small muscles in your forearm until right at the end, instead choosing to use those big muscles in the legs, where it goes legs down, prying the body open and finishing with the hands.
See, I'm so pleased you chose to spend your Saturday afternoon commentating with me. Your knowledge really does outflank mine. I just say she looks like she's rowing well.
Well, and that she is. She is. You can see her head is nice and level. Her eyes are glued on the horizon sometimes. Novice athletes will dive their eyes down as they come towards the catch. Of course, her body goes wherever our eyes go, so that will change the position of our bodies as we come into the catch. But both these athletes looking right now nice and level. And almost effortless, which is a little bit of bobble as that wake comes through. You're just letting it move underneath your boat, not dissimilar to riding a horse.
Yeah, people talk about water and difficult water and easy water to row on. Henley is definitely difficult water to row on, isn't it? I think with the conditions, with the stream, with the potential for a headwind, but also the craft on the river that just churn up the water. It is tough conditions. And I always think that Ollie Zeidler, who comes over to Henley to race a lot of the time in the Diamond Challenge Sculls, he's known for not being that good on difficult water. I think he comes to Henley to practice on this tough water, so he's ready in the international arena to deal with it.
Well, and these women will have known that the conditions that they're facing and will have gone and tried to sort out as similar conditions as they possibly could have, so that they're ready. This, especially in the single sculls with the stream coming, the boat is much heavier. It kind of feels like rowing into a headwind. So they're going to want to go out and find as similar conditions as possible so that they're ready. But we're on to the next race on the left-hand side of the screen. Tom, who are we watching now?
Yeah, it's race 150, the second heat of aspirational single sculls, and it's City of Oxford Wake on the Berkshire station up against O'Neill of Kenmare Boat Club, Cork in Ireland on the Buckinghamshire station. At the moment, we're seeing the sculler from Cork doing what she can to move away from the island, the end of the island. Of course, the beauty of this split screen is we can watch two races simultaneously, and you can see the Nottingham grudge match continuing to unfold, but I don't think Turner Frick from Nottingham University is going to be challenged, so we can probably focus our attentions instead on race 150, which, as I say, is City of Oxford Wake up against O'Neill of Kenmare Boat Club from Cork in Ireland. So another international competitor.
Well, I'll actually just correct you here. I've recently learned that Kenmare is in County Kerry, not Cork.
Ah, listed as Cork on my list here. Let's find out where County Kerry is on. I should know this. I'm supposed to be Irish.
Ayla, who was just on our screen there, is coached by Noel Casey, now in her 90th year formerly a coach at Vesta and Thames Rowing Club, so she will be well familiar with this stretch of water.
Yeah, singles are such a tough boat to row. It's a joyless occupation, to be very honest. Ploughing that solo furrow, of course, fantastic when you win. You've got no one else to look at but yourself, but difficult when you lose because the same logic applies. And these two crews locked in deadlock at the moment. There's very little to choose between the two of them as they come past our static camera. I think probably Wake of the City of Oxford maybe has, yeah, a third of a length. So she's recovered herself to pull ahead of O'Neill from Kenmare Boat Club as we move down towards that barrier marker, which indicates around 600 metres gone and about 1,000 left for the scullers. So a long way left to go and a lot of water left for the Irish sculler to respond. I suppose, Andrea, the beauty of the single scull is it's slow to get moving, but once it does get moving, you can change the speed very quickly. So a length, even a length and a half, 2 lengths, is not necessarily that much of a margin in the single scull. It's still, you can still get that back, whereas in an 8, 2 lengths is usually game over.
Absolutely. The boats are very responsive as well, which means that changes in technique have an immediate impact on them. Oh, and this is very special. Let me find my notes here, but jump in if you know.
I don't, but it is a flyover.
So this is what we just had the privilege of seeing is a flyover Lancaster and 2 fighters coming here fresh from Buckingham Palace. And those athletes no doubt will have heard that something exciting happened, but the time is to keep your head in the boat. Distractions aplenty here at Henley Royal Regatta.
Yeah, lots to think about apart from the racing.
Hazel Wake there has done a whole bunch of races and actually reached the semifinal in the aspirational lightweight singles. Now is trying to see if bulking season has done her well.
Well, it looks like the sculler from Kenmare is mounting something of a response here. She seems to me to have just sculled through her opposition, Hazel from City of Oxford. Indeed she has. So there we go. Exactly what we were saying, Andrea, earlier on has just come true.
But still contact. You know, Tom, I often, and I've said this already today, but for those just tuning in, I think about, especially in these small boats, that contact, that close contact is kind of like an elastic band attached between yourself and the competitor. And so, yes, of course, you want to get as much distance between yourself and your competitor as possible. But more important to that is the mental aspect of that, of breaking that elastic band, so that your competitor can't feel your weight, can't see you anymore, and starts to do the hard work for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's harking back to what we were saying around rowing being a peculiar sport because you're always facing backwards. That elastic band connecting the crews, it's intangible, but when it goes, and it's very hard to recover that. And it does seem to me that O'Neill of Kenmare Boat Club has basically jettisoned the afterburners in this middle third and is shutting the door on any potential for a comeback from Hazel Wake of City of Oxford. I don't see the sculler from that club mounting a resurgence here, barring any late calamities. And it looks like the sculler from Ireland will be making at least one more turn down the Henley Women's Regatta course.
And our body language of Ayla is telling us exactly how hard she is working for this win. She hails from Southwest Ireland and is the first person from the club to row at Women's Henley. We're so pleased to have her here, and hopefully she is pleased with how she's executing this race. You can certainly see on her face how hard those last few strokes were.
Yeah, there we go, crossing the line in the aspirational singles, so we'll just wait a few moments for what sounds like another flyover. The planes are coming back.
Once again, that was a Lancaster. previously with 2 fighters coming here fresh from Buckingham Palace.
What a day for it.
Well, that beats a drone.
Yeah, magnificent, absolutely magnificent. Yeah, our drone coverage is paused while those fighter jets come over the top of the Henley Women's Regatta course. That is a collision that no one wants to see, so we've suspended the drone shots for the time being. And curious to be a fly on the wall for these 2 scullers at the start line, having to just pause their sort of opening exchanges for the flyover of some planes. It's only going to heighten the nerves, especially in the single scull. But the next race we are expecting on the course will be the 3rd heat of the aspirational single sculls, and it's going to be contested by Imperial College Keene on the Berkshire station up against Jameson of Christchurch Rowing Club. It's race number 151 as we watch the plane come over the Lancaster bomber one more time.
And Tom, maybe right now is a good time to talk about the start. It's my favorite part of a race. The nerves are going, there's no spectators there. It's typically quiet when you don't have planes flying overhead. And your nerves are going, and you kind of feel like a pot of water. You want to be on simmer, you don't want to be on boil, and you don't want to be still.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the biggest changes in mentality for me as an athlete was learning that fear was part of my warm-up. That nerves was part of my warm-up. And right now, right here, when you're sitting in it and you're just wishing for a lightning bolt maybe to strike you down because you know how deep you need to go, this is so special. In a moment here, the athletes are going to be called to attention. They're going to sit up. They're going to place their blades in the water vertically. We can see them doing that right now. And then it's going to go attention, go, and the whole world just melts away because these athletes will have practiced this time after time. They'll know exactly by feel, half, 3/4, full strokes. Wind, wind, power on. And when we look right there, you see a V, orange V and a orange stick. So their job is to, through that, try and keep that stick in the middle of the V. And there they go, off with the kite flying overhead.
I was going to say, have you ever thought we're doing audiobooks? That was poetic.
Growing is poetic. It's ballet. It's beauty met with raw power.
Yeah, the start is, ironically enough, my least favourite part of the race, but I wish someone had told me that nerves were part of my warm-up, otherwise I wouldn't have felt like a pot of jelly was what I felt like, not so much a pot of water at the start line. But the one at Henley is especially unique, just given how much is going on at the bank, but it always does just seem to quieten down at the start line at Henley. There's less people on the bank, there's less activity on the water, and the athletes are just sat there, the silence before the storm. Both of these scullers now away neatly and cleanly, and it is Keene from Imperial College who is doing a bit of the early effort and work here. She probably has around a length, which, as we say, in a single scull is not a lot of distance. She certainly can't in any way think about easing off at this stage, and she won't want to. She'll want to make sure that she has a full race and executes it the way that she came out to do.
Her knees are going up really evenly there. Small changes in direction, small course corrections are being done through the feet, not through the hands, pushing slightly more on one foot versus the other. But both of these athletes looking nice and straight and clean as they come away, still in contact with each other. Tom, do the conditions change when you come out past the island?
They do, depending on the wind, right? If there is a significant crosswind, then it will blow you a little bit in one direction as you come out of the protection that the island affords you. And then, of course, you also get sort of bombarded by the wash of the boats, the pleasure cruisers, the umpire launches, even other rowers that are passing by on their way up to the start line. So, yes, the conditions can and will change, and depending on what station you're on, it has varying impacts on your ability to perform on the course, but at the moment not seeming to affect either of these scullers too profoundly, and it does look like Keane is just attritionally continuing to move away from her opposition from Christchurch Rowing Club and showing no signs of abating here. It's been relentless, and I love the way that she sculls here. She's barely even burying the blades. The spoon is only really the only thing going into the water, which just allows her to make sure that lever is working as efficiently as possible.
Agreed. Really beautiful sculling here. Looks so effortless and easy. When you're doing it right, it feels like you just put the blade in and then it's through the water and gone. Despite that balance, of course, with, you know, your legs burning and your lungs burning and everything hurting.
Well, look, given that we ran a bit late due to the flyover, we're now starting the races thick and fast. The race on the right-hand side barely past the barrier, but race 152, sorry, is underway. It's Twickenham Rowing Club, Shyla Blackett on the Berkshire station up against Newry Rowing Club from Ireland, McKevitt on the Buckinghamshire station, and we'll be very interested to see how Blackett on the right-hand side of your left-hand screen performs, because she is a former GB start athlete and a lady who has had some success already on this course in the past. And Twickenham Rowing Club, of course, one of the hotbeds for up-and-coming cultivation of rowing and sculling talent in this country. And at the moment, she is showing that to be true, evidenced in her performance. She's leading already as they pass by the island. And at the moment, this looks like a tale of two scullers, Keane from Imperial and Blackett from Twickenham in the two races we have on our screen.
That small red phone-shaped device that you can see at her feet is called a stroke coach. That will be given the athletes feedback on their splits, so how fast they are going for 500 meters, but also their rate of striking. That is really a great way of feedback to layer on top of your internal clock as to how fast you're going, if you're in the right zone, and these athletes will be using it. Now, the splits do vary, though, based on water for numerous of reasons. We've already mentioned one of them a couple times today, that was stream. But there are a number of factors that can affect how fast your boat goes. Boats go faster in saltier water. They go faster in warmer water. On top of that, we have wind conditions as well. Rowing really is a game of drag, so that salt and the hot water helps to keep the boat up and out of the water, whereas the wind, especially a headwind, will slow you down. And that's why when we look at world record-breaking times, quite often we also have to pair that with what the wind conditions were. At Tokyo, I had the privilege of breaking the world record, but the Romanians got there first, so did not get to hold any records, but we were doing that in typhoon conditions with a massive tailwind ripping down the course that we just were able to surf all the way down.
Yeah, of course, and it's an interesting thing here at Henley. Usually we encounter headwinds, and as those who are tuning in from outside of the UK may or may not be aware of, we don't tend to get too much hot weather here in the United Kingdom. So the combination of no wind and warm weather, which is sort of tantamount to what we've got to, or very close to what we've got to today, means that we can have some fast racing conditions. And I hark back to the 2018 edition of the Henley Royal Regatta, where records were breaking left, right and centre. And that was because we had an incredibly hot year. I don't think the temperature dropped below 30 degrees Celsius all week, and we had little to no wind at all, and that meant that the conditions were perfect for record breaking, plus the fact we had a whole myriad of very fast crews. So here, two sculling races on the course, races 151 and 152, both in progression, and at the moment it is, as I say, a tale of two fairly comfortable leads for Keane, who crosses the line there ahead of Jameson to secure her passage through in the aspirational singles, and it looks like, provided that Blackett can keep it together, she is going to be progressing through in her race. So we move back to the start for the Junior 18 double sculls, another set of heats here in race 153. It's Streatham and Clapham High School up against our Antipodean friends from Australia, Sydney Rowing Club, who, as I say, this is the second half of that Diamond Jubilee quad that I mentioned earlier, and doing exactly what their counterparts did, getting out nice and strong, nice and quick, and trying to end this race as early as they possibly can.
just a little bit of a struggle here with the water moving underneath them, but a good recovery. It's important if you have a blip, either weight coming through or a poor stroke, that we go to relaxation and not tension, that we make sure that we come back to a point of gathering, and we speak about this, especially in crew boats, about the gathering point. Quite often that will be at the finish, a place where we decide we're going to come back together, this is what we're going to think about, and then on to the next stroke, so that we can get back into the race rhythm, as we just saw that that composite crew of Stratham and Clapham do. But now, right now, riding with Sydney Rowing Club, and as you so rightly mentioned before, long way to come for this, so you know that they are going to want to make use of every single minute on the course. And what a beautiful day for racing it is. Thank you so much for riding with me, Andrea Prosker from Canada. It's been a privilege to be here at this very, very special Henley Women's Regatta. I'm now going to turn it over to another commentator to take you through the rest of this exciting Saturday racing. Thank you, Tom.
So 2 races on the course, or 3 races on the course actually at the moment. The Henley Women's Committee getting them out thick and fast here, and you can see on the right hand side Blackett of Twickenham Rowing Club coming up towards the line. She's just crossed safely through to the next round of aspirational singles. On the left hand side you have Sydney Rowing Club putting paid to any interest from Streatham and Clapham High School, and there we see race number 154, George Watson's College up against Wycliffe, who Wycliffe of course having a pretty impressive junior sculling program, and showing that once again here on the Henley Straights. They are leading the crew from George Watson's College of Scotland, and it is hard to see George Watson's getting back into this, just given the form, pedigree, power on board the Wycliffe crew. They are a force to be reckoned with. So Wycliffe doing the business here on the Henley Straights. They have come to win. Their coach Greg Flower has built an indomitable program. They were winners of both championship and second girls quads at the National Schools Regatta just 3 weeks ago, and they are here at Henley Women's Regatta to collect some silverware ahead of an assault on the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup at Henley Royal in just over a week's time. So this is sort of the, I suppose, the warm-up event, although not to discredit the Henley Women's Regatta at all. It is a fantastic event in its own right, and these girls will be delighted to add silverware from this specific event to their cabinet. And we see there the barrier looming in the background denotes about 600 metres gone in this heat of the junior double sculls for the Rayner Cup, and at the moment we are watching Wycliffe completely dismantle the opposition from George Watson's. They have gone out and stolen the lead by several lengths of clear water, and now are able to just dictate the narrative of the race. If you are joining us for the first time on the live stream, welcome. Delighted to have you with us here on the Saturday afternoon of Henley Women's Regatta. It is a glorious day here in the seat of the Oxfordshire countryside. We've got some phenomenal racing to look forward to throughout the afternoon and into the early evening as we watch the next race get underway, which is another heat of the junior double sculls, and this one contested by Club Nautica of Sevilla, all the way over from Spain on the Berkshire station up against Newark Rowing Club. And I watched these Spanish girls, Spanish duo, in the time trial this morning, and I thought they were one of the standout crews. Delighted to be joined by Alison Mowbray here, who is going to hopefully keep me company for the remainder of my shift. Fingers crossed. I was supposed to be on my own, so it'd be great to have as many voices as possible.
Hello, I'm glad to join you. Yeah, I think I've got about half an hour before I'm back on the boat. So I'm more used to being on the boats. It's a bit of a novelty to see this commentary position here and actually get the close-up of the sculling.
You can actually see what's happening.
Morning. It's fantastic, yeah.
Well, what are you seeing so far? This Spanish crew look pretty decent, don't they?
They do. It's very together, and it's always interesting to, to get off so quickly from the start, and they look the cleaner crew, look a bit more matched there. I'm always just to see at what point, it's been interesting to see this morning how long crews keep the rating up and how quickly crews drop down. So they're still clicking away there. They haven't dropped it down yet. They've pulled out to a good, comfortable lead, but they're keeping it ticking over.
Yeah, still punching it along, not taking any prisoners at the moment as they move on down towards the barrier. You can see their rate coach in your hand. You have to tell me what rate of striking they're doing.
So they're a 31.
Okay, in a double scull, that's fairly reasonable.
Yeah.
But not allowing any chink in their armour for Newark Rowing Club to sniff. They do not want to give them any sense that this race is to be contested. They're doing a really good job here. And I suppose, as you come all the way from Spain, and I know these two girls, both of them have international representation on their rap sheet. They have, I think one of them has raced at the, I'll have to check my facts here, but I'm pretty sure one of them has raced at the European Junior Championships just a few weeks ago. Lydia Florido, and Claudia DeMarco was 4th at the 2022 European Rowing Coastal and Beach Sprint Championships. So two accomplished athletes who have decided that Henley Women's Regatta is the best place for them to come and show what they're made of to the rest of the world, and indeed doing just that here in a lovely reverse wing carbon Felipe.
Yeah. They're just looking really clean there. So what I'm just seeing there, you can just see their hands pushed down, really clean, getting a good lock, good compression. And they're still, they've got, some good distance, but they're still, I'm just going to take another rate because that's, they're still up 30-31. So that, yeah, it's interesting. I think potentially with the crews that have come over, they tend to want to make the most of their races on the course, even if they're comfortably ahead. Watching some of the USA crews this morning, they've kept it really high for really long. They've got really powerful out the second half of the stroke as well there.
Yeah, their pronunciation, they're breaking the stroke into pieces as they go, which I really like. It seems to be fluid, but also you can see clearly the distinction in the way they've been taught to row, which is get out long, get out strong, and make sure you've got that pronounced finish. So we'll keep one eye on the crew from Sevilla who are doing the business here on the Henley Women's Regatta course as we move to race 156, another heat of the junior double sculls, and it's Norwich School facing up against Buell Bridge Rowing Club, left and right respectively on the left-hand side of your picture. So we see Buell Bridge Rowing Club in shot there. Just trying to ensure that they get the best possible start to their heat. Of course, all of these crews had to come through a time trial this morning. They were out racing early doors. I think 8:30 was the junior double sculls time trial. I should know. I was here commentating on it, and I've seen all these girls already, and I know that the Buell Bridge crew looked really, really accomplished earlier today, and showing that again against Norwich School.
Yeah, I'm always so impressed with these junior women. They finish school often, they're literally in the middle of exams often, and they do their, they can't compete on Friday, and they do their time trials in the morning, and then come and do all their races, and they just always look so calm and so accomplished. watching some of the crews out this morning, and it's just, yeah.
It's incredible when you think about what they are balancing. Just the two crews here sort of coming into the middle of the course together, and it does look like they're probably not far enough apart to justify that sort of divergence. Norwich School being warned there to return to their station. But it looks like Buell Bridge are certainly taking up every single % of their half of the water as well. Looking like they're probably striding down the middle of the course here, and I'm not sure, Alison, they have enough of a lead to justify that.
No, they're definitely encroaching in, aren't they? And they're still feeling quite pushed. They're still up at 34 there at the front. So they're just moving apart now. Can't see if they've been warned by the umpire, but they're just moving apart now. It is so tricky on this course. I always think, like, when you're at the island off the start, if you're on the towpath side, you feel like you've got more room, and you can tend to stray too far towards the towpath, even over the buoys. And if you're on the island side, you feel like you're a bit compressed in, and it often pushes you in a little bit, which you seem to there. But they're straight and level down the course now.
It is a bit of an illusion. When you're in the boat, you always feel like you've got less room than you actually do, and then you see the overhead shots and you sort of sat here thinking, well, what's the problem? This looks easy. It's really not, especially these girls.
Racing here, yeah, just the, you know, particularly if you haven't raced here a lot, just the terror of hitting the booms is something quite different to rowing alongside boys.
Well, the story of this race is not as yet a foregone conclusion. Norwich School managing to retain contact with Buell Bridge. A little look over there from the bow girl of the Norwich School crew, and she will be able to galvanise her stroke companion. She will know that this race is not yet run, and that if they can mount a late charge, a late sprint, they are in with a chance of overturning this Buell Bridge crew.
Yeah, so the Norwich School crew they've been underrating the whole way down so far, just by a couple of pips. And still Buell Bridge haven't quite managed to break that contact. So it is interesting in the second half of the race when that happens, when you've had a crew that's been slightly calmer, slightly underrating. Have they got a bit more left to see as it comes down? I mean, still Buell, now they do look a bit more relaxed now there. They've dropped their rating a little bit, and they've got quite a long stroke, but it's a bit of a charge coming on. So yeah, here. So Norwich did have a little bit more to spare, and they've been able to push up.
Norwich.
Buell Bridge, who looked so feisty, have they got anything left? This is what so often happens when you've got an underrating crew.
Well, look, we'll keep one eye on that race on the right-hand side. The conclusion of race 156 as race 157 gets underway between Royal Chester Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Thames Rowing Club A on the Buckinghamshire Station for the Aspirational Club 8s. Just see how race number 156 concludes, because it is a straight sprint now, straight shootout between Buell Bridge and Norwich.
It happened rarely, but could we get an overtake?
A rare thing indeed, a rare thing indeed. You can see there Thames framed in shot. Thames A, of course, one of the class outfits on the domestic rowing scene, rarely beaten on home or Henley water, and indeed looking something similar here. They are dominating Royal Chester in the early exchanges. Favourites for the Wargrave Challenge Cup, which will be taking place in about 10 days' time at Henley Royal Regatta. But before that, they've got the small matter of trying to win Aspirational Club 8s at Henley Women's Regatta. And what a summer that would represent for the girls from Thames, the women from Thames, winning 2 races on the Henley stretch in 2-week period, I guess. But we're just sort of waiting for an update on the race between Norwich and Buell Bridge, and I think Norwich rode them down in the end. We didn't get to see it, but we've got a miscellaneous of cameras here, and we can see that it looked like Norwich ended up a length ahead of Buell Bridge. So what a fantastic sprint from those girls from Norwich School. It is a shame, Alison, we didn't get to see the conclusion of that race on screen. But there we are, we can't have it all, and I can tell you that Norwich School did win their race against Buell Bridge, so a phenomenal second half from those girls. And now we focus in on Thames Rowing Club, one of the class outfits and one of the most accomplished boat clubs in the country, doing the business here as they move past that barrier marker indicating 600 metres gone, looking really, really powerful. And the drone's back.
Has it been out?
It has.
I haven't seen it for a while.
Had to take a hiatus.
I was wondering actually what happened to it when when we had the fly past, which looked fantastic.
Yeah, we've got the drone back, which gives us the most illuminating shots of the margins between the crews, and that drone just indicated to us that Thames are in total control of this heat of the aspirational Club 8s.
And they've just settled it back a little bit now, don't they? Haven't they? They punched it out the first half of the race, and they've just let it drop down a little bit now, let it run out a little bit more. It's always that, you know, you don't want to have happen to you what happened in the last race. You can, if you can't totally break clear, there's always that danger that you might be rode through. You never want to take it for granted, but similarly, got several races to go in this heat. You want to be conserving it as well. It's quite nice when you've got a Coxed to make that decision for you. I always think a little bit, so they can kind of take control of that.
Absolutely, they're sort of the coach on the water, aren't they?
Yeah, and they make the decisions about when you're far enough ahead and when to bring that down, whereas in the doubles that we've just seen, of course, all the decisions are made in the boat, and usually you have a plan for beforehand as to how far you have to be ahead before you knock it on the head and wind it out a little bit.
Well, you're right in pointing out that these clubs and these crews have several more races to do if they want to move all the way through the draw to the climax of their respective categories, and as such retaining and conserving as much energy as possible in this heat is crucial. And Thames staying honest, staying on it, but not allowing themselves to be too fussed by the attentions of Royal Chestern. You saw there the Cox of the Thames crew. She actually had a look over her shoulder, and just there Thames just started to wind down ever so slightly and can enjoy the last sort of 200 metres of their row, and a rare thing in the Henley sunshine to be able to basically paddle the last section of your race. A rare privilege for an exceptionally gifted crew.
Yeah, and they're at 28 there still, and actually it looks less than that, which is always a good sign. You know, it just looks so relaxed now. Yeah, I'm remembering this feeling. I didn't have it very often, to be fair, but when you're ahead, you can drop it back and just enjoy the second half of the race.
Well, if you can hear that interference in the background, you'll know that the next race has started between Canterbridgian on the Berkshire station and Thames B on the Buckinghamshire station. It's ridiculous the depth that Thames have got. I think they had 3 8s in this category, and they boated 5 into the Wargrave Challenge Cup for Club 8s at Henley Royal Regatta. And it does look like Thames B going out like the clappers again and leading Canterbridgian at the end of the island. I mean, if they can break clear this early, it just does really make life difficult for Canterbridgian, who themselves have a phenomenal women's programme under Tom Copeland. They've come on leaps and bounds in the last few years, and there you see the bow of the Canterbridgian boat just about level with the stern athlete in the Thames boat, and that means Thames are going for broke early doors here.
Yeah, I had them 40 at the end of the island, keeping it high, keeping it up there. And it's interesting what you say, just the depth. When you see this as a B crew just leading out like this from Thames. And for me, it's just so interesting because, you know, 20, 30 years ago, in the 90s, when I was looking to break into the squad, Thames was the place to go. It was where I went, you know, for the women's programme, and they've still got a phenomenal women's programme.
Well, often these big programs almost operate cyclically, don't they? They go through periods of real dominance and then periods where they're perhaps flying under the radar a little bit. And Thames certainly enjoying the zenith of their development over the last decade on the men's and the women's side at the moment.
They're not getting it as much their own way as their A crew, though, in the last race, are they? It's still got that overlap, and it does seem Canterbridgian crew, what do you reckon? Are they coming back a little bit on them?
Hard to say. Put it this way, Thames have not moved away in the last minute any further than they already had by the end of the island. So Thames' sort of chance to really end this race early is not going to be taken, and Canterbridgian will be, I think, slightly encouraged by where they are at the moment. They've had the kitchen sink thrown at them by Thames, and they've managed to just maintain contact with that crew. And now in the second half of the race, can they start to turn the screw? That's the question that I would be asking.
And again, I think Thames just slightly overrating them to stay that bit ahead. So again, we'll see what happens as we come down the course. quite as clean there. And you don't know whether that's just because they're a bit more under pressure.
Looks like they're spinning the wheels a little bit more than their A crew, doesn't it?
It's not quite, yeah. You can just see the difference, can't you? They're just not getting quite as hold of it. It's not quite as clean.
But they have broken clear. And we talked earlier with Andrea about the elastic band that sort of connects crews, especially in this side-by-side, one-on-one style format. And Thames have tried to do that. It looked like Cantabrigian were coming back into it, were maintaining contact, but whatever move Thames made around the barrier mark has worked, and they have broken clear. And that means, although you have a Cox on board for Cantabrigian who can tell you exactly what's happening with Thames, it just makes it a bit harder to motivate yourself if you can't see or hear them. And now we move back to the start for race 159, St Andrew Boat Club up against Vesta Rowing Club B. Vesta, of course, another Putney-based superpower in the women's rowing circuit. St Andrew heralding from Scotland. Vesta certainly looking the cleaner of the two off the start. Over on the Buckinghamshire station, the left-hand side of your screen. You can hear the shouts of the Cox trying to galvanise their crew onwards. And it does look like Vesta have had the better of the two starts here.
Yeah, again, Vesta just dropping them from 42 down to 39 at the end of the island. They're looking really clean, aren't they? It's so great at the start. I was actually just walking down from the start, from being on the boats, to join you here, and there was a couple of people up at the start just going, it's great up. I've never been up at the start. I've never watched up at the start before, some people were saying. And you see, there's just not many people do go and watch up at the start, but it is quite exciting being up there and hearing it, particularly when the eights go off.
I'll tell you a secret, it is my favourite. It's not a really interesting secret, by the way, but it is my favourite
well, it's my
section
favourite as well. So I think,
on the
you know,
course.
because people you kind of miss it, and I was quite interested today that people were saying, I've never been up here before, and I wondered how many of the people had never made it up there before. And it's just a nice walk, if anything. You go up and then you sit up there a little bit.
Especially for Henley Women's Regatta, it feels a little bit more inaccessible at Henley Royal, where you have to sort of navigate the thronging riverbank. But when you get there, it's just so peaceful and calm, and you almost see into the crew's soul when they're sat there on the start line. You can see them waiting. The real sort of, you know, characters come out, whether you're sort of slapping your legs or you're staying very quiet. You get those differing personalities. But whatever pre-race strategy Vesta had, it is working and in spades here, because they are breaking clear of their opposition from St Andrew Boat Club of Scotland.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful controlled row from them. They've just taken a bit out, you know, bit more every 100 metres. It's probably another foot or so every 100 metres, just extending that lead slightly.
Yeah, it's sort of been an attritional one, this, from Vesta. Instead of jumping out and sitting on it, they've just moved away inch by inch, stroke by stroke, and now reaping the rewards of that strategy as they continue to pull clear of St Andrew Boat Club. And in an 8, a length and a bit, clear water, it's really difficult to reconcile that.
Yeah, and the small boats, as far as down the quad, if you just say you can make, you know, you can make up a length. If you've got any overlap at all in the last 500 metres, you can make that up. But of course, once you get into the 8s, that's a lot further to make up a length. And once you've broken clear, it's part the physical distance and part the psychological.
It's the speed of the shell as well. It takes a long time to get up to speed and a long time to slow down, which means that changing the speed is just a really hard thing to do in a profound way. And you can see here Vesta just moving away, effortlessly continuing to extend their lead over St Andrew, who look like probably their race is run. But fantastic to see such support for the regatta from the likes of Scotland, Ireland and further afield. Indeed, we've already had Australian and American crews on the course today. Yeah, fabulous, fabulous. And we can see here another race in the Aspirational Club 8s, and it is the final heat for the time being. 160 in its Leeds Rowing Club up against Agecroft, left to right on your screen as it stands. Agecroft, of course, both actually from the north of England. Agecroft near to Manchester, and Leeds, well, unsurprisingly, from Leeds. I wonder if these two crews will have competed against each other before. I'm sure at a Women's Head of the River or one of the provincial races up in the north of England, they'll have come up against each other. And Agecroft at the moment doing the early running. They've got about 2/3 of a length at the end of the island.
So I think I did my, in fact I know I did my first ever race, which was an very short 8's head race on the stretch up at Agecroft. Very long time ago when I was learning to row at Liverpool University. So, and we used to race on that circuit against Agecroft. So always pleased to see Agecroft crews out.
So I'm not going to ask you who you're supporting in this race then.
Well, I wouldn't like to say. Well, I'm a Yorkshire girl as well, so it would have to, you know.
Divided loyalties.
Yeah, so let's just say both crews.
That's the diplomatic answer, I think so. And look, it looks like we've at least got a race on our hands here. It looks like both crews are in contention. Leeds not allowing Agecroft to have it all their own way here. Agecroft certainly doing the bulk of the opening work, but not being allowed to row away from Leeds.
No, and it is harder somehow to get a really good 8's race because, like you say, once they start to move, it's harder to, much less likely to get that overtaking and get that kind of match racing once the crew starts to move ahead. But here we've still got that overlap, still got a race on our hands.
Well, we know it's a close race because here in our commentary tent, which is perched just behind the double-decker commentary tower, we can hear the sounds of people talking and shouting and encouraging from the riverbank, and I just heard a lot of noise pointed in the direction of this race. So we know that in the Leeds boat, they still feel they've got a chance to reclaim terms and perhaps even go past Agecroft in the second half as we move away from the barrier.
Yeah, both crews still up high, still 36, 37. And the Leeds crew, they are down, but they're looking tidy.
Which in the second half, Alison, becomes the more important factor in a way. If you can maintain your technique in the face of, you know, the lactic acid build-up, the physical exertion, even the mental exhaustion, if you can maintain your technique, it just gives you that extra gear.
Yeah, and Agecroft still, I think, just overrating by a pip, looking slightly less tidy, but it's really working for them. I mean, it's really working for them now. So super gutsy row.
There's the bow of the Leeds boat, though, but in touch.
They are just that little, and as we've already seen today, crew that's just a little, maybe a pip lower, a little bit tidier, they do have a chance to come back through in the second half of the race if they haven't lost contact, and that's where Leeds are at the moment. So it's still dangerous for Agecroft.
And I'm sure the Agecroft Cox will be well aware of the close attention to the Leeds crew. But Leeds now need to find something extra. They need to dig a little deeper. Agecroft have maybe thrown everything they've got at them in the opening half. Can Leeds find a way back in this heat of the aspirational Club 8s? It would be a fantastic result for Leeds Rowing Club to overturn Agecroft. They're probably the powerhouse of Northern Rowing, and it looks like Agecroft maybe put in a bit of a push there because the bow just tickling the cocks of the Agecroft crew. It seems to have just slipped back a seat or two, and Agecroft retaining control of this race. So, as we watch the conclusion of race, have a look which race that was. That was it. Looking at the wrong paperwork. 160. We'll move back to race 161, which has started, and it is Junior 18 Quad Sculls, Headington School A on the Berkshire station, and Wycliffe Junior School A on the Buckinghamshire station. And this is a bit of a grudge match between two of the premier institutions for schoolgirl sculling in this country. But Wycliffe, national champions in the quad, having won the schools regatta some 3 weeks ago, are doing the business here on the Henley after a disappointing loss at the Met Regatta 2 weeks ago, where they slipped to an unfortunate third junior position. They're back on the Henley stretch here and want to create a bit of a legacy whereby they win both the B Language Trophy and also the Diamond Jubilee at Henley Royal, and certainly doing what they need to do here against Headington. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, they're making sure of that, aren't they? And so this is my favourite, the overhead shot of a quad, and just those angles. That's just always beautiful to see. It's really so hard to match up those angles, and it's such an advantage now to have that drone footage to be able to do it. And I wonder how many of them even get some of that video when they're training, because it's so crucial. And they've just absolutely beautifully matched up. You can see the same angles. It's a combination of getting the foot plate in the right position and the same arc. And we've got 4 women different heights, different spans. It's actually quite a difficult thing to do, but it's really important that we've got that really pulling away.
Yeah, stroked by junior international Ella Fullman. Wycliffe are doing the business here. Absolutely no dramas and no messing around. They intend to dispatch Headington with ease, as they are doing at the moment as they approach the barrier marker, and they'll want, as I say, to conserve energy, because this is a heat of the junior 18 quad sculls for the B Language Trophy, which means they've got another quarter final to come later on today before potentially semis and then the final tomorrow. So if they want to get all the way through and claim this trophy, they've got 3 more races to row, so they'll be keen to conserve every last vestibule of energy that they possibly can. Headington, of course, a word on them. This is their second ranked boat in the event this year, or rather in the regatta this year. They have the 8, which will be competing for the Peabody Cup later. That is their first crew, so not surprising to see them coming up against Wycliffe's top crew and not managing to maintain any sense of parity. But Alison, looking at this Wycliffe crew, they have to be the ones to beat, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, they were able to drop that down, and again, they're actually still at 28, 29, but it looks a lot less, which is always a good sign, isn't it? And they were sort of even at the lower rating, punching it along until about 200 metres ago, and now it feels like they've dropped the power and intensity down as well. To start off with, they still had that nice kind of zing that quads have when you can just let it run out a little bit. You can see the difference. But they've dropped the power down as well, so they don't have quite the run. They're just being able to sit there very, very comfortably now. It is quite an intense programme of racing for them, so they're fit women, I think. It really is amazing what they achieve by this age.
Well, will 2023 be the year where Wycliffe rise to the fore? They were winners at the Sculls Head, winners at the National Schools Regatta, potentially winners here at Henley Women's Regatta, certainly in this heat of the Junior 18 Quad Sculls, and their ultimate aim will be to win the Diamond Jubilee. Stiffer tests to come, that's for sure, for this Wycliffe crew, but at the moment looking like surefire things to secure passage through to the quarterfinals of the B Language Trophy. No problems at all for those girls. Just a reminder of what's to come this afternoon. We have a slew of Junior 18 quad sculling to come in the next 3 races. Then we're back to the aspirational Club 8s, more Junior 18 sculls, and then we move into some championship racing, which I'm really looking forward to. But as we wait for the verdict for race 161, which is led by Wycliffe, we move back to the start. 162, Kingston Rowing Club of Canada on the Berkshire station up against Kingston Grammar School on the Buckinghamshire station, left to right on your screen. Looks like Kingston Grammar doing what they need to do here in the first few phases of this race, just leading out the crew from Kingston Rowing Club of Canada. This Kingston Grammar School crew, they do have a junior world international on board and were prominent at the National Schools Regatta a few weeks ago, an A final placing for them, so they'll be keen to step on into Henley Women's Regatta and at the very least try and secure themselves a quarter-final berth, which would mean Alison dispatching this crew from Canada.
Yeah, I think the Canadian crews come back on them slightly in the last 100 metres. They let them get ahead a little bit off the start, but it's still at half length now. I think they've come back slightly, but now Grammar School crew settling down again a little bit. Both crews still rating high.
Yeah, this is, we see it a lot at Henley. This is sort of a decisive moment in the race where the crew that's leading has moved out to just about a length, 3/4 of a length. Their stern is sort of flirting with the bow of the crew that they're leading. And it's now about whether the crew that's leading, in this case Kingston Grammar, can step on and end the race and break clear, or whether Kingston can just smell blood and sense that there is the chance for a comeback here. So I think Kingston now, if I were in that boat, I would be saying, let's make a move. Let's end this race. Let's stand on their throat. Let's move away.
And yeah, and you also look, as we have been, you know, the rate and the length of the stroke, and Kingston Rowing Club from Canada, just higher rating, a bit shorter, which if you know, in the lead would be justified, but they're doing everything they can to keep in contact, and they just haven't. So again, we think that it's probably not much more they've got left to give. Kingston Grammar have broken free, are able to relax a little bit more now.
They just look more fluid, don't they, Kingston Grammar? I think Kingston, to your point, and it's a good one, is that it just looks a tad rushed, looks a tad more scrappy, whereas Kingston Grammar, and it is confusing for those who are listening, it's Kingston Grammar we're looking at now, Kingston Rowing Club from Canada on the other side, but Kingston Grammar just look a bit more dynamic.
Yeah, it's so hard. I mean, that's the thing about getting off the start. You know, if you're a bit, you know, if you're down off the start, you still need to be able to settle into a good rhythm to have any chance of coming back. And it's so hard to do that because you want to keep the rating up until you're level, till you're ahead. And yeah, Kingston from Canada, they just never had that opportunity. They've never quite lengthened out or settled. They're still quite short there. They're still battling it along. Still makes it exhausting, really.
Well, you've got nowhere to go. You've got nowhere to mount a charge, have you? You're sort of already operating at 100% on the red line, whereas Kingston looked like if they needed to, they could go up another gear.
Exactly. So you just keeping the measure of them there. And they've just got that lovely extra bit of, it's really nice in these side shots, which of course I don't get from the boats, but you're just looking at that little bit of extra run there. Super compression. You can see them getting almost over, and what you're checking for it really when you're looking at these side shots is not just whether they're getting up to compression, but where their shins are once the blades are in the water, because it's too easy to kind of get all the way up there and then actually shoot your legs halfway back before the blades are in the water, and they're getting them right locked in there.
Yeah, super exhibition of schoolgirls sculling there from Kingston Grammar School as we move back to the start for race number 163. So William Perkins School on the Berkshire Station and Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club B on the Buckinghamshire Station. So that just goes to show how strong that programme is this year, that they have 2 quads in the latter stages of the B. Langridge Trophy. And at the moment, it looks like on the right-hand side, Sir William Perkins doing a pretty good job here of fending off the interests of Wycliffe. They probably got half a length as they come out at the end of the island.
Yeah, that looks very tidy from them at 40. Doesn't look like that at all. Very clean. Just getting out to length. Still about 3/4 then there, you see. Haven't quite got out to length yet. It's given them that, still pushing it out. Usually kind of between 45 seconds and a minute. You'll really start to stride it out and need to be in a position to be able to do that to get through, survive the rest of the race. So they've now got themselves perfectly in that comfortable position just to be able to open out, and there you can just see that they just take that extra little bit now. So they've dropped it down now to 36, which is still a high stroke rate in a junior quad. So still being absolutely decisive there, William Perkins School. But it's been a kind of textbook start from them, I think.
Yeah, punching it along, hugging the bank, making sure that they do everything that's in their power to see off a very competent Wycliffe Junior B crew. This B crew from Wycliffe containing remnants of the boat that won second quads at the National Schools Regatta, which just, as I say, demonstrates the sheer level of depth that Greg Flower has at his disposal. But Sir William Perkins, an established programme in and of its own right, usually stronger from junior 14 to 16, but this quad bucking that trend and performing admirably here on the Henley Women's Regatta course as they move down towards the second half of this contest. Just veering into the middle a little bit, but I think they've got enough of a lead now that that won't trouble the umpire too much. It's a difficult thing with these girls. They are obviously quite young. They may never have raced on the Henley stretch before, so their ability to know when to cool down and when not to is going to be interesting to watch in the second half, whether they decide to try and ease off a little bit and retain a little bit of energy, or whether they decide actually we're going to go for it all the way to the line and make sure there's no chance for Wycliffe to come back into it.
I think you can see there, again, it's quite interesting. I think you can see 2 girl there making the calls, because it's always who makes the calls. I wonder who's got the steering foot. They've done a fantastic job actually on the steering, because it's not easy.
Well, just for a moment, let's let's talk about the steering.
Yeah.
Tell me about how a crew in a Coxed boat like this is steered.
So steering is attached to a steering foot, because obviously we don't have a cox to steer, and you certainly don't have a steering wheel. So the wheel, in effect, is attached to one of your feet, usually the right foot, and you get to choose who has that steering foot. On a head race around a windy course, it's usually with the bow person, so that they can look over their shoulder and keep a look. But often on a straight course, it's with the stroke person, because actually you're lining up. On a buoyed course, it's often the stroke person, because you're lining up between the buoys. The Henley course is a bit of a mix and a match, really, because you haven't got the buoys in between to line up. It's a bit harder to keep that, so I don't know who would have the steering foot there. Any of them could have it, actually. And you just kind of line it up off the start. And hope, I mean, the thing is, if you're all rowing together with those arcs all the same, the boat goes straight to start with, and you get it straight, and you can keep it straight. It's once it starts going off, it's really hard to get it back. And then also on a Coxed boat, generally the smaller boats as well, you can call quite a lot on the steering. So in a double, you would often call hard left, hard right to help out the steering a little bit. And you might see that here if your crews go off, but.
And if we're being super frank here, rowing is a tough enough sport without the interruption of having to steer the bloody thing as well.
It's never that great. I was often in the bow seat, and I had to take the steering on the head courses, but often didn't on the multi-lane courses. It's a really tough thing to do.
So you were watching race number 163, and I apologise, I'm not having a mental breakdown, it's just there's lots of numbers and lots of races to look at, and I'm trying to work out which one we're on, but we're on race number 163, and it's Sir William Perkins School at the moment leading Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club B, and there we go, we can see both of those crews crossing the line, and Sir William Perkins will progress through to the quarter-final of the Junior 18 Quad Sculls alongside Kingston Grammar and Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club A. The next race on the course that we're expecting, and we can see it aligning with the state boats now, is St Edward's School A on the Berkshire station, affectionately known as Teddy's, and then Sir William Borlase Grammar School A on the Buckinghamshire station. But both crews just locked in to the state boats, and if you are joining us for the first time on the Saturday of Henley Women's Regatta, welcome. A full complement of racing to look forward to for the rest of the afternoon. And we're going to be going all the way up to, I think, about 7:15 this evening with heats at quarterfinals, and I think even maybe a few cheeky semi-finals as well. But these opening exchanges, these sort of moments on the starting pontoons, Alison, are a real test of character and fortitude, aren't they?
I was just saying, it makes me nervous just watching that. And there, actually, you can see, we always look for the angles at the start. And William Borlase didn't quite have their angles all lined up on the start there. But it is just backing on, taking that full responsibility in a Coxed boat to get onto the start, get lined up. It helps that it's nice and calm out there today. But yeah, I did think that William Borlase weren't quite their angles, and I wonder if that's just... hard to tell from this angle, isn't it? But Teddy's did look to get the cleaner start.
Well, Teddy's getting a bit of a warning off the start there due to their steering, but it looks like a pretty evenly matched one. Certainly no leading contender that is obvious to us here in our commentary tent. It looks like Teddy's, as they come past our static camera, probably have half a length, but no more than that, which in a quad is not a lot of distance. So I'm sure that Sir William Borlase will not feel like they are...
They pushed right across, haven't they?
They have. That's an aggressive line.
Yeah.
They were, and I'm sure they will be again, because they don't really have a right to be in that water at this stage. Although they are continuing to stretch away from Borlase. That's just about clear water that they have over that crew. And Teddy's ascendancy in both junior men's and women's rowing has been a real pleasure to witness over the last decade. And this boat was 6th in the final of Championship Girls Quads at the National Schools Regatta a few weeks ago. So we're expecting them to perform well today, given that they were in the top 6 placing at the Nationals. So a quarter-final for them will be the minimum expectation, I'd imagine. A semi-final would be a fantastic step on.
And I'd just like to say, Tom, you're sitting here with it. Tom doesn't have any notes, by the way. All this info is all in his head. he just produced it. He remembers it all. So it's quite phenomenal to have all that info.
Just shows I need to get a life, really. That's the reality.
I probably have too much of a life.
I need a hobby.
But both these crews have been, it's really interesting to see because they've both been matched the rate. You know, I took the rates and they were 35, 36, so they're absolutely matched on the rates, but not matched on the speed and the power.
Stroke girl of the Teddy's crew just bang upright at the finish, letting those blades come to her and recycling the power around the other end. It's a really nice, efficient way of sculling. And it's paying dividends for Teddy's as they continue to move away from ball A's. They've opened up a commanding lead. That is some 3 or 4 lengths of open water on their opposition and looking like an unassailable margin at this stage in the 4th of 8 heats of the B. Langeridge Trophy for Junior 18 quads.
Yeah, it's just really flat and level there. Dropped it down to 32, 33 now. Still keeping it ticking along. Another thing that's interesting to look for in the sculling events is where people's shoulders are. So I was just looking at the shoulders in that crew. And we've got a few of them there with very beautifully dropped low shoulders. So you're kind of keeping those shoulders low so that you're engaging your lat muscles, your back muscles, rather than your arm and your shoulder muscles. Finish off the stroke.
Well, as Alison departs to jump on a boat and do yet more commentary on the Henley Women's Regatta, I am unfortunately left alone. So if anybody's kicking about on the bank and fancies to go on the microphone, you are very welcome to join me here in the commentary tent for the web coverage of the Henley Women's Regatta, where we have 2 races on screen. Race number 164, Teddy's leading Sir William Borlase comfortably at the moment, and race number 165 is underway. Another heat of the Aspirational Club 8's Vesta A up against London A, 2 boat clubs that come from the little embankment stretch in Putney. They'll know each other very, very well indeed, having spent countless Saturday and Sunday mornings pootling up and down that tideway stretch. And there we go, Vesta. Wow, that is a hell of a lead to have established so early on in this heat of the Aspirational Club 8s. They are motoring from London, who probably don't know what hit them. Just coming past our little station here. And that drone shot is a phenomenal, phenomenal addition to this, the coverage of Henley Women's Regatta. It's been around for a while. We have it at Henley Royal too, but every time I see it, it takes my breath away. Really does give you every angle, every inch of what is a picturesque day here in the Oxfordshire countryside. And there we go, panning out to see the full extent of Vesta's superlative control on this race. No chance for London to come back at the moment, and just on the right hand side you can see Teddy's rounding off their heat of the B. Langeridge Trophy, successfully navigating a path through to the quarterfinals, which are likely to be later on today. We'll be here to cover all of it. Very excited to watch the unfolding narratives within that junior quads race. Wycliffe, Teddy's, Henley, Shiplake, Marlow, who aren't here this weekend, but will be back with keen interest next week for the Diamond Jubilee. But here, all the focus, all the plaudits, all the attention on this unit from Vesta Rowing Club, who are rowing really, really well. And actually, we watched Thames A earlier today do the business in their heat, and they'll be keenly interested in the progress of Vesta, who look to be perhaps their closest challengers in terms of both style and success. Dropping the rate ever so slightly there, Vesta, aware that they have done all the hard work in the opening half. No need to overexert themselves in this second phase. There we go, the little chink in the forestry on the Buckinghamshire bank that illuminates the country house and the splendour of Henley. If you are tuning in from abroad, if you are listening in the hope of catching your crew live on the course, we look forward to bringing you this coverage, and you can see the phenomenal background for all of these athletes racing as Another heat of the Aspirational Club 8s begins, and this time it is Tyne Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and Lee on the Buckinghamshire station in race number 166. So of course we will keep an eye on Vesta on the left, on the right hand side I should say, in case anything calamitous should happen to them, but very unlikely to be overhauled here. So we'll keep most of our attention focused on Tyne against Lee, and Tyne, it looks like the bow that will reach our static camera position first, leading the Lee by probably around 3/4 of a length at this stage. There's that drone shot again. Beautiful image that really does convey the splendour, but also the exertion that all of these athletes have to put in. You can see London on the right hand side of your screen. Opposition for Vesta, well, not much of an opposition unfortunately for London. They were dispatched very early on in that heat of the Aspirational Club 8s. Little to no chance of overhauling a dominant unit from Vesta, who will be saving, I'm sure, as much of their energy as possible for the greater challenges that lie ahead in one of the most competitive categories here at the Henley Women's Regatta, shown by the fact that we have here a good race unfolding between Tyne and Lee. It's Tyne who have seemed to enjoy the better of the first 300 metres and now have approximately a length on the Lee. But we're keen to just close the door, turn off the light, seal up the tunnel, ensure that there is no chance for the Lee to come back, and indeed they are doing that. You can see there the clear water just attritionally getting larger with every stroke between Tyne and Lee as Vesta cross the line, successfully navigating their path through to the next round of Aspirational Club 8s, the quarterfinals, which I would believe will be later on this evening. A boost to the barrier then for Tyne. They do not look like they are in too much danger. Certainly have clear water on Lee. At the moment just don't have the answers, unfortunately. Tyne with a smooth style. Nice and rugged at the right points and nice and smooth elsewhere. Rowing is that strange and yet oddly hypnotic combination of power and poise. It's important to apply the right bits at the right time in the motion of the stroke, and Tyne doing just that. Tyne, of course, no surprises for guessing where they hail from, the mighty city of Newcastle, rowing on the Tyne, and they're a boat club that often produce competent crews who come down to Henley Women's Regatta and put on their best performance. Unsure as to how Tyne are likely to fare as this category unfolds, but they'll be certainly assured, it looks like, of a place in the next round as we watch race number 167 get underway. Upper Thames Rowing Club, home favourites on the Berkshire station, up against the City of Bristol Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. That's your left and your right as that camera pans round. Never get bored of that shot. The island, the green foliage hanging over, and the crews blasting out from behind its shadow. And it looks like, as we watch Tyne just try and wrap up proceedings against Lee, it looks like City of Bristol on the left-hand side of your screen have the early impetus here. Oh, against a crew from Upper Thames who are incredibly close to those booms. Wow, that is brave from their Coxed. I mean, they know this river better than anybody else, so I'm sure the Coxed knows what they're doing, or what she or he is doing, but that was a risky manoeuvre there. The blades were within inches of colliding with the bank, because at that point on the river, the booms are fairly much synonymous with the bank. So people's feet, often spectators dangle their feet into the river, people's feet in risk of being severed there by the swooping blades of Upper Thames. And City of Bristol sitting clean, sitting pretty at the moment. They've got about a length on their opposition. As we watch on the right-hand side of our screen, Tyne just rounding out their contest against Lee. No late dramas, no final phase comeback from the Lee. Just came up against the better crew on the day and able to overhaul a strong unit from Tyne, who'll progress through to the next round of Aspirational Club 8s. But look here, Upper Thames Not out of this by any stretch. The bow of the Upper Thames boat just in line with the stroke girl of the crew from City of Bristol. So despite City of Bristol's best efforts, they have been unable to shake off the keen interest of Upper Thames. And it's now up to the latter to determine whether they think they've got it physically and mentally to overturn this deficit. There you have it. The contest unfolding between City of Bristol and Upper Thames. Chapters as yet unwritten. And I'm unable to predict what they're going to say at this stage because this race still very much in the balance. Upper Thames on home water with home support will fancy their chances in the second half. They'll be almost rowing past their own boathouse as they come up towards the line and will be sure to get a vociferous cheer from any supporters on the bank. City of Bristol here did a lot of the early running, but been unable really to shake off Upper Thames, who have around a length to reclaim in the last third. So we'll keep one eye on race 167 as we move back to the start for race 168. Molesey up against Nottingham Rowing Club. It's like a best of the best here for club rowing here in the UK. And it's Molesey who have blasted off the start there. You can see usually the two crews, when you get that camera angle on the left, they're sort of balanced and they're together. But here, Molesey just left Nottingham in their wake. That really is turning on the style from straight one. Already up to a length's lead. And there we go, Molesey doing the business there. Not allowing anyone to sniff any weakness off of that crew. They are doing a really, really impressive job of staving off the competition and ensuring that they have a relatively simple passage through. But here we have on the right-hand side, City of Bristol. We've done a really good job there, actually, of ensuring that they were able to just sit a length up on Upper Thames, maintain their lead, maintain their form, and row their race. And indeed, they've done that as they cross the line successfully through just around a length clear of Upper Thames Rowing Club in the Aspirational Club 8. So we move back here to race 168, and it's Molesey Boat Club, Black Death, doing what they came here to do and dismantling their opposition from Nottingham Rowing Club. This is a one-sided affair at this stage as this boat rows on down towards the barrier. If you are joining us for the first time here at Henley Women's Regatta, it is a Saturday afternoon. It is glorious temperatures, glorious conditions, and glorious racing on the water as well. You're watching Aspirational Club 8. It's Molesey Boat Club in the fourth of the last four heats and the eighth of the 8 heats we've had so far in this competition, putting paid to any hope that Nottingham had of progressing here. They have several lengths of clear water and will not be caught. So for the rest of the afternoon, we have another set of Junior 18 quads before we move on to Championship pairs. Championship 8 shortly after that. The fastest nominal boats in the regatta before we move back to a smattering of Junior 18 and Aspirational 4s and quads. So lots to look forward to. Molesey moving up towards the line. Never troubled in this race. They were clear water before the end of the island had even come up to meet them, and will not be caught in race 168 for aspirational club 8s. I can see via the cameras that I have in front of me that race 169 is on the stake boats. Junior 18 quads, the B. Langridge Trophy. This heat contested between Shiplake College on the Berkshire Station and Kingston Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Shiplake, of course, last winners of this event in 2021. Were, I think, 5th at the National Schools Regatta, I want to say. And 2nd at the Schools Head of the River, all in the same category. And such is the pedigree of the Shiplake programme that they will absolutely be dissatisfied with anything but the win this weekend, despite the level of competition that they are likely to face. And indeed, away they go here, pushing away from Kingston Rowing Club very early on. See there, Kingston being warned, moving into the middle of the course. Shiplake unperturbed though, straight as an arrow. And every touch on that rudder will slow the boat down. You saw there, the camera angle has now disappeared, but Molesey successfully winning their heat of the aspirational club 8s against Nottingham Rowing Club. And here we're watching Shiplake leading Kingston already by clear water. It's a stunning start there from Dan Safdari's girls. Doing exactly what they need to do. And as mentioned, these athletes will, if they want to move through to the final, have at least 3 more races to contest. And indeed, 1 more race today. And in these hot temperatures, it is important to conserve as much energy as you possibly can. So Shiplake will be looking to get this done nice and early. And I'm sure the instruction from Dan before they boated was something similar. Go out hard, go out strong, respect your opposition. And try and get the race finished and sewn up as quickly as you possibly can. Shiplake doing just that, sculling with purpose, with fortitude, and it is an excellent crew, that. They are completely in control and will no doubt be able to take it a little bit easier in the second half. That drone shot unforgiving for family and friends who have tuned in to watch Kingston Rowing Club. They unfortunately are being heavily beaten by Shiplake at this stage, but that is no bad thing. That is certainly nothing to be ashamed of. This Shiplake crew are one of the foremost junior women's quads in the country. National champions and Henley champions in 2021. Henley semi-finalists in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup last year. I think beaten finalists in the, I believe it was at Henley Women's last year they were beaten finalists. I might need to check that fact, but in any case, they certainly advanced deep into the competition and looking highly likely to do so again, just given how they've been performing all year. Slightly disappointing National Schools Regatta campaign by their own incredibly high standards, but they're back with a bang here on the waters of Henley. Of course, Shiplake just down the road from Henley, and a college that has transformed in the last 10 years. Headmaster Greg Davies, or ex-headmaster Greg Davies I should now call him, instrumental to building a compelling rowing programme there. And Dave Curry and Dan Safdar, respectively on the men's and women's sides, have created real power and real pedigree. And Shiplake in no danger here of being caught by Kingston Rowing Club. I'm sure it will be in their mind, whoever makes the calls, whoever's in command on the water, it will be in their mind to maybe wind down, give themselves a bit of an easier second half. And there goes the rate. It has dropped as we start race number 170. Tideway Scullers A up against Great Marlow School, left and right. And it's Tideway Scullers who seem to get out to the snappier of the 2 starts. Of course, Scullers, a club boating out of their Chiswick-based boathouse who need little to no introduction. Multiple Henley wins, including at junior level, where they won the Forley Challenge Cup for junior men's quads in 2021. Always capable of boating competitive junior outfits. Now coached, I think, by ex-Brooks athlete and former Henley winner himself, Richard Hawkins. And whatever he's telling these girls to do, it is definitely working, because they have clear water now over their opposition from Great Marlow School. Great Marlow, of course, the old school of Sir Steve Redgrave, 5 times Olympic gold medalist and chairman of Henley Royal Regatta, which, as we are very excited to say, comes to our shores in 10 days' time. In just over a week, or just under a week, I should say, qualifiers for that event start, and the Diamond Jubilee, the equivalent race for junior girls quads in the Henley Royal Regatta, is hugely oversubscribed once again, just showing the popularity of this class of racing. But here, 2 form crews in both of your shots. Shiplake moving up towards the line, bit of early squaring now. That really is composed from those girls. They progress through quite comfortably to the quarterfinals of the Junior 18 Quad Sculls, and it looks like Tideway Scullers are very likely to join them as they go whizzing past the barrier marker and on into the long afternoon. Of course, this Tideway Sculler School crew did throw down a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons type scenario just a few weeks ago at the Metropolitan Regatta. They beat out the favourites for this trophy, Wycliffe, who of course won the National Schools Regatta just a week before that. It was my understanding that Greg Flower took his girls at Wycliffe on a pretty intense week-long training camp just before Metropolitan Regatta and immediately after the National Schools, so fatigue may have played a part in Wycliffe's performance that day, but the Tideway Sculler School not to be underestimated here. It was an excellent performance from those girls at the Metropolitan Regatta, and they've had a little bit of movement in their crews. They've had chops and changes into 8s and quads, but this seems to be their settled outfit for an assault on the Diamond Jubilee and B Langridge trophies. And this is an incredibly strong field, but Tideway Scullers showing that they deserve to be certainly sat in a seat at the table. Not really letting up either. Making sure there is absolutely no chance of any comeback. Keeping the rate nice and high. The intensity may not be there quite as much as it was in the first few strokes. They certainly did what they needed to do in the opening sort of 200, 300 metres, establishing a commanding lead and never really looking like relinquishing it. And now they can enjoy their last few strokes on the Henley Women's Regatta course. And we are waiting to get underway in race number 171 between Surbiton High School and Henley Rowing Club. Ducks and ducklings. Always good stuff. I am still here. You may be wondering why I've gone silent. It's because there doesn't need to be any hyperbole around this Tideway Sculler School crew. I said it all in the first half. An accomplished unit who came and executed. And now we can move back to the start for what I think will be race 171. Slight delay on getting underway in that one between Surbiton and Henley. Not exactly sure the cause of the delay, but both crews are now straight and ready, and blades are buried. I know you can't see it on your camera, but on my miscellaneous of images I can. And I can tell you that they are now underway in race 171, B Language Trophy, heat number 7 of 8 for a place in the quarterfinals, which I think will be raced later on this evening. And this is Surbiton A up against Henley Rowing Club A. Henley, of course, this is athletes 1 to 4 in their junior women's squad. And looking like it, to be fair, that is an excellent crew. But Surbiton, not pushovers at all. Stuart Walker and his team have put together a compelling programme. And although technically and typically stronger in the 8s, this quad keeping Henley very honest in the opening exchanges. Could even be that we've seen a bit of a shift in priority from Surbiton, who may well have moved into the... Ooh, need to watch out there. There's a little bit of overlap there between the two crews. Just saying Surbiton may well have moved their best athletes into the quad, because this is a really impressive performance so far. We know it's early days. We're only really approaching the quarter-mile marker. But this is Henley's first ranked crew. And for a club like Henley, that means that they are automatically fast. Such is the depth and quality that they have in their ranks. Henley, of course, bronze medalists at the National Schools Regatta in this category, behind Wycliffe and Marlow Rowing Club, the latter of whom are not here this weekend. I spoke to Pete Chambers just before the regatta started, and he told me that his girls and his boys just simply had too many exams. And you forget sometimes that these juniors are very young, and they are contesting or contending with exams, social commitments, other things alongside trying to row at such a high level. And that sounds like a wise choice from Pete, to keep his girls and boys out the spotlight. But they said they'll be back and raring to go at Henley Royal Regatta next week. But for now, Henley Rowing Club, I should say, at Henley Women's Regatta, just starting to stretch out ahead of Surbiton, who, it has to be said, have done really well to cling on to Henley for as long as they have. But Henley now starting to show their class, sculling beautifully well. And you can see from that drone shot, beginning to pull away from Surbiton. You can hear the whirring of the drone. It's like a swarm of angry bees. But those drone shots never make me angry. They are part of the reason I keep coming back to commentate at this regatta, because they are astoundingly beautiful. So we'll keep one eye on Henley Rowing Club, who have now stretched their lead over Surbiton to over a length and are looking like pretty good bets to progress through to the quarterfinal. And we'll move to the final heat of the Junior 18 Quad Sculls between Hartbury College A on the Berkshire station and Trenton Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire station. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen the umpire already getting involved, having to warn Trenton back onto their station. In these cockless boats, we do get some curious interpretations of what a straight line is. And it's hard, as Alison told you earlier, if you were listening. It is hard to steer these boats with all that you've got is a footplate, and you're also trying to row at a high level. But Gloucester Hartbury, 4 times winners of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup between 2014 and 17. They basically were unbeatable under Tom Petichis. They wouldn't do much during the year, and then they turn up at Henley and they just dominate everybody. And not quite managed to scale those same lofty heights in the last 5 years. Haven't had a Henley win since on the women's or the men's side. But just about leading Trentham here. The drone there showing you that's probably about a third of the length between the two crews. Strengthened, well, this boat was strengthened by the addition of a silver medalist from the National Schools Regatta in the Championship Girls Single, Bryony Wood. I should say Chloe Shepherd, sorry, Bryony Wood won the event. Getting confused. Chloe Shepherd, silver medalist in the Championship Girls Single, and Millie Hurrell and Imogen Maher were 4th in the Championship Girls Double, according to my information. And they've also added Bieber Rabjohns, who was 3rd overall at February trials, so an exceptionally accomplished unit, certainly on paper. But paper doesn't row a boat. People do. And it's all about performing on the day. You can't rely on what you've done in the past, provenance or past results. needs to turn up and perform, and Hartbury doing that at the moment, just trying desperately to break clear of Trentham. It so often happens at this stage in the race, just as the crews go past the barrier marker, which is about 600 metres gone. There comes a move, a decisive move from one of the two crews. Either they get hauled back in the leading boat, or the leading boat just stretches out and moves away. Henley there crossing the line on the left-hand side of your previous screen, successfully navigating their way through to the quarterfinals of the junior quads. And Hartbury moving away, but not moving away that convincingly, it has to be said. Trentham still very much in this race. We haven't had too many real barnstormers here on the Henley Women's course. Of course, with the level and number of crews we have in the B Language Trophy, it's natural that there will be a disparity between boats at this stage, and that disparity will narrow as we progress through the draw tree. But at the moment, Hartbury definitely not having it all their own way. They've moved out to about a length, but not able to exact any further control on proceedings. And having to work hard for every inch that they do take over a Trentham boat who look resolute and tenacious, and tenaciously keeping their bow in touch with the stern of the Hartbury boat. But of course, Trentham running out of water here. If they want to make a move, they're going to have to do it pretty soon. The screw needs to be turned. But encouraging for them, they can hear, they can probably see Gloucester if they just look over their shoulder. And that might be enough. If you've got a powerful vocal spokesperson in the boat, who can galvanise the crew, can tell them, look girls, we're still in this race. This is not done, this is not over. We've got enough water to come back. And this being our final camera on the course, I believe, shows you that Hartbury are coming under some intense pressure from Trentham. The rate went up in the Trentham crew. They are responding, and they are starting to sprint. And Hartbury responding as well. And this looks like we could be in for quite the finish here between Hartbury and Trentham. Trentham have just bided their time. They've sat quietly in Hartbury's shadow and are now making what looks like it could be a decisive move. Will it be enough to take them past the Hartbury crew? Hartbury having to work incredibly hard here to stave off the attentions of Trentham. There is so little to choose between these two crews as they come up towards the line, but I think it is going to be Hartbury who take the win in a phenomenal heat. There we go. That's one of the closest races we've had all day. Fantastic, fantastic sculling from both of those girls' crews. And that was Hartbury taking the win ahead of a spirited performance from Trentham. But here we have thick and fast action on the Henley Women's Regatta course. Race 173 already underway. Leicester Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station up against a very accomplished composite from Leander Club and the University of London. And this, of course, the championship Coxed pairs for the Redgrave Challenge Vase. Leicester, Molly Varley and Sophie Connolly, second in the Women's Championship pairs event on the Sunday, the Metropolitan Regatta. But I have a feeling that they may have met their match in Abigail Topp and Phoebe Snowden, who were both part of the Women's 8 that took silver at the 2022 World Under-23 Championships. So two athletes with incredible talent. And they actually teamed up at the February GB trials this year to finish as the second fastest under-23 pair. So a duo for the future, but operating very much in today's time frame. They are trying to do the business against Leicester, who are holding them to half a length at this stage, not allowing them to get away, not allowing the stacked form book to scare them off. And rowing is so humble in this way. You can have Olympians lining up against schoolboys and girls. It doesn't matter, you're all the same on that course. You've got to apply the same pressure, the same aptitude, and the same application to come out on top. And Phoebe Snowden and Abigail top of UL and Leander having to do exactly that, working hard for their dinner here. And Leicester not going away. Just a slightly smoother, fluid style from Leicester. They look a lot more composed, a lot more relaxed, like they're not putting as much work in the water, but I'm sure that they are. And UL and Leander working hard to stay ahead of Leicester. So up to 3 o'clock, we've got 4 quarter-finals of the championship pairs. Races 173 through to race 176. And 2 races now on the course as this contest between UL and Leander and Leicester Rowing Club unfolds. We've got Georgetown University Rowing Club of the USA on the Berkshire station up against Oxford University Women's Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire station in race 174. So US left and Oxford right, or rather now it's changed, of course it has. Georgetown right and Oxford left on the left-hand side of your screen. And let's watch how this one unfolds.
So coming down the course here, you can see Georgetown University and Oxford Uni Women's Boat Club, with Oxford Uni commanding a nice lead here. And going off the start on the left-hand side of your picture is Imperial College London University on the Berkshire station. That is the yellow boat on the left of the picture. And on the right we have Thames Rowing Club A. And this is the Parkside Trophy in the championship. Oh no, sorry, that's the lightweights. This is the Redgrave Challenge Vase in the championship pairs. So to the left of your picture you can see the Imperial and London University crew leading with a commanding lead over Thames Rowing Club A, and I'm joined in the commentary box now by Zoe de Toledo.
Yeah, they've had a good race here, haven't they? They look like they've been fairly in control of it, that crew from Imperial and UL. And now they're just allowing themselves, I think, to relax a little bit really and just keep their eye on Thames and, you know, make sure that they're able to respond but still conserve energy on this hot day for the next race. Exactly.
Yeah. And they're looking so long and smooth. You can see the Thames crew just a little bit more energetic, trying to get back on terms with them. I think quite a commanding lead here, and they'll be able to. The UL and Imperial crew will be able to respond to anything that's thrown their way by Thames at this point, I think.
Yeah, and you can see that really nice style that they're rowing. It just looks so relaxed and long. It's nice to see a pair row like that, you know, really sort of in touch with the boat feel and keeping the boat moving and flowing along nicely. So they just they've just really been allowed to kind of breathe now and concentrate on good quality rowing.
Absolutely, you can see when you look at them, you can sort of see that the catch, they're getting really locked on quite nicely. So the handle speed is quite slow at the start and then accelerating through the stroke as they're picking up that boat speed. And obviously these are uncoxed crews, so it's up to the crew mates themselves to try and keep themselves engaged and
keep motivated.
Yeah, keep motivated. So
yeah, absolutely. And I think also, obviously, the steering. You know, you've got to make sure that even if you're that far ahead, it only takes one mistake in the steering to
a single clip of the booms.
Absolutely.
And you're done, yeah.
Yeah. So you've got to be aware of that, and you've got to be confident about where you're sitting on the course.
Absolutely. And going off on the left-hand side of your picture here, you can see the crew from Marlow and Upper Thames. Again, the Redgrave Championship Vase with Marlow in the red in the white boat, looking to take an early lead there.
Yeah, so these are crews both from, you know, pretty similar areas, just slightly upriver, downriver, and they will no doubt be aware of this course, hopefully confident within the booms, and they've gone off now. A nice sharp start from both crews, actually, really punchy out there, and it looks like Marlow had a slight lead, but actually now Upper Thames seem to have strode out a bit more, kind of developed a nice long stroke there, and probably look like they've got about a canvas lead there, I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. There we go to the overhead shot, you can see that canvas lead. That looks like Upper Thames seem to be moving into Marlow's water. I imagine they'll about to get a warning from the umpire to separate.
In fact, it might have been both crews. They both looked like they were coming into the centre a bit there, didn't they? So.
And it's very difficult in these small boats, particularly in the pair where there is only two of you, to not oversteer. As you can see, Marlow have just done there. They moved away and they moved straight back into the middle again and warned apart.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of work for the umpire here, and you've got to be so careful in these Coxless boats and the Cox boats not to overreact to the umpire. So, you want to make it obvious that you are paying attention to them, you're moving, but you need to make sure that those moves are subtle so that you're not disrupting the boat too much and not pulling yourself right out of contention of the race by doing big oversteers. And actually, I think both those crews have been very responsive to the umpire, but they do seem to be still fairly tight in the middle of the river, so it's going to be work for the rest of the race to keep them split apart, I think.
Yeah.
So it looks like Upper Thames by about half a length now.
Yeah, but it's still quite a close race, and as we've said earlier, and we've seen some of these earlier races, half a length in these small crews is not an awful lot. As you said, the smaller boats have a much higher turn of speed coming off of their mid-race pace to the sprint, whereas the eights and the quads very much get up to speed and sit on that speed with not a huge change through the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that. It doesn't take much to be able to really turn on the pace in a single or a pair. But actually in an eight, you've got to kind of stay on that edge a little bit more, which is what makes some of these small boat races so exciting. It doesn't give you much room to breathe a length, really, whereas in an eight that might be quite comfortable. So we're seeing it looks like Upper Thames have just started to creep away now. No big move, I don't think. They look like they're just kind of getting an extra few inches each stroke and just slightly settling in. But I would say that Marlow are really keeping the pressure on them. Upper Thames don't look comfortable, do they? They look like they're having to work to stay there.
Yeah, I think they're having to work to stay up there, but I'd say Marlow are actually looking, considering they're sat behind, they're looking quite relaxed and trusting in their crew. As a Cox, what would you be, if you were in this position, a Cox crew, what would you be saying to your crew if you were behind at this point?
I think I'd be saying just that. I'd be saying, look, I can see the faces of that crew. They don't look comfortable. Yes, we're down, but it's still to play for. We just need to keep the pressure on them. And I think that's the thing. You really want to, in a Cox crew when you're down, you don't want panic. You don't want too much drama. You just want people to kind of keep doing what they're doing and stay as relaxed as possible, because that's how you're going to get the best quality rowing.
Absolutely. And I think we're seeing that here from Upper Thames. They're still staying nice and relaxed, still just keeping Marlow at bay. And we can't quite see, although there's the bows of Marlow coming into shot here. It looks like Upper Thames may just still be just eking out that advantage a little bit more. Every stroke just staying nice, long and relaxed.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they've settled into it a little bit in the past 30 seconds or so, maybe allowed themselves to relax a bit, settled the rate a little bit, and actually that might put them in good stead as they come down towards the finish line.
It's a lovely day here in Henley, and we have the next race going off is the Championship 8, the Ron Needs Cup, and it's between Leander and University of London. Should be a good race.
Yes, that's on the left of your picture there, so you can see Leander with the pink blades. They're on the right of that screen now, and UL in the purple. Looks like pretty aggressive starts from both crews. You can just see those blades really decisively flashing into the water at the catch.
And it looks quite close coming off the island there. I suspect Leander just a seat or two ahead.
Yeah, I think they've probably got about a canvas there. They looked probably just a little bit sharper, I'd say, in that early part.
Yeah.
But UL certainly very aggressive in their start as well. Put themselves right out there. Looked like they were ready to settle themselves on to a good pace. And you can see them now. As you come up to the end of the island, this is where you want to be looking just to stretch out into your race pace a little bit more. But you've got to remember at Henley Women's, it's a shorter distance and you have to be ready to push on at a moment's notice. Leander now, you can see them on the right side of the picture, seem to be heading over a little bit towards the booms, maybe getting themselves comfortable and straight there, keeping that pressure on. They're definitely not letting off. They're not comfortable enough yet to settle down any further, even though it looks like they've just broken clear of that crew from UL.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they're well aware that UL could quite easily turn a bit of speed on their bit of a sprint finish to get back on contact with them. Well, as you said, it looks like Leander just staying nice and long and loose there, just etching out their lead even further.
I would say Leander would hopefully be seeing themselves as one of the favourites for this event, so they're going to want to put in some strong early performances just to make sure that their opposition are seeing what it is that they are capable of.
Absolutely, and there's a few, looking at the crew list, there's a few women here in the Leander crew that were finalists last year in the Wargrave at Henley Royal, so there is a wealth of experience which they're using here just to stay nice and relaxed. And it is easy when you're ahead. It's very easy. You can see the other crew, you can react to them, you can just work off of them, whereas when you're behind, it's particularly at this point where you've lost contact, just having to just dig deep and just find your work in your own zone and trust the Coxed to keep you up to date with where the other crew is, how you're moving on them.
Yes, Leander still keeping that rate up high. They're certainly not ready to settle. I think you can, like you said, they're definitely ready for UL to potentially pile something on to the finish. So they don't want to give them an inch, really. They just keep moving away. You can see the way they're rowing is just picking up the bow of the boat quite nicely. They're keeping that flow on the shell, keeping the boat moving. And that's the thing in an 8. You need to make sure that you try and maintain as much speed as possible.
Coming off next, we have Radcliffe Harvard against Oxford Brookes Uni, with Harvard there on the Berkshire station. So now the right of the picture, you can see them there with the white and red blades, and then on the left of the picture, Oxford Brookes University A.
This Brookes crew, again, another crew that is going to really want to display their dominance early. They've had a great season, including defeating UW, Washington and California over in the San Diego Crew Classic. They've won Ghent, they've won Duisburg. So this is a crew who's certainly going to be determined here to take a win, not only in this race, but in every round of this regatta. But I doubt this Radcliffe crew will have come all the way over here to just let Brookes walk all over them.
Well, exactly. I mean, this crew from Harvard have got some decent wins as well. They've got someone, Lindsay in the 5 seat, won a gold medal at the Junior Worlds last year. And we have Tessa, who's in the 3 seat, is headed to Oxford to start her degree over there in September. So this Harvard crew seems to be from all around the world. We've got US, so they say this crew represents the US, New Zealand, Switzerland, Australia and the UK as well. So a real international crew there from Harvard, but it looks like Oxford Brookes is just holding them off. And Oxford Brookes putting in another dominating performance here. As we've sort of said, they are a big name in domestic rowing in the UK at the academic level.
Brookes rowing with that really classic style that we've seen from the university in recent years, that big finish, strong end to the stroke that kind of defines their pattern of rowing both in the men's team and their women's team, and they're comfortable out now with clear water over the Radcliffe crew. I'll be interesting to see now, will they settle down a bit? Will they try and push it on and put a marker on? It already looks like they're starting to relax, certainly. But I wonder if they'll be looking to put in a good time, or if they're just going to want to keep their powder dry for later stages of the regatta.
I mean, I suspect if they've taken the rating down here, as it looks like, that's working on that, keeping that power at the lower rate, I suspect they're probably looking to save some energy for some of those tougher races, particularly against that Leander crew we saw earlier, who are very powerful.
Yeah, and just as you said that, actually, it looked like there was a call made by Coxed and Cameron Moffat there, just to relax out another couple of beats on the rate, just to give themselves a bit more breathing time, take some of the pressure off the legs maybe.
And it's always really nice, to be in that position, to be ahead and know you can afford to take it down and allow the other crew just to tire themselves out.
So that is the race that you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left of the screen now, you're seeing the next heat, which is between Thames Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, the left of your picture, and another crew from Oxford Brookes University on the right of your picture. Thames, again, they are a strong crew. A lot of these women have been rowing together for quite a long time, so they're going to be a good solid unit. But Brookes, despite being a B crew, are not going to be satisfied with letting Thames go away from them, and it looks actually pretty much dead level as they come to the end of the island.
Absolutely, and this Brookes crew actually contains an ex-athlete I used to coach, Maisie Gordon, and I can tell you she is not going to be letting anyone have an easy race. Highly competitive, as I imagine everyone in that crew will be. So it looks tight here, but it looks like from this overhead shot as if Thames may just have a bow ball.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
Through.
Yeah, I think they're just starting to put a bit more of a squeeze through. They're keeping their rate high. In fact, both crews are matched pretty much stroke for stroke here on the rate, but Thames just seem to be getting a little bit more out of each stroke. That's on the left-hand side of your picture. On the right, you see Oxford Brookes crossing the line. That's the Oxford Brookes A crew against the crew from Radcliffe. That lead had tightened right down at the end, but Brookes were obviously very relaxed and low on the rate. If we switch attention back to the next race now, Thames Rowing Club versus Brookes B, it is Thames now, who look like they've moved out over this last 30 seconds to almost a length lead.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a very experienced Thames crew. You can see that they have 8 Henley women's wins in the crew and 3 Henley Royal wins. 2 in the Wargrave and 1 in the Diamond Jubilee, which is their stroke girl. So a very successful crew. And I think they're bringing all that experience to pay here. Just long, powerful strokes, putting Oxford Brookes behind them.
And let's not forget, it was a crew from Thames Rowing Club that knocked out the Brookes A crew last year in this very event.
Yes.
So they're going to want to be, again, I imagine, putting a good display on here and making sure it is clear that they're still a crew to be reckoned with. This is a crew that wants to race right through to the end of the regatta.
Yeah, and this is a crew that the expectation is that they will be there on for the Sunday final. They're not going into this sort of hoping to get through a round or two. They're looking for the win. And we can see here Thames coming down, just looking, as I said, a little bit more relaxed than Brookes. Again, just getting that good connection at the front end and just hanging on that handle. As we said earlier, rowing is all about, it's a pushing sport rather than a pulling sport. So they're getting that blade locked into place in the water, and then they're applying force to their feet into the footplate to try and lever the boat past that point, past what we call the spoon is in the water, trying to lever the boat past that point. It's not jet propulsion, not trying to throw water out the back, trying to lever it past a single point in the water.
I think the thing that's impressive about all these women in both boats is that they're not full-time athletes. These are women in the Thames boat with full-time jobs, data analysts, architectural assistants, civil servants, and they're trying to fit in that program around that. Brooks, same, they've got to fit in their studies as well.
Yeah.
And it's really difficult to do, to be able to concentrate on both those things. So you see the quality of their rowing here, and you think that's, it's not just a case of turning up to training and doing 3 sessions a day. You've got to fit your life in around that as well.
Absolutely, and then on the overhead here we have, on the left-hand side, we have University of Pennsylvania A versus University of Pennsylvania B. The B crew is on the Berkshire station, and the A crew is on the Buckinghamshire station.
Yeah, so you saw there just on the right of your picture, Thames crossing the line just ahead of the Oxford Brookes B crew. Great race there. And now we can see those 2 Penn crews battling out, and perhaps predictably it is the A crew that has taken an early lead. But A versus B crews, it's always frustrating when they're drawn together. However, it can always turn out some interesting results, because quite often the B crew really has a point to prove, and these women will have been, racing against each other all season in practice. They're training together. I imagine they're friends. So it is quite a difficult thing to do, and it's hard, I think, for both crews, because you really want to show your best, but you also want your crewmates and your teammates to show their best as well. But this University of Penn A crew, both crews in fact, really great quality rowing, and I think this is another crew to really watch in the regatta here.
And it's good to see the B crew so close to the A crew. The A crew hasn't broken free yet. I think that just speaks to the depth of the program over there. They can field 2 crews so close in boat speed.
Yeah, and of this quality as well. And
Absolutely.
actually, I do think one of the makers of a success of a good 8 is having this kind of opposition in your training, and that's certainly what you see. For example, at Oxford and Cambridge with their crews, if you've got a good reserve crew, a good B crew, or in this case a second varsity crew, it's so helpful to push on the A crew. It keeps the pressure on them. It allows them to push themselves and to kind of push on in their training. And I think it definitely forms better athletes and better crews across the board.
Oh, completely. When you have someone who is breathing down your shoulder, it makes you push that little bit harder, give that extra few percent every time you go out in the water. And also, obviously, the other advantage as well is if you do get any injuries from your top crew, you have a pool of athletes that are just one step behind that you can pop in there, that's not going to affect the outing or the training for the rest of the A crew.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more than that. I think that was one of the things when I was at Oxford that, one of Sean Bowden's kind of mottos, I suppose, or mantras was that, even if you had a sub in, he wanted the crew to still make a step forward in that training session. So there was very much an ethos that it didn't really matter who was in the boat, we would still be stepping on. And like you say, if you've got those athletes to back you up, then it makes it pretty easy. Yeah.
So actually the Penn A boat is a history-making boat for Penn, qualifying for the NCAA National Championship for the 2nd time in the program's history. So, as you say, that program is moving forward, is doing great things. Coming off now on the left-hand side of your picture, we have the J18 Coxed 4s from Monmouth School for Girls A and Glasgow Academy. This is the Groton School Challenge Cup.
I think traditionally the junior racing has been some of the tightest racing at Henley Women's. The level of competition is extremely high. You really get a great quality, and I think we've had a good start there. You're seeing on the left-hand screen from both crews. It did look like that crew from Monmouth School jumped out a bit in their first few strokes, but actually now it's Glasgow Academy who have had a bit of a turn of speed and who are pushing back on. So that's on the left. On the right of your picture, we saw that last heat of the Ron Needs Cup for Championship 8s, University of Pennsylvania A, beating their B crew. But now back there. And actually, yes, you can see it looks like Glasgow have now actually put their bows out ahead.
Yeah, I'd say just a little bit ahead. And it's not, it's not surprising, looking at this crew lineup, you have Carmen Butler, Chloe Hunter and Sophia Nielsen, who are all current GB trialists, with Chloe and Sophia having represented GB at the GB France match last year. So again, we've got some top athletes going in, feeding into the junior set, or the under 20, actually the under 21 section of the national team here.
Yeah, these young women look very composed in the way they're rowing. They have kind of had the confidence, I suppose, to just settle down a little lower on the rate, keep those strokes really long and feed themselves into a good rhythm. Coxed fours are such hard boats to row well.
Yeah.
They're heavy boats. You've got to be really lively in the way you row to actually keep them moving and to not let them stop dead between each stroke. And I think that crew from Glasgow Academy in particular are doing that really well.
Just picking it up this that little bit better, just a little bit quicker than I think it was just allowing them to move out ahead.
Absolutely. So it looks like about a length now, a little bit of clear water from that crew from Glasgow Academy. Like you were saying, really experienced campaigners there. They know what they are doing down this course as well. So they are going to be looking to just start to breathe a bit now, I guess, at this part of the race.
Absolutely. And this sort of, this is another example. We were talking earlier about race tactics and race profiles, I said some crews are sprinters out the blocks, some crews are sprinters for the finish, and some just have that fast mid-race section. We saw here, Glasgow, they weren't the fastest crew out of the blocks here against Monmouth, but they were able to just trust to that mid-race speed. They didn't panic, they stayed nice and relaxed, and trust that mid-race speed just to bring them back on terms and then take them through Monmouth. And it really is a matter of, you've just got to know your crew, trust your race plan. It's very easy off the start to think, oh, we're behind, and start panicking, and the race plan goes out the window and everyone's getting tense. But what Glasgow have done here really well is they've just believed in themselves. There's some good calls coming from there. Cox, I'm really sorry for pronunciation, Struan Kilpatrick. I hope that's correct.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And we're seeing now that race coming to its conclusion on the right-hand side of the picture, but on the left, we've got the next heat for the Groton School Challenge Cup for junior Coxed fours, and it's Henley Rowing Club on the Berkshire station versus Emmanuel School on the Buckinghamshire station. I mean, this Henley programme has been pretty spectacular over the last few years.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. We're regularly seeing Henley crews getting to the finals and semi-finals of Henley Women's here, and even, I believe, we've seen some of the women's crews, some of the juniors at Henley Royal as well.
Yeah, and you can see here in that start, both crews again punchy, aggressive off the start, but already it looks like Henley just being able to stretch out a little bit more, keep their eyes on the crew from Emmanuel, as it looks like they've got about a half a length, 3/4 of a length lead.
Yeah, and I think looking at this picture, to me it looks like the Henley crew are just a bit more relaxed at that catch. They're just taking that time to just make sure the blade is in, and then, as we say, locked on, so it's not, there's pressure against the face, so it's not moving through the water a bit more than the crew from Emmanuel, who are trying to stay in contact with them. Just look at the Emmanuel crew, just looks a little bit more rushed at the catch to me, I'd say. Just a bit more panic to try and get on, in and on.
So you can just see on the right of the picture there, the crew from, the right screen, I would mean, the Glasgow Academy crew, just looking like they've really been able to relax as they go up to the finish, to take a win against Monmouth School for Girls in that first heat of the Groton School Challenge Cup. But now we go back to the second heat, Henley Rowing Club, at the front of your picture there versus Emmanuel just on the right-hand side.
And this is the Henley B crew versus the Emmanuel A crew. So again, this just shows the depth and proficiency of the Henley program, that they have one of their B crews sort of giving a performance like this. But still, the manual crew is still hanging on there. They've not let Henley have it all their own way. They're holding on to them, keeping that pressure on. And as we know, if you keep that pressure on, then it just forces people just to get a little bit panicked. If I was in that manual school crew, I'd be sort of just saying that we're still on them. Let's just relax, just get a bit more out of each stroke to allow us to move on them.
Yeah, and like you say, it's really difficult to sort of trust your plan and trust your pattern of rowing when you're down, but it's so important that you do what you've trained to do. Now is not the time to try and pull something new out the bag.
Yeah.
You've got to do what you know. It's not about trying to change everything up in the middle of a high stakes race somewhere like Henley Women's Regatta. You've got to just trust in each other and believe that what you've done is enough to
get you over that line.
And give your best performance.
And we have seen, crews sitting today. We've seen crews sitting a length down and still coming through for that finish sprint, just to take them. But I suspect what we're going to see here is Henley maintaining that lead over the finish line. And just going off on the left of your picture now, we have St Edward's School B crew again on the Berkshire station and Stratford upon Avon on the Buckinghamshire station. So the St Edward's School, they are the National Schools women's 4- champions, and the Nat Schools was their first race in this combo. So they are coming into this arguably the favourite to say if they've won Nat Schools. And interestingly, at the start of the season, the whole crew was stroke siders apparently. So 2 of these women have swapped sides in order to get this crew out on the water.
So Teddy's there look like they've put in a big start, don't they?
Yeah.
They've already got clear water on that crew from Stratford. But the Stratford crew, I think, they've also got some really experienced athletes in this boat. Harriet Noyes in particular has been doing really well in some of the GB trials. She's starting to make a name for herself. She's at bow in this boat. I'm sure her dad David will be watching proudly on here. They're definitely not going to let Teddy's get away without some effort, but that Teddy's crew do look really composed there in the way they're rowing.
Absolutely, and you can just see, I think the Teddy's crew just look a little bit more together on the finishes there. We kind of see the crew from Stratford just looking a little bit disjointed. In the overhead we have there, you could just see Teddy's stretching out that lead even further and looking very composed.
So yeah, but there you can see just at the front of your picture the crew from St Edward's School with the blue blades, and then behind them, piling that pressure on, keeping the rate high, that is the crew from Stratford upon Avon. So another good heat here in the Groton School Challenge Cup for junior Coxed fours.
Absolutely. If you look at the bows of the Teddy crew, you can just see they're just very smoothly just rising and cutting through the water, whereas the bows from the Stratford crew just looking a little bit more bouncy up and down, as the Stratford ladies are desperately trying to get some speed in there to catch up to Teddy's, which I just don't think they're going to be able to do, unfortunately, by the end of this race.
No, it was a good race here from Teddy's. They really laid a marker down early there, didn't they? They weren't willing to really give an inch from the word go.
They went out looking to win that from the off.
An impressive start, but a good effort there from Stratford to stay really plucky and keep racing all the way through to the line, really.
And going off next, we have
So I think that's Henley Rowing Club A on the Berkshire station and Putney High School on the Buckinghamshire stations. This is the last race in this set for the Groton School Challenge Cup, these junior Coxed fours. And after that impressive performance from Teddy's, who you just see on the right-hand picture, just finishing off their race, it'd be interesting to see now what that Henley crew can do.
Absolutely.
Actually, it looks like Henley maybe have, I'd say maybe half a canvas just as they come past Temple Island. Putney High School there, keeping their rate up, making sure that they maintain that sort of really lively rhythm that they've built off the start, but Henley just creeping out maybe to half a length now as they move away from the island.
Absolutely. I think this is the Henley A crew, where we saw the B crew before. So yeah, this is their top crew in this entry, and they are showing that here as they lead Putney High School off the end of the island, moving out to, I don't think they've quite broken contact yet.
Yep.
And the Putney High School Cox will be keeping their crew engaged on where Henley are. You know, at this point, the rowers can't see them, so they have to trust the feedback they're getting from the Cox about where they are, whether are they still in contact, are they still in this race.
And that one length lead, that point where you're just about to break, is such an important part of the race for both crews, leading or trailing, because if you're the leading crew and you can't break away, it can be really demoralising.
Absolutely, it can be, and also it can make you wonder just what have they got left in the tank.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I hold this? If you're giving it your all and you cannot break free, you wonder, do I have enough to get to that finish line before them?
But it looks like it is Henley now have managed to make that break.
Yes.
But they don't look super comfortable there. I'd say they're a little bit scrappy in their style of rowing, but they are so strong.
Yeah, and you can see that, just that acceleration of the handle through the finish there.
That Putney Rowing Club crew definitely not, Putney High School, sorry, definitely not to be deterred.
They're still going for it. They believe that they've got a chance, and absolutely.
And anything can happen at Henley, so
anything can happen.
You need to make sure you keep that high quality, get from A to B as fast as you can. But we see there, just in the forefront of the picture, the crew from Henley Rowing Club really accelerating those legs through to drive their boat on.
And they just look just a little bit more relaxed, I feel, around that back turn, just allowing the boat to run out a little bit more than the Putney High School ladies, who are slightly higher rating, just to try and catch up with them.
They certainly look like they've been able to sort of drop their shoulders down a bit, don't they, and give themselves a bit more breathing space, I suppose, around the recovery. So when their blades are out the water, just taking a bit more time to get those get the oxygen back into the lungs.
Absolutely.
and have a bit more of a sort of recovery period, I suppose, in the stroke.
Yeah. So in a race like this, I remember reading somewhere that I think you build up something like 70% of your oxygen debt in the first 90 seconds of the race. So at this point, if they're able to just drop it and just allow that oxygen back into the muscles, it's just going to mean they're a little bit fresher for any sprint they might be forced to do for the finish.
Absolutely. So that's the race on the right screen. You just see there the crew from Henley Rowing Club just able to stretch out in control of that race. But on the left, we've got the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy for aspirational academic coxless fours. This heat, we're seeing Oxford Brookes on the Berkshire station racing against Edinburgh University on the Buckinghamshire station. And now the coxless fours, always fun to watch at Henley because there's always a little bit more peril
Danger,
potentially involved.
Of meeting the booms or
meeting each other. So at the moment it is Brookes who look like they've taken a fairly dominant start there out of the first few sort of opening stage of that race.
Yes, and coming off the island, you can see that still at a nice high rate there. It looks like they're planning to put this race to bed early and just get a commanding lead and then just sit on Edinburgh University. it's always nice if you can win that race in the first few hundred metres and then just be in command.
Maybe put yourself out into the middle of the river a bit away from the booms for a bit of
for a bit more, yes.
bit more safety.
Yes. Particularly when you're steering. As you can see, we have the uprights as well, which if you clatter a blade on that can be a race-ending incident.
I shouldn't pass too much judgment on the Coxless Fours here, because my first ever race at Henley Royal, I was warned about 5 strokes in, so. And I could see where I was going.
Well, yeah. It is tough. But, I mean, as I was saying earlier, though, one of the things that these ladies can do is that there are chevrons set up behind the starting blocks. 2 chevrons. If you can keep those aligned for the first few hundred metres, it just allows you not to have to look around. You can just go off straight just by looking at the landmarks there. But then coming down here, once you're on the booms, you can kind of see the booms behind you and just gauge off of those.
I think the danger points are those gaps, because
Absolutely.
you lose your, as is coming up here, you can just see Brooks are just about to approach one of those gaps in the booms. That can really throw you off. And the thing with Henley as well is because the bank curves in and out, like you could see in that sort of overhead shot, it's easy to get distracted by the bank moving away from you. And you've got to be, you've got to be keeping your eyes on the booms, because that's where the course markers are obviously laid.
And that's often why you see many of the crews coming at the start, particularly on the near side towards us, as you can see here, coming off the start. They tend to sometimes go too close to the booms because there are no booms off the start. There's just buoys. So if you're in the corner of your eyes, you're desperately trying to do your start at 40 odd strokes a minute and trying to think about steering, you can just sometimes follow the bank and just drift over a little bit too much. So we saw some of the crews do earlier, but here it looks like Brooks, nicely ahead, have just dropped their rate and are just laying the power down and just keeping Edinburgh at bay.
And Brooks, a very similar style to that 8 of theirs that we saw racing a few races prior. That very strong finish.
Absolutely.
A sort of bit of a pause there, almost time there to collect themselves and move off the back together, come onto that recovery, draw the boat underneath them, really as one crew.
Absolutely, and that slight collection at the finish just allows them all to move off together. As we're saying, the fastest part of the stroke is actually when the blades are out of the water, when the whole crew is rocking the hips over. And one of the things of doing that slight collection at the finish and then moving away is, as the boat speed drops, by rocking over you bring it back up again, so you kind of keep the average boat speed slightly higher per stroke than just immediately moving off.
Yeah, and it's a really fine line, because you need to give the boat time to move there, because like you say, it is a very quick part, but you don't want to take too much time, because then you're kind of dumping body weight in the wrong direction, essentially, against the way you want to travel. So you've got to be you've got to have a real balance between keeping flow but allowing the boat that time to run. It's a really tricky balance, and ultimately, you see good crews, fast crews, all rowing in very different styles and doing it successfully. The most important thing is that actually everyone's doing the same thing. Yeah.
You can see, as we've said before, the river, this isn't a closed river event. We still have public traffic, and you see a lot of public traffic going past here, which causes the water to be a little bit bouncy, but both crews handling that quite well here. And so on the left now, going off with a very rapid start, we have Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club versus Newcastle University, and Newcastle University on the Buckinghamshire side there with the blue stars on their blades, having a very, I don't know if you saw that, but they had a very rapid stroke rate off the start there, hoping to maybe jump half a length or so on the Queen's Belfast crew. And it does look, with this nice overhead shot here, they did manage to just get out just ahead of them and are still rating slightly higher than them as well, perhaps looking to take an early lead.
This looks like about half a length now, doesn't it, that they've
almost
just managed to put out, but actually
moving to 3/4, I'd say.
yeah, but not jumping out. They're just kind of creeping
yeah.
away, aren't they? And you can see that crew there from Newcastle again. Another kind of similarly very strong finish, really kind of punching those legs and arms through to the end of the stroke.
I mean, we can see here both crews just moving together. Probably just about to be warned apart. And you can see, yeah, Newcastle moving back to their station. I do wonder if this slightly higher rate is going to cost Newcastle later in the race. Whether they'll use up too much of their energy too soon.
It's a hard balance at Henley
Yeah.
Women's because it's a shorter race and you've got to be prepared to sprint it, but it's not that short. You know, you still have to have a mid-race pace that you can settle yourself onto. This looks like now, you know, they've got about a canvas overlap still, and actually I'd say if anything maybe Queen's just starting to kind of push back and maybe settle into their race a bit more, like you were saying. Maybe that high rate from Newcastle was not as sustainable. Actually, it looks like Queen's are just having that, like we were talking earlier, that kind of belief to just say, well, let's just keep doing what we're doing, trust our pattern, and actually maybe that will be enough to push us back through with a faster kind of mid-race pace.
Well, it looks like they're moving back to, well, I would say they were moving back to about half a length, but I'm not sure if they're perhaps just being held at bay by Newcastle.
And I think Newcastle in danger here because they have moved, and you can see on the very right-hand side the umpire warning them back to their station. You've got to be so careful here at Henley not to be impeding another crew, but also to actually give yourself the shortest distance from A to B. The more you weave back and forth, the more rowing you're having to do.
Well, also, the more you put that rudder on, the more, I mean, the rudder acts as a brake to turn you. So you're effectively using braking to steer, which is not what you want, because, again, the braking just slows you down. And going off next, we in the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy, we have Imperial College London on the Berkshire station, that's closest to us, and Oxford Women's Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire station, closest to the island.
So yes, you're just seeing the split screen there on the right. It does look like Newcastle, who are keeping that high punchy rate. But look at this on the left-hand side of your picture. Both crews coming together. Was that overlap of the blades? They're warning Imperial at the moment, but actually, and it's hard to see from this angle where they are in the course, but Imperial really putting themselves in a dangerous place there.
Yeah, I think looking at that, I think Imperial came right over. It looked like the Oxford crew were still fairly close to their boom.
Yeah, so I think actually you can see Imperial right in the middle of the course, and actually Oxford heading back in their direction now. Imperial going back over to the booms. You can see this fantastic overhead shot. Actually now it looks like it might be Oxford who are out in the middle of the water. Both crews, you know, going off that start, really frantic, really laying the power down, but you've got to make sure that you're keeping yourself safe at the same time.
Absolutely, and the thing is, when you've got that power being laid down, you have to make sure you're matching, everyone in the crew is matching length and power. If you've got one person deciding to go for, you know, a single person sprint, hero sprint, then that can pull a boat right over. It's not just about giving your all, it's about giving your all in a matched way to everyone else in the crew. Yeah,
and this is hard enough, you know, if you've got a Coxed steering the boat, it's hard enough sometimes to keep on the straight and narrow, as I said from my previous experience. So I think, you know, these athletes here, it's such a big job and a massive responsibility at any regatta, but even more so somewhere like Henley, where actually a clip of the booms can be pretty disastrous. So actually, we've gone back there on the right-hand side of the picture just to see that Newcastle University crew who were racing Queen's University Belfast, and they look like they've actually done a really good job of keeping that high rate.
And just holding them off,
The one thing we thought might not work for them has actually really worked in their favour, and they've done a great job there to hold off that Queen's crew.
Yeah. And we're back here to Imperial and Oxford Uni Women's Boat Club, with Imperial holding that lead over Oxford Uni. Again, you can see a bit of bounce in the water there, but both crews handling it quite nicely.
I would say that Imperial crew just looks like they're getting more time with the blades under the water, more time to kind of lever their boat past the ends of the blades really, whereas the Oxford crew, they look strong, but they just looked a little bit shorter under the water, a little bit more frantic in their style.
Yeah, and I think the Imperial crew just looks just a little bit more composed together compared to the Oxford crew there.
So there we see that Imperial crew looking more and more comfortable, but still keeping their rate high. They clearly want to race this one to the line. Maybe they just want to test themselves, see where they're at, get themselves ready for tomorrow. And that's always the balance, isn't it? It's either do we relax and chill out, or do we actually kind of see where we're at, test the waters.
Completely. I kind of, for my personal feeling, I like to make sure maybe we'll drop it a little bit, unless you're going for a, you know, course time, but drop it a little bit, but make sure you're still pushed just enough that you feel that you can kind of just test what you can do at that rate. And going off now, we have Radcliffe Crew Harvard on the Berkshire and Imperial College again on the Buckinghamshire station.
Really aggressive start, but look at that steering from the Radcliffe crew. These guys are about to be in serious trouble. They've crossed over those booms. If they do not get back in the next few strokes, they are going to be on those booms, just like you said, those uprights, really dangerous. They might just have saved it there, but now they need to make sure they're not rebounding straight back into the middle of the course.
Straight over into Imperial there.
So Imperial also fairly far out, but actually it looks like Radcliffe are about to cross right into their water. This could potentially be a disqualification for this Radcliffe crew if they do not make a step back onto their water very quickly.
If I was on that Imperial crew, I perhaps would have just had a call just for a little bit of spin, just to put a bit more pressure onto them. But yeah.
So the Radcliffe crew, I mean, looking like the faster crew, but they need to be able to get to the finish line in one piece here. And if that early start was anything to go by, they're going to have to make sure they maybe take a bit of pressure off the rowing and just put a little bit more focus on the steering to make sure that they are safe. Because now, look, they're heading straight back over to those booms.
And just on your screen there, you saw from the race earlier, the Imperial crew crossing the line ahead of Oxford women, but we're back now with the overhead, and you can see it. And again, it looks like Imperial have moved to the middle of the river here, with the Radcliffe crew just hugging those booms. And it's all very well being the fastest, but if you're the fastest over the longest distance, the other crew can row a shorter distance than you, and they can quite easily beat you if you're veering all over the place.
So they do look like they've relaxed a little bit more now there, that crew from Radcliffe, after that quite frantic start. They've really had to work to keep their boat in the right place on the river. They've put some serious distance into the crew from Imperial, and hopefully now both crews will be able to settle and keep themselves safe between the booms as they move down into the middle part of the race.
Absolutely, there's a lovely shot there of down the course. Not that the athletes will be able to appreciate the view as they're locked in the pain cave coming down here. But yeah, the Radcliffe crew comfortably in the lead there. Not dropping the rating too much, but perhaps just taking the foot off the power a little bit, just to allow them to stay in control.
Yeah, so this crew from Harvard, they have quite an interesting style. They don't look super tidy. Their timing's not perfect, but you can see how much work is going through the water. They are really piling on the pressure there. So that's the race on the right-hand split, and on the left we are going to go back to the Coxed Fours for another race in the Groton School Challenge Cup, the Junior Coxed Fours.
We have Monkton Coombs School on the Berkshire station and Headington School on the Buckinghamshire station. And interestingly, in the Monkton Coombs School, one of the girls only learnt to row 5 months ago. And we have, in the 3-seat, Tara Lloyd is a GB trialist. with a Swiss national champion in the stroke seat. So it should be quite an interesting race here. Interesting to see what Moncton Combe can do.
So that's on the left-hand screen, and it's all about, in that early part of the race in these Coxed fours, getting that heavy boat up to speed. It's kind of a bit like a train getting going, isn't it? You've got to be a bit patient with it in the first few strokes to kind of let the boat build up speed. And on the right of the picture, we can just see the dying stages of that exciting race in the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for aspirational academic fours between Radcliffe crew of Harvard University and Imperial College London.
But on the left, we still have that high energy start in the Groton School Challenge Cup between Moncton Combe and Headington, with Moncton there just looking to take that lead off the end of the island.
Looks like nearly a length from that crew from Moncton School, maybe 3/4, as Headington just kind of stretch out and put the pressure back on them. It was a very, very punchy start from Moncton, but that Headington School crew wanting to make sure that they keep the length, I think. You know, they look like they row a nice long stroke like most of those Headington crews do.
And indeed, it looks like Headington are starting to move back into Moncton there, taking it from, they move back to about half a length almost. I think Moncton have responded and are just pushing away now to a canvas clear. So canvas of overlap. Some excellent racing going on here in the Groton School Challenge.
So that Moncton crew, a real combination of experience and newness, freshness into the sport, which can actually, I think, be a really great combination, because you have some sort of older, wiser heads, I suppose, in the rowing sense, who are able to dictate some of the sort of the ways of doing things, but then you get that passion and newness from people who are new into the sport, which can really drive you on.
Yeah. As you say, you know, we've, as you said, a complete mix of experience here. We've got, you said, one girl who's a Swiss national champion, another one who is a GB trialist, and then one girl who only learnt to row 5 months ago. So, yeah, real experience in 2 of the seats, and someone who's fresh and hungry for it. And what an experience to be, you know, to only have learnt 5 months ago and to be sat here in this, and in a crew with such experience as well.
And I think this shows the composure of these women. You know, it really, they're young athletes, both in terms of their age and their experience in the sport, but they're still able to have the confidence to go out and row like this, you know, in both crews, really.
Absolutely, and still deliver good quality rowing.
Yeah, and deliver a performance when it counts.
Yeah.
So that in the picture there is the crew from Moncton Combe School, who are currently leading Headington School in this heat of the Groton School Challenge Cup for junior Coxed fours.
I'd say this is the junior. So all these women have, this is J18s. They all have to be 18 years or younger to be able to race in this.
And as we talked earlier about the students and the full-time, you know, those with full-time jobs, it's the same thing, pressures here, exams, school, you know, so you've got to be able to be really disciplined about your time and about the way you spread your energy, really, making sure that you can commit to both your sport and your academics and your other commitments. So there on the right hand side of your picture was that ongoing race between Moncton Combe School and Headington, but on the left it's another heat of the Groton School Challenge Cup for junior fours. This is between Yarm School on the Berkshire Station and Marlow Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station, Yarm looked really tidy as they came out of the start there.
Absolutely. But we've seen some good mid-race pace from all these Marlow crews. I think they've tended to be the faster through the middle part of the race. So, you know, anything all to play for as they come off the end of the island here.
It looks like Yarm have just jumped out to that early lead, but then, like you said, Marlow have kind of put that pressure back on them. At the moment, it's Marlow actually with the higher rate of striking, and they've got their bows now back dead level.
Marlow, I believe, are moving out in front. And on the right-hand side of the picture, you can see the Moncton crew still just holding on to that lead, looking quite comfortable. So some good tight racing here as they cross the line. Just a length and a quarter ahead.
But then we switch back to this race between Yarm and Marlow, and look at that changeover. Marlow have now got half a length lead, but still having to keep taking more strokes per minute than the crew from Yarm School to stay ahead.
Absolutely. But they're looking, I'd say they're looking a little bit longer to me as well, even at that higher rate. I think that will help them just keep moving, keep the momentum up. And here Marlow just still rowing at that slightly higher rating. You can hear the shouts as they move past our commentary box.
This race is definitely not done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination.
Not
Marlow
at all.
are having to keep that rate pretty high to stay ahead, and they're holding at half a length. And like we were talking about earlier, there's always that danger if you can't move or break away to get really demoralised. So you've got to actually keep inching, keep moving, not just let a crew sit within half a length.
Absolutely, and we saw Yarm had that faster sprint off the finish. It makes me wonder, do they have that faster sprint, the sprint off the start? Do they have that faster sprint for the finish as well? And that's going to be in the minds of the Marlow women as well. They'll be thinking, well, they were fast at the start. We've got them here, but we can't break free. You know, does Yarm have that surprise sprint for the finish up their sleeve that they'll just pull out and close that half a length?
So this Marlow crew, they do look like they're starting to move out now. And actually, you know, they've got another mixed crew of experience and youth. Their bow and their two-seat 14 and 15-year-olds, respectively. So young athletes here competing in this J18 event. And doing very well with the pressure of it, I'd say.
Absolutely. I think now that Marlow have just put a little bit more distance into Yarm, I think we might see them just relax a bit more and just start to eke it out. But Yarm's still looking very composed, still in there, hanging in there on them.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right there. It does look like they've stretched out there on that right-hand side of your picture, the crew from Marlow Rowing Club.
And coming down now on the left-hand side of the split screen, you can see Bedford Girls' School on the Berkshire station and Shiplake College on the Buckinghamshire station. In the next round of the Groton School Challenge Cup.
Shiplake have had a real build in the quality of their junior women's rowing over the last few years. They've established themselves as one of these real up-and-coming programs, and actually you can see the way that they have set off in this race, that quality there.
Oh, absolutely, they've put that marker down off the start. They want to get ahead and sit ahead. There's no sort of planning to row through anything. They want that lead straight off the start, and it looks like they have it.
So that's the left-hand side of your picture there. Shiplake at the top of the screen in the bumblebee outfits, shall we say, putting down an early lead against the crew from Bedford Girls' School. On the right of the picture, you can see the Marlow Rowing Club junior Coxed 4, who have just managed to stretch out that lead now over their competitors from Yarm School, who are just out of the picture there, but should be coming up shortly towards the finish.
And on the left you can see Shiplake holding that lead over Bedford's.
So Marlowe crossing the finish line there on the right-hand side of your picture. Delighted to have taken that heat in the Groton School Challenge Cup. But here we have Shiplake in their race against Bedford Girls' School. And they look like now they're able to keep good control of this race. You know, keep their eyes on the crew behind them from Bedford Girls' School. And I think this is one of the things that's hardest for me as a Cox, in a Cox 4, especially when you're in the configuration that these boats are, where you're sitting in the bow at the very front of the boat, is you've got to have really good communication with your bow seat, because you can't see behind you. You can't turn around like you could in an 8 and see what's going on with your opposition. You are really reliant on the athlete in the bow seat to give you that information.
Absolutely,
to let you know if the crew behind's coming back, for example, and you need to do something to make a change, or if you're comfortably winning and you can relax a little bit. So it takes a huge amount of trust and responsibility for that bow seat to make sure that everyone is well informed of what's going on.
Completely, and particularly when you think, you know, these women are going all out, so they'll be struggling to breathe, let alone breathe and convey a clear message
at the same time.
Back to someone
so.
sat behind them.
One of the things I hated most about, well, there's a lot of things I hated about coxing bow-loaded boats, mostly because I learned to row on the tideway and you can see the wave coming towards you before it washes over your head. One of the things I found very difficult was that the main thing you can hear is the sound of bow seat sliding back and forth. So it's really difficult to hear the conversations that are going on in the crew. You've got to have people who are confident to just be very concise and clear with what's going on. You know, you don't want any, they're kind of moving back. You know, you want to know just very precisely exactly what is happening with the crews that you're racing.
And now I think we just saw a shot there of the two crews, and Shiplake just looking a bit, for me, a little bit more together, moving a bit more together. Bedford girls starting to look at, you can see the sort of body movement happening a little bit more as they're starting to get a bit more tired. As they're trying to throw everything in there to just get as much boat speed as they can to try and stay with Shiplake.
So that's the race on the right-hand side of your picture, but on the left we are switching over to another fast and furious start in this Groton School Challenge Cup for Junior 4s. It is Shandon Boat Club Ireland in only their second appearance at Henley Women's Regatta. They are on the left-hand side of your screen in the pale blue, and on the right is the crew from Tideway Scullers School, and it looks like Shandon have had a flying start there.
Absolutely, coming out fast there. And still a much higher stroke rate than Tideway Scullers. So as we were saying earlier, there's sort of 3 ways to make a boat go fast. It's stroke rate, power, and just letting it run under you. And it looks like Shandon are just trying to get all 3 of those in there over Tideway Scullers, overpower them, overrate them, and just let the boat run under them a bit more.
So on the right there, Shiplake, fairly dominant performance in the second half of that race to take the win over Bedford Girls' School, and really flying performance there from Shandon. This is a crew that comes from Cork in Ireland on the south coast, and despite it being only their second time here at Henley Women's Regatta, a really fantastic start and an interesting choice of steering from the Tideway Scullers School. They've come right out over into the middle. I don't know whether that is on purpose or they're just not happy being near the booms, but it's not the choice I'd necessarily make, because you don't want your crew to be in the wash of a leading crew, but it is what it is.
Shandon's still here with a much higher stroke rate than Tideway Sculls at the moment. And just looking very composed, very powerful there.
So you can see there actually exactly the point I was trying to make about the wash from the other crew. So you can see in that overhead shot that the disturbance in the water created by the blades of that leading crew was there, just hitting right under the shell itself, so the actual boat in the Tideway Scullers crew, which is really disruptive. It feels like you're rowing,
like
you know, with a exactly, yeah. And actually, it does look like they're moving back onto their station a bit. So the ideal thing, the thing you really want to aim for, if you're in a trailing crew, is to have those puddles passing in between your shell and the ends of your blade, so kind of almost under the riggers, because that's the least disruptive point. But
Absolutely.
quite a difficult thing to do. You know, it's quite a precision aim.
It looks unfortunately like the Tideway Scullers Cox has taken their crew back, and so they're now, Tideway Scullers crew are now catching the puddles of Shannon. But a pretty dominant performance here from Shandon Boat Club Island.
So I think this would be an interesting crew to watch progress, because it's certainly a crew that people aren't going to know much about over here. So one perhaps that in some of these later rounds might not be expected to put in a performance that they look very capable of doing.
They do. And it's always interesting when you get these foreign crews coming over, because a lot of the other crews will have met each other at the various races, over the year, particularly in the juniors. You'll have met the same people time and again over the last few years, but this is someone completely new coming over. You've no idea what they, you don't know. Do they have that sprint finish? Do they have that powerful middle section? Can we upset them? You've no idea. Now, going from the left of your picture is the first race of the Chairman's Trophy, the academic quads.
I think it's aspirational.
Aspirational quads, with Scull Amsterdam on the Berkshire station and Sheffield University on the Buckinghamshire station.
So you just saw the bow seat of that Sheffield University crew looking around, making sure she was positioning her crew right where she wanted to be, and that crew from Scull, on the other hand, just head straight forward, and they have again squeezed out a little bit into the middle, but they have given themselves quite a big distance in which to do that. So it might be that the umpires just let them have that, because they look like they've already got a length of clear water.
Yeah, I mean, they've look to be dominating this race, and I imagine the umpire has no fear there'll be any clashes happening at this point. Or if Sheffield manage to start to catch up, we start to warn them back over to their station. But for now, it seems pretty safe.
This crew from Scull in the Netherlands is coached by Peter Veersum, who was a ex-international coxswain himself, coxed the Dutch crews very successfully over a number of years. And I'm sure he will have imparted some of his style and wisdom to this crew. And actually, the quality of their rowing here is really good. And I believe all these women in this Scull crew are lightweights, and actually small lightweights. And actually, they have that kind of style that's typical of lightweights, I'd say. It's very, very precise, really neat.
Yeah, and as we were saying earlier, lightweights, everyone is a similar weight, so you have to find that extra speed from somewhere. You can't sort of rely on being necessarily bigger or that much stronger. So it all comes down to technique and just grit. And we can see plenty of that here from the quad from Scull.
they've really kept their composure the whole way down the course as well, haven't they?
Absolutely,
Their quality of sculling is still just as high as it was when they started off, and that Sheffield crew is certainly not one to give up lightly. They've kept the pressure on there, but you can see on the right-hand side that crew from Sculls, who just looks like they have taken this race really from the very first stroke.
Absolutely, and the next race off in the chairman's stroke on the left is Globe Rowing Club and USR Triton from the Netherlands.
So it looked like the crews were coming together a little bit in that early part of the race. And actually, I think originally it was the Globe crew who was sneaking out, but now it looks like it might be Triton who are just pushing out into the middle part of the stream. But another really punchy start from these Dutch crews who have come over, and it's another lightweight crew here. So this crew has won the lightweight Coxed quads at the Heineken in March of this year. So a lightweight crew, and a very similar style actually to what we just saw previously in the crew from Sculls.
Absolutely, and the nice thing about, well, one of the great things about the quads racing is that it's a lot like the H racing. You can get that shell up to speed very fast. It tends to be the faster races are the 8s and the quads.
So they've made a similar dominant start to this race as their colleagues from Sculls did in the race just before. They've got clear water by the end of the island. They look like now they're just consolidating that lead over the crew from Globe Rowing Club. So that is both screens now showing the Chairman's Trophy for aspirational quads. On the right, it is the crew from Sculls comfortably leading that race against Sheffield University, and on the left it is the crew from Triton Utrecht, also in the Netherlands, who have started well against Globe Rowing Club.
Absolutely, you can just see that crew from Triton. There's no, when we had that close up there, there's no excess body movement. They are very linear, up and down.
Yeah, there's no wasting of energy, is there?
At all.
It's all going into the stroke.
There's no hunting for anything more at either end. They're just in, on, and out. It's very smooth.
You can see there that lead stretching out. It is Triton on the left-hand side of your picture. Globe just going out of view there on the right. This Triton crew again. Don't look like they're taking any steps to sort of stretch it out or take the rate down, really, do they, as they come up to the end of the race?
I think they've dropped, looking at how they were before, I think they've dropped the rating slightly, and now on the left-hand side of your picture you can see the next race going off, which is Strathclyde Park Rowing Club and Upper Thames Rowing Club.
So I think that crew, Strathclyde Park, is a composite between Agecroft, Hartbury College, Leeds University. So these are athletes from British Rowing's START programme, and I think this is their first outing actually in this particular formation.
Yeah.
So be interesting to see how they got on, but 3 of them have rowed together recently at the Scottish Championships, so still a fair unit to drop into. And they look like they've established an early lead over the local crew from Upper Thames Rowing Club, about 3/4 of a length at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's great to see these athletes from the start centres. So for those of you who aren't aware, GB Rowing has several start centres around the country where they funnel in potential athletes for the national squad. It's not the only route into the national squad, but it's one sort of where they can try and develop their own talent from prospective people, and they come in from all. They can recruit them from all different disciplines as well of sport. You may have seen Callum Dixon from the Twickenham Start Centre recently making it into the GB quad. He was an ex-sailor and got recruited over to rowing.
I think what's great about these kind of composite crews is that it allows women from smaller programs to form some of these bigger crew boats.
Absolutely, yeah.
So rather than being reliant on, well, there's only one of me here really, so I've got to race a single, actually they get this opportunity. Maybe they don't get much time training together, but they get this fantastic chance to race at Henley Women's in a bigger crew in one of these faster boats.
Absolutely, and, you know, and it says in the notes that they, sort of the crew notes that they've sent us, it does say, you know, they've worked hard throughout the year to keep this project alive, as they all come from small programs. So, you know, they would, as I said, in their own programs they'd struggle to form this crew, but by being able to combine together, they can put out a top quality crew like this.
So that is the composite crew you can see there. So they are nominally down, and in your picture there is Strathclyde Park, but they are athletes from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, Agecroft Rowing Club, Hartpury College and Leeds University. And they're looking now with a good command of this race over their opposition from Upper Thames Rowing Club.
Yeah, it's looking very powerful, very controlled there. And here is a lovely shot of just that composite crew, just long, smooth strokes. You can see really picking the boat up where they're putting the blades in there, where they're catching.
They don't look like a crew who haven't rowed together much.
They don't.
Look like a very well established unit.
Yeah, very well drilled there.
And that's always easier to do, obviously, when you're in the lead, because you can take some of the mental and physical pressure off. But it's still not easy if you haven't trained together much. So I think it's an impressive performance from them.
Absolutely.
So we're seeing here the Chairman's Trophy for aspirational quadruple sculls, and it is that composite from Strathclyde Park, Agecroft, Hartpury, Leeds University that have led from beginning to end in this race. You can see there the bounce that comes off the motorboats that are going up and down the course, and whilst obviously the booms are there to protect the crews from some of that, some of it does creep through either over the top or through some of those gaps.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the things about Henley, you've got to be prepared for those slight changes in conditions, especially as you go through the weekend and the river gets busier, and on a nice day like this it's a bit of a curse sometimes. So that's the right hand side of your picture is the end of that race, but on the left we go to another heat of the Chairman's Trophy for aspirational quads. Leeds University on the Berkshire Station, Thames Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station.
And you can see coming off there Leeds University taking an interesting line towards the boys. They managed to correct it, but as you can see here, you can see their blades catching the boys there. That's going to disrupt the rhythm, slow them down a little bit, and so they need to try and just take a breath, relax back into that rhythm together, and Thames punishing them there for that mistake, really just capitalising on it and pushing away.
For Thames Rowing Club actually also being warned there for their steering, so they'd obviously crept right out into the middle as well, which might have been one of the reasons perhaps why Leeds pushed over onto the booms. Very difficult to tell from the pictures we were looking at, but now it looks like Thames have returned over to their station and Leeds are now moving into the middle.
Probably a little bit worried after that close encounter, just playing it a bit safe.
So Thames there we can see with a clear lead in the early part of this race. They look like they have been able to establish that fairly quickly, perhaps taking advantage of that little bit of a steering wiggle.
Yeah, and perhaps and that wiggle will be playing in the Leeds University crew's mind whereas Thames are just nice and relaxed. They've had no issues, no drama down this course so far, and they're looking very composed. You can see no one going for anything more at the catch there. They're just arriving and placing, nice and quick.
Yes, you really want to be looking for that efficiency of movement. You don't want to be wasting any length, wasting any effort, and that's what the Thames crew are doing well there. So that is the Thames crew that you can see just heading out of the left-hand side of your picture, and they've got a comfortable lead at the moment over Leeds University on the right of your picture there.
Yes, and I think, you know, this is a very strong Thames crew. I think even without that slight steering issue, Leeds would be struggling hard to stay on terms with them here. You can see very smooth sculling there from the Thames crew.
So they've really opened out. A big lead there.
Yeah.
And they look now like they can enjoy this last part of their race, really, and give themselves a bit of a breather through to the next round.
Absolutely. It's always nice when you can sort of just take a moment, just relax in the race.
So you can see them now approaching towards the finish line. Look like they've managed to take that rate down a little bit more now, I think, actually.
Yeah, just really just sort of settling and just they know they have a decent lead here. Anything would take Leeds a lot of effort to sprint up to catch them, and by that point Thames can just let them tire themselves out and then just push away. But going off now on the left hand side of your picture, you can see the first heat of the Peabody Cup for Junior 8s, with Hanover High School, New Hampshire on the Berkshire station and Surbiton High School on the Buckinghamshire station. Surbiton with those distinctive S on their blades.
So that school from Hanover, this is their first appearance at Henley Women's Regatta. They have come all the way over from their usual spot on the Connecticut River to take part in this Junior 8s heat. And like I was talking about earlier with the Junior Coxed 4s, these Junior 8s can produce some of the most electric racing at Henley Women's Regatta. And look at this crew we can see now from Surbiton. Look at the effort they're putting in. They are such a powerful crew, and they have given themselves probably, a canvas, maybe a third of a length lead already over that crew from Hanover.
But again, they have that slightly higher rate, but they seem to be working for them. They're pushing that crew from Hanover further and further back. And as we've said, with the 8s, when you get them up to speed, it's just a matter of keeping them there. So you can afford to sit at that higher rate than we've seen happening in the earlier races from the Coxed 4s. These 8s have their race profile is very much up to speed, sit at speed, and then a little bit of an uplift in boat speed for the finish. But once up to speed, these things, they're at speed.
You can see the wash there coming down as well, couldn't you? You've got to stay really, really precise and really decisive with your movements to make sure that the wash isn't disrupting your boat speed. And we see the Surbiton crew there again, not letting anything off the ends of their blades. They are really keeping that pressure right the way through the stroke.
You can see that look of pain on the 7 girl in the Surbiton crew there. They are giving everything here, and they're moving to clear water now. They've broken that contact, and that means that the crew from Hanover will have seen and felt that Surbiton crew move through them, and then one by one in the Hanover crew they'll have felt that feeling of losing contact with them. I can't hear them anymore, I can't feel them anymore, and now it's up to their cocks just to tell them where they are, keep them engaged with Surbiton, keep them on there, don't let off.
That crew from Hanover just unfortunately looking a little bit outpowered by this local crew from Surbiton High School. Hanover doing a nice job. They looked well drilled, and their Cox was taking a really great line straight down the booms there. But this crew from Surbiton just so strong in their style of rowing.
You can really
really
see,
powerful.
yeah.
You can see every watt that's going on there, can't you?
Absolutely. And that, you can see that the blades go in, the handle, you can see the speed of the handle as it comes into the body. They're really getting locked on. And this, when we talk about locked on, what we're talking about is you put the blade in the water, you build up a little bit of pressure on the face of it, and then the blade should not move. You should move the boat past it rather than just of sending water at the end.
So that's that race from Surbiton High School on the right. But another start there in the Peabody Cup from St George's College at the bottom of your picture, and Godolphin and Latimer, the top of your picture, just going off along the island now. Looks like an early lead from Godolphin and Latimer there. So that is the left-hand side of your picture. Yep, you can see from the overhead shot, looks like about a third of a length lead just as they pop out the top of the island for the crew from Godolphin and Latimer.
And it looks like Godolphin and Latimer have forced St George's over a little bit tight to the booms there. And on the right hand side of the picture you can see Surbiton just have taken that rating down, and the race ahead just enjoying that lead, still keeping that power in there. Big power per stroke there, but just dropping that rating.
Look at that start on the left-hand side of the screen from Godolphin and Latimer. That's really emphatic.
Flying out, yeah. Again, they've kept that rating high. They're obviously looking to settle down to their mid-race pace a lot later than St George's. Just allow them to be moving faster for longer. And then on the right-hand side, you can see Surbiton crossing the line. And we're back now to St George's and Godolphin and Latimer. You can hear the shouts of the coaches there as they pass us.
Gave me a scare. So that is that breaking point that we were discussing earlier. Godolphin and Latimer just about to look for clear water there. Can they make that step on? And look how close St George's are to the booms. I think they've realised that they might have been a little bit nearer than they needed to be there. And there you can see Godolphin being warned. So obviously the umpire doesn't think they're far enough ahead that they can just go where they like.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was a deliberate ploy by Godolphin there, just to put dirty water down into the catches of St George's. But they have been warned over. And you can see just got a little red line just on the bows of Godolphin Latimer. You can see it running very level. There's not much bounce happening there. Is it running very level to the water? There's not a huge amount of bounce. They're keeping it running quite nicely. Whereas in contrast, if you look over to St George's College, there's a little bit more bounce at the drop at the finish there in their crew. It's just not quite allowing the boat to just run out, just allowing that weight just to drop into the bows slightly, which will be costing them a little bit of speed per stroke.
Godolphin and Latimer definitely keeping that high rate of strike there. They're definitely not willing to settle yet, are they? Maybe,
no.
And again, like we talked earlier, that could be because they want to just give themselves a full run over the course, or it could be because they don't quite feel comfortable enough with the lead that they've got to be able to do that. But both crews definitely at full pace here as they move down towards the finish.
Absolutely.
So St George's College, you can see on the right-hand side of your picture, they are the crew with the white blades, and they are definitely not willing to let Godolphin relax. Godolphin there now in the centre of your screen with the black and red all-in-ones and blades. So that's the right-hand side of your picture. They look like they're just controlling that race. And on the left, we can see the next heat between Kew House School Boat Club with the green blades at the bottom of your screen and St Paul's Girls with the white and black tips on the right. And I'm going to do my utmost not to be too biased here, but St Paul's was where I learnt to row, and I'm just delighted to see them here because that was something I never got the chance to do as a junior, and I'm very happy that they are putting themselves in a position where they are able to compete here at Henley Women's.
Absolutely, and it's interesting. I'm just reading the bios of the Kew House women's crew, and bear in mind this is J18, so this is athletes up to 18 years old. There's 2 of the crew who've only just done their GCSEs, so you've got 2 16-year-olds in there who've just completed GCSEs, and now rowing with women a couple of years older than them as well. But they're looking strong. You know, this is looking like a good row here from Kew House. In the St Paul's Girls School boat, who are only just ahead by a bow ball. We have 2 athletes, Sophia Tyler, who rowed at the 2022 Coupe in the 4 minors, representing GB, and Valentina Fenton, who raced in the Munich Junior Regatta, winning the Junior Women's 4 minors on the Sunday. So some good pedigree in that boat, but
what a race!
But they're not. Yeah, exactly. St Paul's are not having it all their own way, despite that pedigree. Kew House are right in there on them.
Looks like St Paul's have just got a canvas, but not able to move away at the moment.
A hard-fought canvas, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. They're having to really work every stroke for it. So I think this is going to be an interesting race because it's going to be about who has the confidence to settle out onto a race pace.
Absolutely.
Or on the other side, who has that sort of ability to hold their hands in the fire. And while St Paul's are maybe eking out another couple of seats, this is certainly not done and dusted. And you know, this Kew House crew, again, they look neat, they look really tidy, their timing is very good, so it's going to be a real battle of attrition here, I think, as they come down into the middle of the course. Absolutely, and both these crews will have seen each other out on the river. They both row on the Tideway, albeit at different ends of the championship course. Kew House rowing out of rowing out of Chiswick, and St Paul's rowing out of Hammersmith. But it does look like St Paul's is just moving further ahead of Kew House, but that will have been a little bit of a shock. Kew House being a relatively new programme as well, so good to see them able to hold their own against established programmes like St Paul's. This St Paul's crew definitely looks like one of the better 8s I've seen from them in recent years. They look like they are strong, they look like they've really got that athleticism as they push through the water. And at the moment they are holding on to that lead from Kew House, but Kew are not gonna let them go quietly. Exactly, they are quite a feisty looking crew, aren't they? Yes, and there's and considering they're down, they're still looking quite controlled. They're not looking ragged despite being behind. Hopefully we'll get a shot of them soon. So that is the black and white of St Paul's Girls' School there. You just saw their coxswain, Sita Phillip, just glancing round to see what was going on with Kew, and it does look like they might have maybe just broken a little bit of clear water on Kew. Maybe a quarter of a length of clear water. But they're going to have to keep the pressure on. I don't think that's going to be enough for them to relax and potentially give Kew the chance to have a sniff at all. Yeah, I think we're going to see some. I think Kew are not necessarily pushing St Paul's right to their edge, but they are not they're not making it easy for them. A great row from Q,
Very
really
good
tidy.
row, yeah.
But I must say I'm delighted to see St Paul's out in the lead here, and I will be just as unbiased tomorrow, I imagine, or in their next race. So that is that race in the Peabody Cup for J18 8s, Junior 8s, that is just coming towards its conclusion here with the crew from St Paul's Girls' School just holding on to a length or so over Q House. But on the left, we're going to see the crew from Lady Eleanor Hollis School at the bottom of your picture with an extremely frantic high rate start there against a crew from Henley Rowing Club on the right. Really both very well established programs for junior women's rowing, so an interesting matchup relatively early on here in these heats of the Peabody Cup.
Yeah, and I'd say for me it just looked like Lady Eleanor Hollis was just a little bit more hungry or frantic for it off the start there, but I think Henley, we just spoke about the depth of their program, just looking very composed, and I think that composure's just paid off, and as we see them go past now, it looks like Henley is led out maybe a quarter of a length.
Yeah, it looked like perhaps LEH were trying to unsettle them
Yes.
early, but like you said, having to keep their rate really high to do so, having to put a lot of early effort in, and Henley just looked like they're taking a bit more time to sit back. I mean, they've not taken their foot off the gas by any stretch, but you can see they're just getting a little bit more out of the boat, which is allowing them to just start to squeeze away to almost a length now over this crew from LEH.
Absolutely, and it looks, looking at the Henley crew there, they still look quite upright with their bodies. I suspect they haven't settled, they actually haven't dropped down into their mid-race rhythm yet. And when they do, I expect them just to keep moving away here.
So there we can see that crew from Henley Rowing Club as we come through from the bows of their boat to the stern, looking really strong. So we're coming down the boat there, and we're going to see in stern pair sisters Emma and Sophie Eltz. And I know that their uncle Giles Bond-Smith is looking on very proudly as he watches some rowing over in Marlow Regatta. But those women from Henley just looking really quite supremely confident here, I'd say.
I mean, I'd say they look very confident. From the start, they looked very relaxed, very composed. And that's just, that's showing here further down the course where their technique hasn't, they still look like they're rowing exactly the same style as they were off the start. Very loose, very strong and long.
Really unfussed, I'd say.
Yeah, completely unfussed. They were not worried, I don't think. Or if they were, they hit it very well, which is the mark of a very good athlete. Not letting your opponent see if you are unsettled by them.
This Henley crew, whilst they haven't necessarily had a fully winning season, they're definitely going to be one of the 8s to watch in this event, the Peabody Cup for Junior 8s. So that is on the right-hand side of your picture, Henley Rowing Club, currently comfortable in front of the crew from Lady Eleanor Hollis School, but on the left, another fierce start in aspirational quads for the Chairman's Trophy between Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha on the Berkshire station and Mersey Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. This is
the first entry from Mersey Rowing Club into Henley Women's, so good showing from them. It's good to see new entries from other clubs coming into this. And again, it's said, as we were saying earlier, it's just showing the growth and upward trajectory of this regatta for women's rowing.
We're seeing a warning there for the Mortlake crew just to move back to their station, but actually now you can see that it is Mersey who are also creeping out into the middle of the river. Mortlake, a good start. They've looked like they've just managed to get a fraction of clear water there over the crew from Mersey, with just a little bit of warning still happening for them as they come back over onto their station.
Absolutely, and this is for two of the athletes in the Mersey Rowing Club boat. Laura Cavaney and Joanna Wotton. This is their first time at Henley Women's. And what a way to come into it in the aspirational quads with the Chairman's Trophy. But Mortlake and Anglian taking the lead there. And Mortlake and Anglian, they've got that history of having a strong sculling programme there for many years.
On the right-hand side of your picture, Henley Rowing Club finishing off their race against LEH. It looked like they maybe took themselves up for a little bit of a sprint at the finish, perhaps just a bit of a practice.
Push. Yeah, practice
just to see how their finish is going to go, because it does feel different, doesn't it, when you're practicing with a race in your legs, even if it was a fairly controlled race.
Yeah.
But back now to the quads. So in the front of your picture there, we see Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha from the Tideway rowing against the crew from Mersey Rowing Club. This again looks like a well-drilled crew. You can see that their blades enter the water quite smoothly. You don't want too much splash of water as those blades drop in, because that is again wasted energy. It's throwing up. So you get the odd one there where there's a little bit of a splash, but most of their catches, most of the time their entry into the water is really smooth. And that race looks fairly well dominated by the crew from Mortlake. So you can see that switch over on the left-hand side of your screen to the next heat in the Chairman's Trophy for aspirational quads between Reading University with the white and purple tipped blades on the left, and Kingston Rowing Club in the red and white unis on the right.
And as they go off, you can see the umpire warning the crews to separate there. They came a bit close, but it does look like it's Reading University.
Reading University moved there as Kingston, I think, hit the booms.
Ooh,
yep, you can see there from that picture that Kingston did hit the booms there and have come to a complete stop. Such a shame to see a race go that way, and I hope they can pick it back up and start moving again.
It kind of looks like Mersey have actually just decided to go for a sprint there, just to really bury them, I suspect. They'll just have that sprint, yeah, and you can see they're bringing it back down now. Now they've really put some distance in there and they're safe.
Yeah, so that Reading crew really took advantage of that, didn't they? And that's unfortunately the cutthroat nature of this side-by-side racing. It's what you have to do if you see that your opponents have struggled or crashed for any reason. You know, you've got to take advantage, and you've got to kind of twist the knife at that point.
Completely. Although it's not unheard of for a crew to crash and make a comeback. I remember about 8 years ago, I think it was a Tyrian crew hitting the booms at about that same point actually, and then going on to win.
Sometimes that adrenaline surge just gives you a little bit of an extra kick, doesn't it?
Absolutely. But it looks here like Reading University just very confidently ahead.
So that's the race you're seeing on the left-hand side of your picture. On the right, you're seeing the crew from Mortlake from the previous heat, who have led against Mersey Rowing Club and are just crossing the finish line now. But we'll switch back now to Reading University at the top of your picture, and that crew from Kingston, who have certainly got themselves back up and running, and actually I think they might have pushed back a little bit of distance on Reading, but that is big ground to cover now.
I think, as you say, it's perhaps that bit of adrenaline, let's get, that sort of energy to get back on it. But it's, as you say, very big ground, and Reading perhaps just going to quite happily let Kingston come up on them a little bit before just moving away again if they do make any ground. It's quite easy, you don't need to maintain a huge margin. You can let the other crew just use up their energy, gaining on you, and then just press away.
And Reading University now really establishing themselves as a sort of specialist sculling programme.
Absolutely, and they had Charlotte Taylor, who was in the lightweight double at Rio, go over there and head up their coaching, their sculling programme for a while. And she's now moved to Putney High School, but obviously left a legacy of strong sculling there.
And again, another crew that has not really let up at all. They're keeping that rate of striking high. Oh, hello, Red Kite. Here we go. Nice sail around.
And
back to the rowing.
And on the left-hand side, you can see London Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station, and on the Berkshire station, DSRV Lager from the Netherlands. Now, just as you were unbiased before with St Paul's, I'm going to be completely unbiased here with the London Rowing Club. This London Rowing Club crew are called the Comeback Girls, as well as many other nicknames they've been given, some of which we can't repeat here. But as they've all taken a break from sculling, from rowing, and they've just going off there. But it looks like the Dutch crew taking a bit of an early lead there. But I know these London girls, they're not going to be giving up until the end. And actually, talking of Charlotte Taylor, one of the 3-seat in this crew, Maddie, she's actually just come from Putney High School, so being coached by an ex-teammate of yours, Jess Eddy, as well as Charlotte Taylor.
And Paul Reedy, who's there.
And Paul Reedy, yes. Yeah.
But this lager crew, I think, are also another crew of lightweights. We seem to have a little bit of a trend here of Dutch crews in this event in the aspirational quads for the Chairman's Trophy. Lightweight quads who have come over to race here. And they race mostly in doubles, I believe, over in the Netherlands, but here they are in the quad. I think being warned, or that might be for both crews, but to me it looks like lager might be a little bit further out. Maybe, yeah. But they have, again, established quite a clear lead here in the early part of this race against your comeback girls from London Rowing Club. Can they come back?
I'm sure, I have complete faith they will do. They also, as well as being the comeback girls, they claim to be the most fun crew, London crew. And a bit of background. Poppy, who sat in the bow seat of London crew, her father is an ex-Australian Olympian, Simon Cook. And they both actually rowed at my old club in Australia, Melbourne University Boat Club. We actually have a bit of an international crew here from London. The Poppy is from Australia, the 2-seat Billy is from New Zealand, and then Charlotte, who was stroking it, was at university in Glasgow. But here we can see DSRV Lager just very in command of this row.
And the stroke seat here in that lager crew, she was in this race last year in the aspirational quads, made it through to the final, but wasn't able to take that trophy home. So she is going to be looking for a little bit of redemption here, and no doubt keeping that rate high, leading her crew on to set an early marker in this event.
Absolutely, and unfortunately Lager do look to be the dominant crew here. Sculling very nicely. Indeed, you know, both crews are sculling very nicely, but unfortunately Lager just seems to have that advantage. Rating slightly higher than London.
You can see there, if you just watch the way their legs move together, all 4 pairs of legs are really punching down into the boat at the same time. It's very, very well timed in keeping that boat up and moving.
Absolutely, yeah. And rowing is all about doing everything at the same time. I once had a coach tell me, if you stand out in a crew, you're doing something wrong.
I like that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're doing it. Doesn't matter if you're doing something better than anyone else. If you're doing it, if you stand out, you're wrong.
And that's, I think, what you don't see here from that lager crew. You know, they look really, really synchronous together.
Well-drilled unit together, yeah.
So thank you everyone for tuning in to our live stream here of Henley Women's Regatta. We've had some great racing here on the Saturday. More to come the rest of the day, and of course tomorrow, when we'll see more semi-finals and then trophies being awarded at the end of the day. And at the moment, here we have in this aspirational quads race, the crew from Lager in the Netherlands, who are I'd say looking quite confident at the moment.
I would sadly say looking quite confident over my Club of London.
So it is another race in the aspirational quads, and we will see one more heat in this event coming up next. At the moment, it remains Laha from the Netherlands leading London Rowing Club.
And you can see both who just doing a little bit of wash there from the passing launches. And going off on the left of your screen now, you can see the last of the heats of the Chairman's Trophy. Bath University on the Berkshire station and De Mont University on the Buckinghamshire station. Bath there with the blue blades with the yellow tips. And this is a similar combination from Bath that won gold in the intermediate quads at Bucks and the A final at Met Regatta. So the crew's been together for a while and drilled. Whereas from De Montfort, there's a crew of the mix of their lightweight double, beginner single, and a senior single. So a real mix there from across their programme. But it looks like coming off the end of the island, just this slightly more drilled Bath University taking that lead. And you can see that real power through the finish there from those ladies.
Yeah, and this crew are coached by a mix of the uni team and the world-class start team that we were discussing earlier, the GB development program. And you can see again the way their blades enter the water. It's very clean, there's not much splash, and even though they're keeping that rate high, they look like they're getting quite efficient long strokes out of it.
Absolutely, and I think it's, you know, when you have that boat speed quite high, you can afford to have that rating high as well, because you're not working on the recovery, you're letting the boat move under you, and they're taking full advantage of that here.
So you can see there the crew from De Montfort University, like you were saying, a bit of a mix of crews that have raced earlier on in the year in different small boats, now joining together to race the quad. And at the moment, looks like about 2 lengths to Bath University, who really aren't letting off at all here. If anything, they look like they're picking up their rate.
Yeah. It looks like they're perhaps looking to just set a marker down of what they can achieve.
So you saw a glance round there from the bow seat of that De Montfort University, just trying to keep an eye on where the Bath crew was, where they were heading. But that Bath crew is really very racy. Given the lead that they've got here, they are, I mean, they look like they've got a crew right dead alongside them, don't they? The way they're attacking this race.
Taking no prisoners.
Always difficult when, you know, when you get hot weather like this as well, you've got to make sure that you are able to really preserve that. But it is that Bath crew. They look pretty comfortable on the right hand side there, but on the left we switch back again to one of my favourite events, the Peabody Cup for Junior 8s. You've got King's School Canterbury on the left hand side of your picture, and Lady Eleanor Hollis School on the right. Now, is this the Lady Eleanor Hollis A crew, do we know? Because we saw one of their crews just race earlier.
We did. This is...
I think this might be their A crew. They look extremely well drilled there.
Lady Eleanor Hollis School A crew.
So they are going to be looking to put in a fairly dominant performance here as one of the leading crews in this event. And King's Canterbury have certainly given a good start there, and both crews pretty much matched stroke for stroke, but it looks like Lady Eleanor Hollis, LEH,
just
about 3/4 of a length up.
I'd say, yeah, 3/4 of a length. and just, I think, every stroke just moving a few centimetres more. And ultimately, when you're taking 35 strokes a minute, and you're over, how long this course is, what, 5 minutes, 6 minutes? That all you need is an extra centimetre per stroke to get a substantial win.
And again, we were talking earlier about not wanting to stand out, wanting to make sure that everything is happening at the same time, and you see that in that LEH crew, and you see that in that Bath crew on the right-hand side of your picture, that quad as they lead in that aspirational quads for the Chairman's Trophy coming towards the line. But switching our focus back to the middle of this race, it's LEH who, to be honest, I'm surprised haven't taken more of a lead over the crew from the King's School Canterbury. King's still maintaining overlap on LEH, about a canvas of overlap there. LEH don't look really like they've been able to break it.
No, but they do look in control. I suspect pretty LEH are rowing their race, staying in control, whereas King's School Canterbury are perhaps just trying to hang on. I suspect what will happen is we'll see LEH just break that contact and then break clear.
It's always a balance, isn't it, between not doing too much too early, but also giving yourself a bit of a buffer. I've raced in 8s here when I have felt very comfortable a length up, but then had a crew member catch a crab and suddenly been 2 lengths down.
Well, yes.
So you have to be cognizant of the fact that weird things can happen, and you want to give yourself some leeway if something does go wrong.
Absolutely. But I do think that it looks like LEH are just very composed here still. I suspect they probably have a few more, they know that they have a few more gears that they can work up through, which we may see as we come towards the line.
So LEH there looking like they're staying tall, keeping that timing really well together, very neat in their style of rowing.
Yeah, you can sort of see them very much picking it up and just sweeping that blade through the water. Just allowing the boat to move under them as well, very nicely.
So still a very similar stroke rate between those two crews. Just saw King's Canterbury look like they were just catching a bit of water there.
Like a bit of
So
wash
I
there.
don't know if that's wash from the LEH crew or if they've got someone in the boat maybe just who just missed a little bit of the stroke there, but they look like they've just really unsettled in those last few strokes, and that has allowed LEH to take a big chunk out of them.
Absolutely, you can see it looks like they're rolling around a bit. I don't know if something's happened. Maybe they've just lost their rhythm and just trying to find it again, but LEH is looking very composed there.
So that's definitely allowed LEH to relax a little bit, hasn't it? That's taken the pressure off them. And they've given themselves that buffer that we were talking about. That's just given them a chance as they come across the finish to ease off the gas a little bit. And we'll see King's Canterbury just crossing the line there, but back to the start. And it is another powerhouse of junior women's rowing. Headington at the bottom of your picture in the yellow boat, and they are racing Sir William Perkins School on the right of your picture. Headington pretty defiant, I would say, there with their start. They just went out
very strong.
Exactly so.
I think they were again looking to command that lead. This is the Headington A crew, so they will be expecting to be making a final or semi-final here.
I would say they're probably favourites for the event, wouldn't you think?
Preferably. They look very controlled and powerful there.
And this Sir William Perkins School is still a well-decorated crew. They've got a number of medalists in this crew from actually a massive range of boats. A lot of them are sculling boats, either from the Junior Sculling Regatta or Nat Schools Regatta. They've got medalists from J16 sweep crews, so they're a strong crew. But this unit from Headington just look
well drilled.
Absolutely.
And just looks slightly bigger and more powerful as well.
So Headington there looking fairly untroubled at the start of this race. A similar style of rowing actually to what we've seen from some of those Oxford Brookes women's crews, I would say.
Yeah, that sort of
that's
big, powerful finish, and
yeah.
then just a moment before you move away together.
And a nice shot from the top there shows how well timed they swing back and forth, not just their oars but also their bodies. You can actually see, if you can imagine if you drew a line between their heads, they would actually be all bang 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 one after another.
Right, yeah. And what's quite nice is you can see there the Headington crew. Look at their puddles. The puddles coming down from the bow pair are actually clear of where they're further down the boat towards the stern from where the stroke pair are putting their blades in at the catch. Whereas when we saw the Sir Perkins School there, you could just see they weren't quite getting that clearance per stroke. So Headington just getting that more distance per stroke, which is allowing them that lead.
So Sir William Perkins on the right-hand side of your picture there. Gutsy race, but it's Headington well in control of this heat of the Peabody Cup, and this is probably a good time for us to hand over to the next commentary
people,
team.
yes.
So we will be handing over to Tom Morgan and Meg Ashford, who are just sneaking in behind us here, ready to kick us out of our seats. So thank you for being with us for the past few hours, and we will leave you in their very capable hands.
Yes, indeed. Tom Morgan back on the comms. Delighted to be joined by Meg Ashford for the last little stint today on the Saturday of the Henley Women's Regatta. We've got two races on screen, two heats of the Junior 8s for the Peabody Cup. Headington, the superlative consummate professionals in this particular heat, dominating on the right-hand side, and then we've got an ongoing race that looks a lot more interesting from a neutral perspective between the Tideway Scullers School on the Berkshire Station and Shrewsbury School on the Buckinghamshire Station. Meg, great to have you here in the very sweaty commentary booth. You've been out on the river on the launches. How's it been so far for you?
Very warm, but some very exciting racing going on. We've got our record number of entries this year. Especially nice to see so many international crews who've made their way over. Been some very exciting racing all day.
Yeah, and we're hoping for more of the same over the next 24 hours as we progress towards the finals and the apex of all of these competitions. But here we have Tideway Scullers on the right-hand side and the lovely carbon-rigged Filippi, and Shrewsbury School on the background now in their yellow shell. And it's Tideway Scullers who are trying to put down their marker on this specific heat, race 2:07 of the Peabody Cup for Junior 8s, and they are stretching out that drone shot, illuminating to us what exactly is happening on the river, and it's the Tideway Scullers School threatening to break clear here. Tideway Scullers under the stewardship of Richard Hawkins, formerly an Oxford Brookes rower and a Henley winner himself, so he knows what it takes to win on these waters, and coaching his girls to an impressive performance, it has to be said here, looking like a really well-drilled unit. Of course, the class of Headington did show in the last race, and it will be a tough battle to overcome their might. The programme that Ryan Domain has built in Oxfordshire is one to behold, but Tideway Scullers trying their best, doing their best, and seeing off at the moment the keen interests of a crew from Shrewsbury. And if you're in this position, Meg, you've got about a length or so, maybe a little bit of clear water. What are you thinking in the Shrewsbury boat? Are you thinking now's the time we need to go? Or are you thinking actually be patient, be calm, we've still got time to mount a move?
I think in this case I'd probably want to go. I wouldn't want to leave anything to chance at this point. You never know what the Tideway Sculls are going to come up with. So I'd always want to be one step ahead if it were me.
Yeah, we'll keep one eye on the right-hand side of our screen, and we move to the final heat of the Junior 8s. It's Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in the foreground there on the left-hand side of your screen, and they are going to be coming up against the King's School Worcester on the Buckinghamshire station. So this for the privilege and the pleasure of racing on the Sunday of Henley Women's Regatta. And if these athletes want to get all the way to the final, they'll have 3 races to contend with tomorrow. So if they can get out early, they can get out clean, they'll all be keen to conserve as much energy as possible. But here we can see King's Worcester on the right of your left-hand screen. I know it's a bit confusing. Or rather, I should say Aberdeen Schools actually on the right of the left-hand screen, in King's Worcester. And it looks like Aberdeen, just leaving the shadows of Temple Island behind them, have made the better of the 2 starts here.
Yeah, a lot of experience in this Aberdeen Schools boat. Their Stroke and Coxed won the Women's Junior 18 Coxed for last year at Henley Women's. And they've got lots of other medals from Scottish Rowing Champs that's just happened as well. They had a very successful run there too.
Yeah, a club with a rich history of producing class athletes as we watch Tideway Scullers safely navigate their heat of the Peabody Cup. And now we have Aberdeen and King's Worcester to contend with, but it looks like Aberdeen doing all the hard work in the early stages. They are like a force possessed here as they make their way down the course, coming up towards the barrier marker, showing no signs of relenting, closing the door firmly in King's Worcester's face, not allowing them any sense. The beat of the drum is probably an apt name for the boat, and the drum that they are beating is not one that King's Worcester can currently contend with.
Yeah, looking very together, this crew. Very confident and strong.
I suppose now, from the perspective of Aberdeen, it's all about conserving energy, right? They're going to realise that tougher tests are yet to come.
Yeah.
They're going to be completely focused on trying to ensure that they remain professional, remain concise in the way that they're dealing with things, but they're going to want to retain as much of their energy as possible.
Yeah, they want to do just enough that they need to get through, whilst conserving everything that they'll need for the races that look like they're on their way to, with a lot of clear water now between them and King's School Worcester.
Yeah, anything can happen on the Henley Straits, but this one looks like it is under control. So if you are joining us for the first time, welcome to the rapidly becoming the Saturday evening of Henley Women's Regatta. We're with you until about 7 o'clock this evening with a full complement of racing across a variety of different categories from junior up to championship, and very much looking forward to bringing you the racing alongside Meg here all the way through. And then a beer has my name on it at 7 o'clock on the dot. So I'm very much looking forward to that. But before that, we have Aberdeen. Beer will not be on their mind, no doubt about that. They'll just be focused on trying to get through this round. And it looks like all that early running is paying dividends because they have several lengths of clear water on the King's Worcester, who just have never been able to really live with their base pace.
Yeah, looking very relaxed now. Aberdeen Sculls taking that rate down. Just making sure they're not making any technical mistake here. They don't want to leave anything to chance now, because like you say, everything can change. One crab and they're out of it, so they want to stay nice and clean all the way through to the end.
What you were describing there reminds me of St Catherine's School in the Prince Philip Challenge Cup last year, who were leading by a couple of lengths in one of their heats, and their stroke girl caught a crab and actually managed to recover it, and they still went on to win the race. So it's always important to stay focused. I mean, that parable doesn't really work in this context because they still won the race, but always important to make sure you maintain your composure and your focus on the crew. And so we'll keep one eye, of course, on proceedings in race 208, but moving on to race 209, it's Durham University up against Thames A in the championship quads category. Durham in their distinctive purple Palatinate, and Thames there in their black and red. Putney-based club, just going from strength to strength recently, unable to be toppled in sculling or sweep these days. And Durham, of course, a powerhouse of performance in the north of England, always boating good crews. And I think sitting in their stroke seat is one of the girls who won the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup for Shiplake College a couple of years ago, so she knows exactly what it takes to win on Henley waters. Doing a pretty good job here.
Yeah, both really strong crews here with lots of experience. Thames rowing, ex-Brooks, they've got a former lightweight in there for the German team as well. Bucks champions last year in the intermediate eights, and under 23 European medals in both lightweight Coxed quadruple sculls actually, and the open weight. So big race for both these crews, both very competitive groups here.
Yeah, and Durham will fancy their chances against Thames. They've had a strong season, as you say, Meg, commanding performances at Bucks. And they will want to not allow Thames any sniff, because Thames, renowned for their fierce mentality, racers mindset, never say never. But Durham definitely doing all the early running here. Determined to put themselves into the driving seat in every sense of the word for this championship quad. I think it might even be a semi-final we're looking at here, which would leave these girls with only one more race to be crowned champion in the Premier Quad Sculling category on offer at the Regatta this year. Of course, they have to overturn Leander to get anywhere near that, and we all know how good Leander are.
But you never know. Like
You do. You never know. Anything can happen. Henley does strange things to crews.
It does. And Durham University, obviously, very highly regarded programme that they've got there. Very competitive, very hard-working group of people.
Yeah, Rob Dauncey's really taken that programme to new heights, of course. Wade Hall Craggs did so much for so many years, and I think the programme just towards the end of his tenure maybe turned off a little bit. But Rob Dauncey's done a stellar job in re-implementing Durham at the top of the tree in student rowing, and this quad absolutely no different. And we know it's a good race, Meg, when we can hear on the tannoy the excited tones of a commentator, one of our fellow commentators on the launch. And this certainly is developing into a good race. Thames haven't really gone away, have they?
No, they're just hanging in there. Maybe they're waiting to do a big push later on, kind of take Durham by surprise. But Durham there, they're looking quite relaxed and in rhythm, but they do look like they're ready to go if Thames decide to try and take them.
Oh, yeah, I mean, either this is a masterstroke from Durham, who have basically gone out to a length and sat on top of Thames, or Thames are rowing them down, because I actually think I had a little look into the Durham boat and saw that one of the girls was looking over, and she looked panicked. She looked concerned, and I think Thames are winding it up, and I actually think Thames are coming now. If I look at the two crews, Thames to me look like the more powerful unit, and I think we might see an overtake here.
Thames
you can see
look
there.
like they're really going for it now.
I mean, it's now or never, right? That's our final static camera position, so that's where the finish line is. These crews are probably 300 or so meters away. And Durham, are they running out of steam now on the right-hand side of your screen? They've rode so well. They've had a phenomenal race. We'll just keep one eye on that one, this Leander grudge match that's coming up next in race 210, but 209 with legs yet to run. And it's Durham against Thames, and I think, Meg, it's Thames who are coming through.
Yeah, Thames doing a big push now, looking like they might just have it over Durham at the minute. Can't quite tell. But coming into these final few strokes, this is really where it matters for either crew to make moves. Does look like Thames have got ahead. Durham up in their rate now, trying to fight back. Does look like Thames have taken them, but Durham coming back potentially.
Wow.
It's going to be a tight one.
Ooh, fabulous race from all 8 of those women. Incredible. It's almost too tight to call. If I were a betting man, I'd probably say Thames, but by no more than a few inches. A really fantastic race, one of the best I think we've seen in the regatta. And we called it. We knew Thames, we saw Thames were coming back. So let's see what the official verdict is there. But here we have Leander. Now, I don't want to say this is going to be a bit of a procession, but B crew versus C crew, Meg. What do you think is going to happen here?
Well, I mean, obviously, to get into a B crew instead of a C crew, you usually have to have, higher erg score or seat race. But again, I've seen it before. We've seen it where, C crews have come ahead of B crews. We had a couple in time trials yesterday where we had Bs and Cs get through and As not. So it's still all up for contention now. Obviously, that B crew opening up a bit of open water in front of this C crew now, but it's still early on in the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real reflection of the depth that the Pink Palace have available to them, that they can boat Bs and C crews into the championship quads, and both of them are competitive. Sporting there a natty little Colgan Foundation sticker. Sean Colgan, one of the key benefactors of lots of our rowing events here at the Henley Women's and Henley Royal Regatta. He does a lot for that one too. And with a new strategic relationship with Leander Club as well. But at the moment, you are right, Meg. I mean, it's sort of racing against your own crewmates. I remember speaking to a former Olympian, and she was telling me that she preferred to race anyone in the world but her own crewmates, because it does strange things to the psychology of your crew, especially if you're the crew who are the favoured boat.
Yeah, no, definitely. I have done several races where I've had to race people from my own club, and like you say, it's either, if you're not on the favoured end, you kind of think you know the outcome beforehand, which definitely can have a psychological effect. So I feel for this C crew right now. But yeah, I think I'd agree. I'd rather compete with anybody else other than my teammates, I think.
Well, Leander B showing no signs of worrying about that mentality. They are doing the job here against Leander C, not allowing themselves to be flustered by their teammates. Nice composed sculling, not looking flustered. This is a nice scull on their home water. And I suppose for these girls, or these women, they've been racing, training, grafting alongside each other all year. They'll know each other back to front, and I'm sure they'll be probably intimately familiar with each other's race strategies. So we probably won't be in for too many surprises in the closing stages if Leander B feel like they've got this one under control.
Yeah, I mean, that Leander B crew looks very relaxed now. C crew still looking like they're putting a push in, but there's quite a bit of distance between them now.
So we'll keep one eye on Leander B up against Leander C. But we'll move back to the start for race 211. Heat of the championship lightweight double sculls. The University of Wisconsin A on the Berkshire station, coming up against Nottingham Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. It looked to me like the duo from the United States of America probably had the faster of the two starts. But both crews out cleanly, out smoothly, and staying to their lines, which is always great to see. No interaction with each other in the middle of the course, no interpretation of what a straight line really is. Nottingham with a programme that has produced some of these countries' great rowers. And they sort of ebb and flow, Nottingham. They have periods where they're exceptionally strong across the board, and then they have periods where they sort of fade off a little bit into the background. But this seems to be a period where they're enjoying a bit of a resurgence, and this lightweight double looking, just a little look over there from the bow girl, making sure that no collision with the booms, but it's looking like they are in touch with Wisconsin, who are struggling here to break free.
Yeah, slightly lower rate from University of Wisconsin compared to the Nottingham double.
Just watching Leander B crossing the line there, safely through to the next round of the championship quads, seeing off their teammate Leander C. And so we get full front view of the championship lightweight doubles. Wisconsin on the left of your screen and Nottingham on the right. And there's that drone shot illuminating the spectator competitor area on the wonderful Henley countryside as we move into the evening. Wisconsin have travelled a long way to be here. They're not going to want to go out in the first round, and if I just look at those two crews, Meg, it does to me seem that Wisconsin have a little bit more horsepower on board.
Yeah, it does look that way. Yeah, a long way for these international crews to come, and you can just imagine the pressure they're under with the chance of sometimes only facing one race to come all this way and be out in their first round. You can see it in their faces that that's not what they want to happen. Wisconsin really putting in a good push there.
Such is the way. It's a tough gig racing at Henley Women's Regatta. The mighty can fall very early doors, but Wisconsin trying not to fall foul of that trap and sculling away from the barrier. They now have clear water on Nottingham, who just look, I don't know what the right word is, they just look a little bit subdued, unable really to summon up the power that I think they had in the earlier rounds. They looked pretty feisty in their time trial earlier this morning. I should say yesterday, actually. I'm getting so many time trials, losing my mind.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. I feel like they're just doing what we were talking about before, where they're just holding off just in case they need to put in that final sprint at the end, but maintaining a safe distance from the Nottingham crew following them.
Well, Wisconsin may well be thinking already about what's to come. But I'm sure in true professional style, they'll not allow themselves too many distractions. They'll just be focused on executing their race plan, performing to expectation and securing themselves a berth in the next round. Because Nottingham, fierce racers that they are, they'll never believe this one's over until that buzzer goes on the finish line. But I think it's going to take a monumental effort and something quite calamitous for Nottingham and Wisconsin respectively to change the result here. So we'll keep one eye on Wisconsin as they scull their way down the course, but we'll move back to the start. Race 2-1-2 is underway. A second heat of the championship lightweight double sculls, and it's Princeton lightweight women, another representation from the United States of America, on the Berkshire station facing up against Reading University on the Buckinghamshire station. Princeton flying out the blocks there.
It should be a very interesting race, this one. Both really strong crews. I mean, that Reading University crew, they won bronze medals in the championship lightweight double and intermediate lightweight double at Bucks this year in this same crew. So they're very experienced in doubles and bigger boats. Silver at champ Coxed quads. At Bucks as well. But Princeton, they've had a really good day in their other boats. So clearly a very impressive program they've got going on over there.
Yeah, both crews neck and neck. And a couple of reflections on what you just said there, Meg. The 2 bronze medals in champ and in, all that tells me it was either a really strong intermediate field or a really weak championship field if you're winning the same colour medal in both. There is supposed to be a step up in quality, and if the same crew can win bronzes in both, I think something is gone awry there. As for Princeton, not just a good day, they've had a good year. They've been exceptional on the women's and the men's sides. Promising showings. I think they won bronze in the Varsity 8 at the NCAAs and the IRAs. So that's a fantastic achievement for the Tigers. And they are over here in full force. They've got a flotilla of crews racing at the Henley Royal Regatta, which begins in just under 10 days' time, and testing their mettle against the best that Britain has to offer here on the Henley Straights ahead of that contest. And it looks like Reading to me there, Meg, just doing more here, just gaining more here than Princeton, who actually went out faster, but Reading have just composed themselves and now have half a length.
Yeah, no, I still think this could go either way. Feel like both crews putting in a lot, but I feel like we're waiting to see a push. Maybe that's Princeton going now. Just trying to push through, but not quite. Reading's just staying in front of them.
Yeah, hand-to-hand combat here between Princeton and Reading as the drone illuminates this heat of the championship lightweight doubles. Princeton right over in the middle of the course. They might need to be careful if they're going to start engaging in that sort of dead man's water that demarcates the two lanes. It's not going to help them to be that close to Reading, I don't think.
Yeah, coming into this competitors area, you do want to have a little bit more distance between you, just to be sure. But neither crew giving up on their sprint just yet. I think they're going to go like this all the way.
Yeah, it's a fantastic race, this, and both crews having to deal with a little bit of wash there. Occupational hazard of racing on the Henley course. But you are right, Meg, it's pretty much very little to choose between Reading and Princeton. Looks like Reading may have just responded to Princeton's move. They've still got that half a length advantage as we come into the final 500 metres. Really strong showing from both crews here, and it's relentless. The lightweights, of course, they are capped in weight, so realistically the power outage should be the same across all four athletes. It's all about technique, it's all about grit and determination, and that's what makes lightweight racing so special.
Yeah, I mean, lightweight racing, it's a completely different category of racing, both obviously in a weight category, but psychologically, I mean, every lightweight rower that I've ever spoken to have said it's a whole different part of the sport.
Its very existence threatened at the moment. You know, the Olympic Committee determining whether they want to maintain strong lightweight presence at the Olympics or whether they want to cut that down further. So we'll have to see. But Reading here, doing what they came here to do, based just a few miles away. They are sculling away from Princeton, who will be desperately disappointed to exit the competition at this stage. So we'll keep one eye on that developing heat in the championship lightweight double sculls as we move back to the start to watch the championship lightweight single sculls. So it's the lightweight show here at Henley Women's Regatta, and it's Oxford University Lightweight Women's Rowing Club, Rosie Thorogood on the Berkshire station, up against Lee Rowing Club, Burley on the Buckinghamshire station. You can just see there the umpire getting involved early, warning the Lee sculler back onto her station. Needs to be a little bit careful. He's still warning her. And that must be quite distracting to be having an umpire bellowing at you through a megaphone. And now warning the Oxford sculler back onto her station. So the two crews exchanging not just mental but physical blows in the opening few strokes. Looks pretty neck and neck as we watch on the right hand side. Reading look to have seen off at last the consistent and persistent challenges from Princeton.
Yeah, Claire Burley from Lee Rowing Club there, aspiring GB trialist, hoping to get some good performances in preparation for that.
Well, doing just that at the moment. She looks like she's trying her level best to secure some clear water, to put her foot down and get a control of this race. She's doing it every stroke. It's a battle of attrition, but it's working at the moment. She's just moving away inch by inch from a competitor from Oxford University Lightweight Rowing Club. You just saw there before the screen disappeared that it was indeed Reading knocking out Princeton in the championship lightweight double sculls. Reading will be, of course, delighted with that result. One of the only clubs or universities in the country to only specialise in sculling. That's all they do. No sweep rowing at all. And that programme and that approach starting to pay dividends. But yeah, Claire Burley here. Maybe a name for the future. She is sculling really well.
Yeah, great row through there from Claire. Getting some nice distance between her and the Oxford women's lightweight sculler.
Wow.
Yeah, plenty of distance there for Claire Burley from Lee Rowing Club. You don't want to go too far ahead, like we were saying. You want to preserve some of that energy. This is only a quarter-final, So now that she's got plenty of distance between, she might want to just relax a little bit.
But of course, in an 8, I mean, this sort of margin would be decisive. In a single scull, the speed at which these boats change speed and the ability to sort of slow down and speed up is so much greater because the shell is so much lighter. You can never really take your eye off the ball in a single scull in the same way you might be able to do in an 8, because you just don't know what's coming. And I have to say, looking at these pictures, it does look like Claire Burley is at the moment the more refined of the two scullers, and it doesn't, to me, look like she's going to be caught. But you just never know in the single scull.
Yeah, still a great performance from Oxford University lightweight Rosie Thorogood.
Yeah, some days you just have to hold your hands up and acknowledge that you met your match. It might be that Thorogood of Oxford lightweights will be doing just that when she gets off the water if this race continues in the same vein that it has started. Claire Burley doing the business here on the Saturday evening. I'm going to call it the evening. I'm going to say it's the evening, and that means that it's nearly beer o'clock on the Saturday evening of the Henley Women's Regatta, doing what she came here to do and securing her passage through to the next round of this particular trophy. Just looking for the name of the trophy. I have a feeling it's the Godfrey Rowe Sports Trophy.
Rowe Sports Trophy, yes.
That's exactly it. Well, in any case, we will keep one eye on that whilst we watch what looks to me like a row over in race number 214. It was supposed to be Upper Thames B and the composite from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club and Twickenham Rowing Club. I can see the latter, but I can't, Meg, see the former. I'm not going blind, am I?
No.
Wow. What a lovely thing to get to do on day 2 of this historic regatta. You just get a nice little scull down the course, and it seems to me that these women are essentially practicing probably their opening 30, 40, 50 strokes up to the barrier, 500, 600 metres, and I would imagine then they'll take the opportunity that's been afforded them and they'll wind down and row over. And it seems that Upper Thames just haven't shown up, have withdrawn from the championship double sculls. So 2 races on your screen at the moment. Right hand side is the closing stages of race 213. Claire Burley of Lee Rowing Club in a commanding position ahead of the sculler from Oxford University Lightweight Women's Rowing Club, Rosie Thorogood. And then in race 214 we have what looks like a row over, and there we go, the Scottish composite just winding down.
Yeah, this is Jade Lindo and Perry Mikulski. Perry Mikulski at stroke there, multiple Scottish international, and Jade Lindo at bow is a GB start athlete, competed in 2023 international regatta in Duisburg last month.
Well, there's no saying whether they would have seen off the attentions of Upper Thames. We'll never know. But they won't care. In fact, they'll probably be delighted with this result. Although it doesn't give them the chance to run the course all the way down, they will at least guarantee passage through to the next round. And the championship doubles actually is a bit of a strange one. We've got no race for 216. And then we're expecting a contest between the Edinburgh University, Newcastle University composite and Upper Thames in 215, and then 217 Hydro Rowing Club, which if I think it is what I think it is, probably based on the, not quite sure how to describe it, the indoor rowing software type of business. That's really poorly articulated, but go and Google them if you're not sure what I'm talking about. Up against Leander Club Twickenham, which I think is another sort of GB development crew. But these women from Scotland able to relax, have a little look out the boat, Indeed, the umpire can have a great time too. Just a free ride down the course. Anyway, so not much to comment on a row over, so we'll move back to the start. Race number 215, Edinburgh and Newcastle University respectively on the Berkshire station, and Upper Thames A on the Buckinghamshire station. So we've got the composite up against home interest, and I'm sure the crew on the right hand side of your screen will get a fierce cheer as they go past their boathouse. Being warned actually there, it's quite unusual for a home crew to not know how to steer the course, but maybe they know exactly what they're doing, Meg.
Yeah, so sometimes on your home front you kind of forget to have a look around. You think, oh no, I know this water inside out, and then you get an embarrassing umpire call, but it's fine. They seem to be doing all right despite it pulling a little bit ahead of the Newcastle Edinburgh composite. That composite there, Rachel Bradley and Hannah Supple, facing Chloe Knight and Megan Jackson from Upper Thames. Both looking very strong still, coming through the spectator area.
And it's important to acknowledge, if you put together a composite, the assumption is that you believe that you are better served teaming up with somebody who is not from your club, and as such you expect pretty good speed from a composite usually.
You do, especially coming from those two programs. I mean, Newcastle famed for its rowers, and Edinburgh have a good rep as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Edinburgh were, unless I'm much mistaken, VL winners at Bucks Regatta not that long ago. Might even have been last year.
I think it might have been.
Completely making that up. Please, listeners, go and fact check me. But Edinburgh and Newcastle, yeah, absolutely powerhouses of northern rowing, and showing that here on the Henley Straight, because they have established what looks like a one-length lead over Upper Thames, who did the early running but have been rowed down by this composite, who took a while to get up to speed, but now in their flow, in their rhythm, looking unassailable.
Yeah, very nice, confident performance from them. Upper Thames up at that rate a bit, trying to not let that gap get too big.
And like every other British person, I do love talking about the weather. And it's turned into quite a beautiful day here at Henley Women's Regatta. It's still really hot.
It is, deceivingly hot.
Yep.
I've got far too sunburnt today, doing that commentary on the water.
Well, if it's above 10 degrees, I tend to be quite uncomfortable. So for me, this is torture. But we're here for the greater good. We're here to watch some of the finest female athletes in the country. And the Newcastle Edinburgh boat putting on a show for everyone on the bank here. They have completely motored away from Upper Thames. Relentless and ruthless are the words I would use.
Yeah, they're not giving them anything in this race. Yeah, plenty of experience in that composite boat. Hannah Supple from Edinburgh Uni, and Rachel Bradley from Newcastle Uni there. They were put together following final trials. They've competed under 23s internationally. Rachel from Northern Ireland, she's a bronze medalist for Ireland in Junior Worlds in double, so she's very used to this. And showing here, looking very cool and collected, with a decent distance between the two.
Absolutely no messing from this composite. Moving down towards the 3/4 mile mark, with Oxfordshire's countryside, the green patchwork fields of England spread out in the background. And it always is a shot that takes your breath away. I don't want to be all David Attenborough about this, but this really is one of the most beautiful places to row on the planet. And it's a reason, there is a reason why teams, athletes, coaches, spectators flock to watch, to compete, to enjoy the spectacle that is Henley Women's Regatta. And indeed, Henley Women's marks the start of a bit of a festival of rowing, a celebration of the sport in this quiet little countryside town. In 10 days' time, we kick off at the Henley Royal Regatta, which is also celebrating a second biggest ever entry.
Yeah, it's been great to see the resurgence after COVID, you know. Peak numbers. I mean, even we've surpassed the peak from before COVID times, even, which is great to see. And again, just to mention the amount of international presence, it's just really encouraging to see Henley Women's Regatta so highly attended. And the amount of spectators that are here as well.
Well, exactly, not just on the river, but also off the river. So that was Newcastle and Edinburgh in race 215, comfortably securing passage through to the next round of the championship doubles for the Redgrave Challenge Vase. 216, no race, so we move straight on to 217, and that is a contest between Hydro Rowing Club of the United States of America, A, on the Berkshire Station, and Leander Club and Twickenham Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. And there it is, the money shot. You could have that as the start of Songs of Praise, couldn't you? That is beautiful. Temple Island and God's green country. Henley spread out in all its glory. Very excited for the conclusion of racing tomorrow, and indeed the resumption of racing on the Henley course for Henley Royal Regatta in, as I say, 10 days' time. Tuesday the 27th of June is when we kick off things for that 6-day bonanza. Lots of international interest this year, over 700 crews slated to at least try and compete in the regatta. We will lose a good chunk of those at the qualifiers that are due to take place in 6 days' time. And there we go, we've even got some dog content. We live for this, we really do.
Everyone loves a regatta dog.
Oh yes, and that dog looks quite tired actually.
He does. He's probably very warm.
More dogs, more dogs, we love it. It's like someone's listening to us. Is there a producer who does all this?
Someone's listening.
Well, you can see the towpath thronged with people, enjoying the sunshine, watching the rowing, supporting their clubmates, their crewmates, family and friends. Plenty of distractions off the water as well as on. Food, drink. I think there's a row of trade stalls with all of the rowing brands that those who engage with this community will know intimately well. And we've got about just over, or just under I should say, 2 hours of racing left. This is where commentators earn their corn, actually. We're supposed to fill all this time with insightful chat about everything, but all I want to talk about really is how many dogs there are on the towpath, which shows where my priorities really lie. But Meg, what's been your highlight so far? You've been here for today, were you here yesterday as well?
I was.
What's been your highlight so far? What have you enjoyed the most?
I have to say, being on the water and commentating is completely such a good experience. This is my first time commentating, and my first Henley actually. I haven't been to either Henley before.
There we go.
So thrown in at the deep end really, but I've loved it. Watching the racing, and being able to commentate on it from on the water, following them was just amazing, and see the talent in women's sport and all the athletes here this weekend. It's just been amazing. I've met so many cool people on these boats, because obviously I've got all their coaches, their families on the boat there. Met so many great people, heard so many good stories.
Then you have to meet me.
And yeah,
what a letdown. Yeah, it's an extraordinary event, and being on the boat is a unique privilege gifted only to those who volunteer their time for the regatta, and of course those who are supporting the clubs and schools involved. And we'll go back to the start for race number 217. It's Hydro Rowing Club closest to the camera, up against the boat from Twickenham and Leander Club. So let's see what these two crews can come up with. Hydro just need to straighten up a little bit. They're heading straight for a boy meeting, and they have recognised that. Leander and Twickenham being warned here. Always an element of gamesmanship here, isn't there, around how close you think you can get into the middle of the course and trying to push your opposition away and distract them and turn them off their line. Now, I'm not suggesting that any of these athletes would ever play those sort of games here at Henley Women's Regatta, but it's just a thought that occurred to me as we saw there Leander and Twickenham getting warned.
No, I mean, not saying it was intentional, but if it happens, it happens, and clearly it's worked for them, because they've got about a half a length advantage now over the Hydro Rowing Club. I'm all the way from the US, Hydro is a connected fitness indoor rowing machine.
There we go.
There you are.
Articulated far better than I did. Completely botched it. Whoever owns Hydro, I'm really sorry. I've not sold your brand at all.
Yeah. Both Asaya Rafi and Mac Evans in that Hydro Rowing Club boat there, they both are athletes on the platform and they lead on demand on rowing workouts.
There we go. Rowing in the 21st century. I never thought I'd see it, especially not at Henley. It's like stepping back through the pages of time, being on the bank. More so at the Royal, where there is a strict dress code, which not everyone agrees with. But at the women's, they've modernised in many, many ways. And having Hydro here today is certainly another step in that direction. But at the moment, where we advance off the water, Hydro not able to advance on it. Leander and Twickenham controlling the narrative here. Looks like a really powerful combination who know how to scull. And those two things combined, difficult to overturn.
Yeah, Leander looking relaxed now. Decent bit of clear water between them there. That Hydro crew there, though, very experienced still on the water. I mean, Asya there competed at the 2016 Summer Olympics in a single.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Singapore's first Olympic rower.
Wow, okay. Well, my next question was going to be, have they only been rowing in these online workouts, or were they athletes in their own right beforehand? And you've just answered
No,
it.
athletes beforehand. And Mac as well, former D1 collegiate rower for Rutgers University in the US.
Okay.
Top 10 finish NCAAs in 2019.
Fantastic.
So very experienced on the water as well as online.
Online,
In the best way to describe it.
In the virtual sphere. But no match here for Twickenham and Leander, who are staying in the real world and staying in their boat and getting the job done here on the Saturday evening of Henley Women's Regatta. Hydro, I'm sure if they're able to attract that calibre of athlete, they will come back and fight another day. But to have an athlete from Singapore, did you say first rowing Olympian or first?
First Olympic rower.
Fantastic. To have that calibre of athlete here competing just shows the draw that this regatta has all over the world. People want to come and win here. It's on their bucket list. Olympians down to school children. All of them worship at the altar of Henley Women's and Royal Regatta.
Absolutely. It's a key event for a lot of athletes and a pinnacle of the season for a lot of the, particularly university athletes that I've spoken to. Obviously we have Bucks events, but this is really a pinnacle for a lot of them and a main achievement of their careers.
Absolutely. Well, we watch on the right-hand side, Leander and Twickenham doing the business in the Championship Double Sculls. We are beginning to see the development fours, Coxed fours, race 218, Edinburgh University B up against St Andrews University A, both hailing from Scotland. And you've got Edinburgh on the right there and St Andrews on the left. If this was a football match, I think one of them would be wearing a slightly different coloured kit because they are fairly close to each other in terms of colour scheme. Hard to differentiate, but I will tell you again, it's right-hand side or closest to the camera is Edinburgh and far side is St Andrews University. And development fours for, I believe, the
Frank v. Harry Cup.
Frank v. Harry Cup, there we go. But like you say, Meg, Edinburgh are a programme with a real impressive development curve for athletes who join their programme as novices. They manage to fast-track talent through the system and expedite them up into the upper echelons of the rowing community. And this crew, I'm sure, will have one eye on doing that one day.
Yeah, definitely. This Edinburgh crew here, multiple Bucks Regatta medals in the beginner categories. So very impressive from the start. So the University of St Andrews crew, slightly trailing behind, but in fairness to them, this is only their second time racing together. They're quite an international crew, coming from all the way in Denver, Colorado, to St Andrews, home ground. Oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Coxed events as well, slightly different. You've got that extra weight of the Coxed, not a lot, but every kilo counts when you're pulling it along this distance.
Yeah, notoriously difficult boat to row, the Coxed 4. because you do have, in essence, and I'm not being rude to any coxswains out there, but you do have, in essence, that dead weight to pull along with you. And I'm not saying that they don't contribute. You know, they are steering the boat, they are motivating, they are basically painting the picture of the race to you, because rowing is this sort of peculiar and unique format where you're basically facing backwards all the time. So if you're not in the lead, you don't really know what's going on. So St Andrews will be relying on their cocks to be their eyes and ears. But it is, yeah, a difficult, complex boat to row well. Both crews doing a sterling job here, though. And it's great that the regatta has a category for relative novices to race. Because you think of the Royal, there's no room for people who've only just started rowing. It's all fairly elite and upwards, whereas at Henley Women's Regatta, the agenda and the mantra has always been about inclusivity. And the Development Fours, the Frank V. Harry Cup, is an opportunity for these young women to do the business on the Henley course. And it's inspirational, I think. That's what I always find. It's these girls will come here, they'll row, they might get knocked out, they might not win the trophy, but they'll think, do you know what, I love that so much, I want to come back, I want to invest in my rowing career. Because events like these is what galvanises people to stay in the sport, I think.
Oh, totally. I think development events are so crucial to keeping people in the sport, particularly at both, obviously, universities here. In university careers, they can be really short. If you're only at a university for a couple of years and you struggle to find a club afterwards, you've only got 3 years. And, you know, obviously there's some people who excel immediately, but others take a bit longer. And it's nice that they will get the opportunity to do events like this when there is these development and beginner categories.
Yeah, there's only so many masters you can do. Or you can be like my brother, who took 4 years to complete a 3-year degree. It's sort of up to you which route you want to take. But here, Edinburgh, not too concerned about what's going on off the water there, just focused on executing their race plan. And we'll keep an eye on Edinburgh B, because Edinburgh A have just started in race 219, another heat of the Development Coxed Fours, and it's Edinburgh A up against the Oxford University Women's Boat Club B crew. Again, Edinburgh closest to the camera there on the left, and you'll see Oxford Blades just appearing into view. And we sort of hinted at it earlier, Meg, around Edinburgh, but Oxford also have a fiercely strong novice development programme, basically fed by all their collegiate boat clubs into the main sort of squad that exists in Oxford.
Yeah, universities with collegiate systems, I think, have the best chance of creating these amazing squads, because they've got the pick of the bunch, really. I mean, they've got hundreds, if not thousands, of athletes involved in these wide collegiate systems, so they've really got the pick of the bunch, and they're so competitive for these spaces. So everyone that is there 100% and 100% of the time. So they've really got a great opportunity to put these crews together, and we've seen that across, even down to their, you know, their B and their C crews. They're all performing really well.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of an indicator of success when you see collegiate crews boating from Oxford and Cambridge and often Durham in their own right. They're not actually part of their central boat club. They're coming out and racing for Keys College or Downing College or Christchurch, and they're performing well. And we can see there Edinburgh B securing their passage through in the Development Coxed Fours. They will be delighted with that result, seeing off their country women from St Andrews University. And here, Edinburgh A leading the charge against the Oxford University Women's Boat Club. And I'm sure all those associated with Edinburgh will be tuning in and will be delighted to see the baby blue of the women from Scotland leading the way here in the Frank V. Harry Cup.
Yeah, again, a very successful crew. Gold at Bucks Head in the 8 and the Coxed 4. Beginners Academic at Women's Head of the River. Gold at Bucks Regatta. You could go on and on. So Mike Hughes, coach of the Edinburgh Beginner Programme, really got a good squad here. 4 out of the 5 of this crew, you know, have been together all year. And silver at the Scottish Rowing Championships in the pair as well. So not just this boat. It's great when you see rowers who can be flexible in different boats as well. Nice to see success across the board. I guess the other crews might not agree with that. Like, leave an event for me, but
yeah, dexterity is a massively undervalued trait in a rower, and it's often talked about between scullers and sweep, who are the better rowers in inverted commas. I personally am in the camp that scullers make for good sweep rowers. The other does not necessarily apply. But it's also true of boat classes. It takes a very different skill set to row a 4 compared to a pair, compared to an 8, and then we'll take singles out of it because that's its own beast. But here the Coxed 4 being rowed expertly by these women from Edinburgh University. This is their A crew, their B crew already having secured passage through to the next round of the development Coxed fours here at Henley Women's Regatta. And it doesn't look to me, Meg, like this A crew are going to be caught.
No, they're giving a really clean performance, and while they look like they're pushing, I feel like they had more in the tank just in case. Being followed very nicely by Oxford, but I think Edinburgh might take this one, unless something major happens.
Well, the beauty of this race is it's no one's, well, we hope it's no one's last competition in the sport of rowing. These are young women who are new to the sport, who are probably racing at Henley for the first time, and as such, we hope to see them again year upon year upon year until they're eventually competing and winning in championship events. But we'll keep one eye on that contest between Edinburgh and Oxford University Women's Boat Club as we move back to the start for heat number 3 of the development Coxed fours. It's Lancaster University on the Berkshire station and Vesta Rowing Club from Putney on the Buckinghamshire station. It's Lancaster closest to the camera there and in shot at the moment on the left of the screen. I'm sure we'll see Vesta appearing. There we go. Camera swaps. It's Lancaster now on the left of the left, or the right of the left, and Vesta on the left of the left. I'm not trying to rap, it's just me trying to understand where the crews are on the screen. It looks to me, Meg, fairly well balanced actually as the crews emerge from the shadows of Temple Island. It might be that Lancaster have a slight lead.
Yeah, you're right, but still... Yeah, Lancaster pulling away at the minute, but it's still just the first few hundred metres, so both looking very clean. Yeah, Lancaster a bit of a lead there, but higher rate coming from the Vesta crew.
You actually made a really interesting point earlier about one of many, I should add, but you made a really interesting point earlier about one of these crews having not rowed too much together. Yeah. And I think at this stage in these respective crews' careers, that is really important as we watch Edinburgh cross the line there, securing passage in race number 219. I think that's doubly important at this stage because even if you're not doing everything perfectly, it's better to do not everything perfectly together.
Yeah.
You know, it's that the skill level might not be there in comparison to some of the championship boats, but at least if you're doing everything together, the boat is going to move as one and there's going to be harmony between the crewmates. Whereas if you're not rowing, if you don't know each other that well, if you haven't sort of rowed that much together, if you only raced once or twice, it presents a different type of challenge, and that can be quite difficult to overcome if you are a relative novice to the sport.
Yeah, definitely in my experience, rowing with people is always a huge part of how cleanly the race goes, but again it goes back to that dexterity we were talking about before. Being able to be plopped into any boat that your coach needs you in is a huge part, and it's a good skill to learn early on, so arguably it's better that they learn it now.
Absolutely. Yeah, harmony and synchronicity is the ultimate team sport. I keep having this meme, well, I don't think we can call it, it's a meme. It's on my LinkedIn and it keeps appearing on my LinkedIn, and it is a 2-stage video of a crew in perfect unison, and then it's another one of two, like, having a tug of war on the water, two boats having a tug of war on the water, and it's about how if you work as a team, things progress smoothly, and if you don't, then you'll just be pulling in different directions and unable to move together as one. Rowing is the perfect example of that. It is the truest of team sports. You cannot win this race on your own. It doesn't matter if the girl in bow is an Olympian. If the other three aren't doing what she's doing, you're not going to win the race. But Lancaster, no Olympians on board, but they are showing us how to row a good Coxed 4 race. They have clear water now on the crew from Vesta.
Yeah, no Olympians at Lancaster boat, but 2 senior women's captains, the current and the previous one. So if anyone knows what's involved in these races, it'll be them.
Yeah, always good to see universities up against club crews because it's a curious comparison. My assumption always is that student crews are just a bit quicker than club crews because club crews usually have to contend with full-time working schedules and training around maybe families, and that's not to say students may not have similar commitments, but typically students have a little bit more time to commit to their training and are able to produce slightly faster crews, and I think that's evident certainly at the top of the pyramid where you get boats like Brooks tend to always beat boats from Thames and Molesey, etc.
Well, that's it, and that's why events like this are so interesting, because we've got clubs coming up against other clubs that they've never raced before. You know, some clubs like on the local regatta scene, you can usually kind of have a vague idea of what's going to happen, whereas these ones, we've got no idea because we've never seen a lot of them compete.
No, and we will hopefully see much more of this Lancaster University crew. We'll keep an eye on them as they progress their way down the course. But the final of the 4 development Coxed 4 heats is underway. Birmingham University on the Berkshire Station and Marlow Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Another good example of University up against Club. And it's Birmingham on the right-hand side of your left split screen. And it's Marlow, slightly overshadowed by the looming Temple Island on the left-hand side. Hopefully another good race here.
Yeah, it doesn't look much in it right now. Good starts from both crews. Does look like Birmingham slight advantage right now, but nothing significant. Coxed by Amy Houstafer, that University of Birmingham crew, and Madison Sturgis coxing the Marlow.
Yeah, you're right, Meg. Not a lot to choose between these 2 crews. I hope that man's having a nice afternoon on the bench as we watch Lancaster University coming up towards the line. A little look over there from the girl in the 2-seat. They're
Very
delighted with
happy.
that. Yeah, absolutely delighted, aren't they? But it's massive. I mean, winning at Henley in any way, any round, is a huge achievement. I can attest to that. It was some of the best experiences of my rowing career, just winning a round at Henley. And I can tell you I only won 1 round. So, you know, I would know exactly how it feels to win a round here, but just the one. And Lancaster will be delighted and excited to face up against the possibility of Edinburgh, perhaps tomorrow, or maybe even one of Birmingham or Marlow. And you can hear it's a good race because we can hear the towpath. Yeah, nothing to choose between them. Locked in unison here as they go past our commentary tower. And there really is nothing. I think it's Birmingham maybe by a canvas, no more than that.
Both looking really powerful. They're getting good lengths out of each stroke. Yeah, Birmingham's slightly ahead, but still Marlow could come through. There's not that much in it as they come towards the competitor's zone.
And a word on the Coxes too, who you have to assume are also learning their trade. Keeping the crews well apart here, not interfering. Beautiful lines adhered to by both. And this camera angle is always deceptive. I fall into the trap so many times of calling the race from this perspective and getting it completely wrong. So I won't do it again. But it does look to me like an incredibly well-balanced race. And to be fair to the 3 races that preceded this, they were all relative formalities in the sense that there was a clear front runner, and that front runner sort of took control of the race in the early phases and then went on to sort of comfortably win. Here, I could not call this.
No, me either. Both still looking very comfortable and strong rowing together. Do think Birmingham do still have a slight advantage, but Marlow have taken their rate up now, so that could all change if Birmingham don't respond.
Yeah, I'd call Marlow on the left slightly more tenacious. Another example is if I were colourblind, I'd have a real problem here differentiating between the 2 crews. If this was football, they'd be in different strips. But Marlow, slightly more tenacious, aggressive rhythm. Birmingham look a bit more controlled, a bit calmer. It looks like there's maybe a tad more horsepower on board the Birmingham crew. So this is turning into a barnstormer of a race. So we will keep one eye on the right-hand side of our screen. But at the left-hand side, 222 is underway, our first heat of the Championship Single Sculls. And it is a contest between Canberra Rowing Club of Australia, Grishkowiak, and Nottingham Rowing Club, Titterington, on the Buckinghamshire Station. And I expect this one to be a positive result for the Australian. But as we watch here, just on the other screen, it is Birmingham, it is Marlow who are taking it all the way to the line here. You can see the grit and determination on the face of the stroke girl from Birmingham University. She is trying to drive her boat on. They've led all the way down, and this is our final camera. You can see there, that's the static camera. So the crews are probably 300 metres away. We're not going to be able to tell you too much about what's going on until they get a bit closer to us, but it is a fantastic race as we watch here on the left-hand side. Grishkowiak, I'm having to pause every time just to make sure I pronounce it as well as I can, from Canberra Rowing Club. She's a former senior international, may still be floating around the national and international circuit, and she is dispatching Titterington at the moment with consummate ease. So an impressive scull this from the athlete from Australia.
Yeah, incredible start from Cara. I mean, from the blocks, she was away instantly, leaving Jennifer Titterington from Nottingham Rowing Club trailing behind. Both rowing really well, though. Good, strong strokes from both. But yeah, Cara, very good amount of clear water between them now.
Well, let's just spend a minute on this race between Birmingham and Marlow. We can hear the octane level going up in the on-site commentary because they are witnessing a fantastic race between Birmingham and Marlow. That is a great finish for both, and in the end it was Birmingham who just clung on.
Half a length.
Just clung on to their victory that they had worked so hard to maintain down the course. Stunning race from both crews, and wonderful to see that level of competition in the development force. Nominally the category for the least experienced rowers, but those two putting on an exhibition in how to row. Coxed Falls here on a rapidly sinking sunrise, or sunset. You can't have a sinking sunrise, can you? Sunset. I'm trying to be poetic and I get it all wrong. So it's Cara Grzgowiak who is leading this championship single scull 222 number race. She's leading it pretty comfortably as she's taking her rate of striking down by a couple of pips. And you can just see the way she finishes the stroke, bolt upright. Minimal energy expended, recycling the hands. Good exhibition of how to move a single scull. And Titterington with no answer. You'd expect this, of course, from Cara. She is, as I say, a world-renowned athlete and somebody who will be seeing racing at Henley Royal in the Princess Royal Challenge Cup in just over a week's time. So look forward to seeing how she mixes it up with some of our other international cohort in that event, including Ollie Zeidler's sister, Marie Zeidler. So very much looking forward to seeing if those two come up against each other. But for now, Cara's sole focus will be on navigating the various rounds here at Henley Women's. If she does successfully win this, she'll be through to tomorrow, where I believe she'll have 2 races.
Yeah, this is the quarterfinal, so she is looking very much like she's going to go through to at least the semi-final tomorrow. She's really low rate now, looking very comfortable and relaxed. Nottingham still putting in a lot of effort. Good row from Jennifer Titterington as well. But yes, it is looking like it is going to be Cara from Canberra Rowing Club, all the way from Australia.
Yes, we'll keep one eye on Cara's progress down the course, assuming that Jennifer Titterington cannot mount a challenge. That will be her progressing through. And we move to race 223. There you go, get a launch perspective between Georgie Robinson Ranger of the University of London and Gallagher of Walbrook Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. At the moment, it is Robinson Ranger unable to race in her university's academic 8 because she has a medal at the under-23 World Championships, so a very seasoned athlete. And she is showing us what it's all about here on the course. No mercy for her opposition from Walbrook. Very accomplished athlete, Georgie. Been around the circuit for a while, knows how it's done, knows how to win, and
Yes,
demonstrating that.
It's her 8th Henley Women's now, so very familiar with the course. But first time in a single, so still switching it up. She learned to row on this Henley stretch of river though, so she will be happy to be back on home ground for this race.
Yeah, one hopes she's got some family on the bank to cheer her on. And if they are watching, either on this stream and having to listen to me, or if they're on the bank and having to listen to far more accomplished commentators, then you hope that they'll be pleased with what they're seeing, because Georgie is dominating this one at the moment. And there's the drone shot just to re-emphasise that fact. She has several lengths of clear water over her opposition, Gallagher of Walbrook. Just as we watched Cara from Canberra Rowing Club, Australia, coming up towards the line, the closing stages of her quarter-final of the championship single sculls. For the George Innes Cup. And there we go, Cara able to take her rate right down, successfully navigating what had the potential to be a sticky challenge. She has come through it cleanly. And I tell you what, Meg, I would love to see her come up against Georgie Robinson Ranger.
I would. That would be a very interesting race indeed. Nice performance here from Georgina Robinson Ranger. Good bit of distance between her and Natasha Gallagher from Walbrook. Looking to be a nice, comfortable race into the semi-finals tomorrow in this George Innes Cup Championship Singles.
Yeah, we say it every year, but we do mean it. The standard of competition at Henley Women's Regatta does get better and better and better. It wasn't so long ago that we were struggling for entries in certain categories, and the regatta didn't have the same level of international interest that it has today. But with every single year that passes and every edition that brings home a complement of trophies, it attracts more and more people to come and race, and it's just bringing on athletes from all over the world. And when you come and race at Henley Women's Regatta, you get that sense and you get the bug and the excitement, and you just want to come again and again and again. And it's shown there. You can see on the back of the umpire's launch, Andrea Proska, Olympic gold medalist in the Canadian Women's 8 in 2021. She's not racing, she's back here commentating. That's how much she loves it.
Yeah, no, it's been great all around for athletes, commentators, volunteer team and spectators. Everyone has just had smiles on their face all weekend. I think the sun's helped.
The sun has, well, not helped me or your arms,
well,
by
no,
the way. You may never recover from that sunburn.
Everyone can't see me right now.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. But yeah, you're right. The weather has certainly helped. I think last year we had, I wasn't here, but I heard we had torrential rain. It was quite unpleasant. But this year, blessed with sunshine, a rare thing here in the United Kingdom. And Georgie Robinson Ranger sculling in the sunshine, enjoying herself, really composed. That must be a wonderful feeling.
Absolutely. Not many feelings can compare, I think, to crossing a finish line in something that you would have looked forward to for a very long time.
Yeah, we talked about that excitement, that sort of anticipation on the bank, and I do think a lot of that is because people are aware that Henley is about to play host to 3 massive events. Not only is the women's ongoing at the moment, we have the Royal starting in 10 days, then we have, I think it's Henley Masters and then Henley Town and Visitors at the end of July, plus the Henley Festival, which is not strictly rowing related, but still something that all the locals look forward to. So lots of racing to look forward to in the next month or so as we watch race 224. Hayden of Bath University up against Keto of Cambridge University. Keto, I think, was in the blue boat this year.
Yeah, both extremely experienced athletes. This should be a very good race. Phoebe Hayden there from Bath University, world-class start athlete. Coached currently by Dan Harris and Tom Selby. He's in the junior women's coxless quad in 2019 for Coop, representing GB. And a semi-finalist at Henley Royal, Princess Grace, last year. So no stranger to Henley. And for Freya Keto there, of Cambridge University, championship single boat race winner, finalist at Henley Women's Champ Quads last year. Again, very experienced and experienced on this water, so this race should definitely be interesting.
Yeah, I think Freya, before she came to Cambridge, was part of the armada of Brown crews that came over last year for the women's and the Royal and won the Island Challenge Cup. I'm not sure if Freya was in that boat, but Brown were a sure thing basically from day one of the Island Challenge Cup last year. They were unsurpassable, and it looked like Phoebe Hayden had the better of the opening 20 or so strokes, but Freya Keto has just jettisoned the afterburners here in sort of the, I suppose, the third 20 or the second 20% of this race. I'm trying to break it down into very strange percentages. Not sure that works, but what I'm trying to say is that Freya has had the better of the transitions out of the starting phase and will now be looking to close out this race as early as she possibly can. She looks like the more dynamic of the two scullers, a bit livelier in her rhythm.
Yeah, definitely putting in a very strong stint there, hoping to secure some safety with a bit of distance between them there. Phoebe Hayden not letting it get too far away right now, but very strong performance from Freya Keto there. Just driving it away, creating that, got open water now between the two.
My only concern with Freya's style of sculling is she rates incredibly high.
Yeah.
And I just worry that if for whatever reason she cannot continue to extend this gap between herself and Phoebe Hayden, Phoebe's definitely underrating her, which means she's got at least one more gear to go up. I just wonder. I saw a similar thing a few years ago when I think it was Drysdale rode down Ketchel Borch in the final of the Diamond Challenge Sculls. And Drysdale underrated all the way, and was some 2 or 3 lengths down coming into the stewards enclosure, and then just blitzed Borch, who just fell apart in the last sort of 200 metres. And I'm not saying in any way that Freya is under threat of that here, but she doesn't give herself a lot of headroom to move on from this point.
No. Receiving a little warning from the umpire there to move back over onto the Buckinghamshire side. I see what you're saying, but with Scullers as experienced as these two women here, I think they've probably practiced this so many times that she'll know her strengths and she'll know her limits. So I'd like to trust that she is aware of how much she's got left in the tank right now. But races can do silly things to you, so we'll just have to wait and see. Still, Freya Keto of Cambridge University there holding out a comfortable lead on Phoebe Hayden from Bath University.
I think that was your very diplomatic and polite way of telling me that I do not have the qualifications to be making these sort of assertions. We'll see Freya Keto doing what she needs to do at the moment, staying ahead of Phoebe Hayden in race number 224. So 2-5 underway. Grosvenor Mackay on the Berkshire station and Mole of Birmingham University on the Buckinghamshire station in the final, the last of our quarterfinals in the Championship Single Scull for the George Innes Cup. And it looks to me, Meg, like Birmingham University, Mole, have had the better of the 2 starts.
Yeah, high rate, stronger start. Really pushing away there, probably hoping, again, like we're saying, to secure that lead early on. But Grosvenor there, not letting it get too far away. Might even be rowing through now. Bit hard to tell at this angle, but both putting in strong performances right off the bat.
Yeah, lovely synchronisation in her stroke there, Mole of Birmingham University. You could just see her delaying the backswing until right at the very last moment to give yourself that extra little bit of initiative as you close out the stroke. But you're right, Grosvenor Mackay not allowing herself to be bested here, staying firmly in touch, keeping this one lively as we watch Keto, who, turns out my predictions falling flat. She is indeed in total control of her scull against Hayden, Phoebe Hayden of Bath University. So it looks like she'll be joining Georgie Robinson Ranger and Kara Krskowiak in the semi-finals of the Championship Single Sculls. And there we have it. Mole of Birmingham University just trying to break clear here of Mackay of Grosvenor. But I don't think that gap has widened since they left the island. It seems to be that the bow of the Grosvenor sculler is still tickling the stern of the Birmingham University sculler, who's quite far out in the middle of the river, it has to be said. She might just course correct in a moment, but this race definitely still on. Let's see what the 2 women have got in the second third.
Yeah, coming into this competitive zone still is anyone's game. There's not too much distance separating the 2. Birmingham Sculler there looks like they're putting in a bit more of a push, hoping to secure a bit more clear water just for a bit of security, but Grosvenor responding. Not quite ready to let the race go yet, and there's still plenty of time.
Yeah, curious mindset I'm sure both of these scullers are in right now. For Mole, it will be beyond the obvious pain and willing to stop. She'll be thinking, right, well now, do I try and put my foot on the throat of this race and end it as a competition and risk not that manoeuvre not working and then not having a gas left for the end? And from the perspective of Mackay of Grosvenor, she's probably thinking it's now or never. I need to try and mount a charge. I need to find a response, because at the moment she does not have the answers to the questions that Mole is posing of her.
Yeah, Catherine Mole of University of Birmingham, very strong position right now. Has been rowing very strong for a very long time. So it doesn't look like she's going to get tired anytime soon. So Sarah McKay of Grosvenor Rowing Club might need to make a move now if she's going to take Catherine Mole.
Yeah, she sculls incredibly well, doesn't she? Katie Mole. Really accomplished, smooth, easy on the eye style.
Yeah, looks very comfortable, very professional. Grosvenor looks really good as well. Putting in a push now as they come towards the 3/4 mile.
Yeah, well, we will monitor the progress of both of those scullers in race 225, but 226 now underway. Championship Coxed Fours, and this is a curious one. It's Newcastle University Tyne Rowing Club A on the Berkshire Station against Newcastle University Tyne Rowing Club B
This should be a very exciting race, I think.
on the Buckinghamshire Station. You know something I don't about this one?
Actually, I'm familiar with a few of the athletes in the Newcastle boat on the Berkshire side. I was lucky enough to grow up at the same club as Amy Bowman, who's I think at 2 seat in this boat, and Nicole Lamb. I went to Sheffield Hallam University, so
There we go.
familiar with that name.
Okay.
Former Sheffield University, and now Newcastle.
Familiar enough to tell them that steering into the boys is not going to do them any favours? Maybe one if they win. You can just remind them of that. So is the odds on the A crew to take this one?
I mean, obviously, as we've said before, rankings should predict that the A crew take it, but like I said, Newcastle and Tyne, excellent programs. So at the moment, it looks like the A crew do have an advantage, but B crew's not far behind.
Wonderful to see those two Northern Rowing powerhouses coming together as Katie Mole at Birmingham University eventually did see off the repeated and concerted, I must add, interest of McKay of Grosvenor. She is the final contender to move through and joins Freya Keto, Georgie Robinson Ranger and Kara Skowiak in the next round, the semi-finals of the Championship Single Sculls, which will be raced tomorrow. But for now, our focus turns to the Championship Coxless Fours, the Averil Vellacott Cup.
Very nice race going on here with these two Northern crews. B crew there on the Buckinghamshire side. Crew have only been together for a couple of weeks, so 2 students and 2 members with full-time jobs. So a policewoman and a junior doctor.
There we go.
I imagine scheduling's not the easiest thing.
Tough. Yeah, tough. Of course, junior doctors and policewomen subject to night shifts, which can't be easy to manage around rowing training.
No. But clearly that training's paying off. Rowing very well. That A crew on the Berkshire side still very comfortably in front for now. Bit of open water between the two. Got Hannah Cowie, Amy Bowman, Lucy Thompson and Nicole Lamb there. And then on the Buckinghamshire side, B crew, Frances Russell, Harriet Taylor, Catherine Bulmer and Holly Yude. Just lowering that rate a bit there, relaxing into the lead.
Well, despite their earlier steering mishap, it hasn't cost Newcastle and Tyne A any time or any margin. They look in total control of this first, I believe this is the quarterfinal of the Championship Cox's Fours.
In their defence, it's a narrower course than the Tyne.
It is.
Tyne's a very wide river.
It is.
So
you do know these people, don't you? Jumping to their defence. Coyote tease. Speaking to somebody who had to steer this course with a foot plate, I know exactly what it feels like to be running up against the boys.
it feels tiny when you're on there, I imagine.
It really does. It really does. It looks so big when you see the drone shots, and I hear people tell me, what's the problem? There's loads of room. And then you get on the course and you think, actually, there really isn't much at all. It's the illusion of being sort of enclosed by the booms. So we'll keep an eye on the grudge match between the two Newcastle University Tyne crews as race 227 gets underway. London Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Leander Club, home favourites, their A crew on the Buckinghamshire Station. I think Leander have to go down as not only home favourites but probably favourites for the entire event. Whenever they boat a crew, a unit into any event at any race, they have to be considered and categorised as such.
Leander just getting a steering warning there from the umpire bit in the centre of the course right now.
Well, I think actually probably London are the ones who
London
are
getting one now.
yeah, who are sort of transgressing here. They're going to have to move back because they're just rowing in Leander's dirty water, which is going to slow them down. They don't want to be there. They want to be over where it's clean, where there's no puddles to disrupt the flow of their boat, and they are now course correcting, moving back into the middle. But that's going to have cost them a couple of seconds, and Leander just will move off the back of that and won't allow them any sight that they could come past as we watch Newcastle and Tyne A dispatch Newcastle and Tyne B. Always difficult when you come up against crewmates, but no mercy from the A crew, seeing off the interests of the B crew as we watch here Leander A similarly merciless in their total dismantlement of London so far.
Yeah, very familiar with Henley, this Leander crew. Several appearances in previous years. Very experienced London Rowing Club crew as well. But a while since a few of them have been to Henley Women's, I think. So it's nice to see a reappearance of some of these athletes.
Yeah, London Rowing Club, another club subject to the cyclicality that so many of those Putney-based institutions face. Talent comes and goes, and talent often breeds talent. If you can start to build a set of results that compel others to come and join your cause, you find yourself with riches and embarrassment of such. Two examples being University of Oxford Brookes and Thames Rowing Club, who now are the go-to destinations on both the men's and the women's sides for student and club rowing respectively. And London trying to compete with Thames. They boat just 100 yards downstream from Thames, but worlds apart over the last 5 years, and London trying to build back their programme into something competitive and doing a good job. There are more and more London crews every year, and I did watch or have a little look at Marlow results earlier today, and a really promising performance in the time trial of Championship Coxed Fours from their theoretical Britannia Challenge Cup crew, of course held by Thames Rowing Club at the moment. So fingers crossed that those boys continue to go well. But at the moment here at Henley Women's Regatta, their female crew has no answers to the might of Leander Club. The Pink Palace showing us how it's done on this 1500 metre course.
Yeah, Leander, they're making it look easy, pulling away with a very comfortable distance. Looking very relaxed, but still very powerful.
Well, isn't that just the most beautiful combination in rowing? Making it look easy with loads of power applied when it matters. Can't compete. I'm sure a lot of these athletes, you go to Leander usually for one reason. It's not for the Australia on draft or the social occasions. It's to try and find a way into the national team, Leander being one of the key feeder programs for our senior international cohort. So we'll keep one eye on Leander's dispatch of London as we move to the start. And it's a contest between Durham University in the Championship Coxed Fours and the Berkshire Station up against our friends from the University of Pennsylvania, their A crew on the Buckinghamshire Station. They've had a fantastic season. Penn, one of their best on record. Their women's 8, I think, was 4th at the NCAAs. But unable to live with Durham so far. Durham out to nearly a length as we leave the shadows of Temple Island.
Yeah, this Durham crew here, very impressive performance. Current Bucks Regatta Championship 4 gold medalists. So when you see their name on the draw, you're not going to want to get pulled against them.
Yeah, starting to step up into the big leagues here, Durham, after a period of, let's call it, relative quietude. They are resurging under Rob Dauncey as we watch Leander successfully navigating their quarterfinal. They will certainly be a crew to watch tomorrow, Leander. I think probably favourites for the Avril Velicott Cup in its entirety. But Durham will certainly have something to say about that. A gold medal at Bucks Regatta, no less, and dispatching this Penn crew. Important to note here that the University of Pennsylvania have a flotilla of boats over for the Henley Women's and Royal Regatta, and this, I understand it, is not their top crew. Their best athletes are in the 8, including most of the crew that were 4th at the NCAAs in Varsity 8s. That's a nice duck. Back to Durham again. Love these interludes, honestly. Dogs, ducks. Is it a David Attenborough documentary or is it rowing coverage? We just don't know. We just don't. I'm happy to do both, you know. If the BBC want to commission me to talk about rowing and wildlife simultaneously, I'm happy to take that call. But Durham doing the business here, seeing off the interests of Penn, who will not want to go home, by the way, on a Saturday evening, proverbially speaking, of course, but will not want to be exiting the competition at this stage. If they've come over to race, they've come over to win.
Great crew here. 3 first years in this crew, but already top 4 finish at the Charles and in top 4 in the Ivies. But no match for Durham, it seems. 2 GB trialist pairs here. So an absolute powerhouse of a boat to come up against. Putting in a very clean and strong performance.
I always feel excited watching some of these events because you're almost witnessing talent that's going to propel Great Britain and other countries often because you get such international flavour here. But you're watching the talent of next year, the year after, competing in humble settings at Henley Women's Regatta. But these potentially are athletes that we'll see, you know, climbing podium steps at the Olympics in years to come. And you get this sneak preview of them to the extent that in, you know, a year's time at Paris or perhaps 5 years' time at Los Angeles, you and I will be sat at home, or maybe if we're lucky enough, we'll be in Los Angeles, who knows? But we'll be sat at home watching the rowing and we'll go, I remember when this young lady raced at Henley Women's Regatta on the Saturday evening and I commentated on her race and she was the winner of the quarterfinal. And that's a unique thing about rowing, is it's humble. The bottom is not that far away from the top. To rise up those steps is a hard thing to do, but these athletes, we get to see them day in, day out competing at the highest level. And we'll keep one eye on Durham, who look to have done enough to secure their path to the semi-finals of the championship. Coxed as 4s. We move back to the final quarter-final, 2-2-9. It's a Scottish composite on the Berkshire Station. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, George Herriot and Strathclyde Park Rowing Club up against the B crew from Leander.
Incredible explosive start there from the composite 4, straight off the mark. But Leander have kept up, if not pushed ahead already, just as they come off the end of the island. Yeah, great performance there from Leander, just pushing away, but composite's hanging on.
Yeah, Ross Hunter's cultivated a sensational programme on the women's side at Leander Club. But these girls from Scotland are not to be messed with. 5 national schools gold medals between them, including 1 or 2 that were won this year in the championship pairs category. I think Maisie Aspinall's also on board, who is one of the most promising young Scottish athletes in the country. So let's see what they've got. Can they stand up to the might of Leander Club as Durham cross the line? Having seen off the attentions of the University of Pennsylvania, who'll be bitterly disappointed to have gone home at this stage. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. Henley is ruthless. And is it about to be ruthless to Leander Club, Meg? Let's see what the Scots have got in their locker.
Yeah, Leander still strong out in front for now, but Strathclyde composite still just behind them. They're not letting go quite yet as we come moving towards the competitors area. Leander looking just slightly higher rate. Maybe trying to secure a bit more distance between the composite.
Yeah, a bit bouncier and a bit busier than the Leander crew at this stage. I think they'll be, like you say, Meg, keen to exert control over this one. Will not want to be hauled back into a dogfight with the women from Scotland, many of whom I think ply their trade at some of the big US collegiate programs through the winter and summer racing season and have come back to represent their home clubs here on the Henley Women's Regatta course. But just coming up against a slightly faster boat in Leander B. Just looking at this B crew, Meg, I shudder to think that we might be on for a Leander final. Hopefully they get drawn against each other in the semi-final. If you're listening and you're a Leander supporter, I am sorry.
But it makes such a good race.
That is true.
Yeah, looking a bit more relaxed now, Leander, now that they've secured that bit more open water with the Scottish composite.
Yeah, no need to step out of fourth gear here for Leander. They're just doing their job to the best of their ability, continuing to stave off the interest of Aberdeen, George Heriot's and Strathclyde Park. So we'll move back to the start. We're into the finishing straight here on the Saturday of Henley Women's Regatta. Aspirational doubles on the course now. Norwich Rowing Club on the Berkshire station up against Sudbury Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station.
Yeah, strong start from both, but Norwich just pulling ahead in that first starting few metres and holding it just about at the minute as they come towards the end of the island. Got Caris Haff and Morella McGee from Norwich Rowing Club and Amelia Moole and Martha Bullen from Sudbury.
Do you know what I often wonder, Meg, is how on earth did we commentate on rowing when the drone wasn't there? Because honestly, the drone is the only shot on the entire roster that gives you a comprehensive sense of what is actually happening. These side-by-side shots where you see Leander coming up towards the line on the right-hand side of your screen, yes, they're ahead, but if they were neck and neckish, you'd have no idea who was in the lead. Until they really get close to you. This drone has revolutionised coverage of rowing online, and Henley Women's, I think, were the first to pioneer it before the regatta. Not many people realise that, but Henley Women's got there before the Royal. And they have done a marvellous job at bringing the sport of rowing to a wider audience. And there we saw Leander B. The Scots managed to regain contact, but it wasn't enough in the end to stop Leander progressing through to the semi-finals of that event. And here we have Norwich, little launch camera as well, trying their best to break clear of the crew from Sudbury, but nothing much to choose between them at this stage.
Yeah, Sudbury seem to have got back that little bit of advantage that Norwich had before, but haven't quite broke free yet. It's still pretty much a level playing field between the two. Pretty similar rating between the two, so not much between them right now. Does look like Sudbury are still slightly ahead, but nothing significant enough to make a difference right now as they come towards the competitor's zone.
Sudbury there, grafting in an attempt to get back on level terms with their opposition from Norwich. Both boats just being propelled really nicely through the water. For aspirational doubles, bearing in mind this is the second, technically the second tier of double sculling here at the regatta. Two very, very competent crews. And again, Meg, I know I'm in no position to comment on the competence of any of these boats, having had what I would describe as the opposite of an illustrious rowing career myself. But I think I know a good boat when I see one, and both of these being sculled really well in what I must say are two beautiful reverse carbon wing-rigged Philippes. And it's actually Sudbury. That graft has worked. They have overtaken Norwich. A rare thing we see that on the Henley course, but they are now past and through Norwich and will be looking there to close this race out.
Yeah, Norwich there looking like they're putting in push to try and catch back up with that Sudbury Rowing Club. But Sudbury looking very, very comfortable, very together, rowing really well, propelling nice and easily through that water. Little look back there from Norwich Rowing Club just to check where Sudbury are. So they'll be hopefully trying to put a move together. But it does look like Sudbury are still pushing away. Yeah, by no means am I qualified to call anybody a good
What are we even doing
boat,
here? What are we even doing here, honestly?
But they do look very good on that water now. Nice and comfortable, very together. Norwich still nearby, but still haven't quite been able to break away from Sudbury.
Yeah, they wear that lead well. I think that's how I would frame it. They look good leading, and they seem to be motivated, to be enjoying that presence. And of course, it's easy to say a crew, well, of course you want to be in the lead, you'll enjoy it. But some crews actually prefer to be the hunter, not the hunted. But Sudbury, they wear that well. They look like they're comfortable in the lead.
Yeah.
And don't look like having it overturned at this stage. Norwich unable to find the missing piece of the jigsaw that Sudbury found just after the barrier.
Yeah, very good performance coming in from Sudbury here. Still looks like they're opening up that gap even more. Norwich not really responding as much as they need to.
We'll keep one eye on race 230 as we move to race 231. UK Armed Forces Rowing Club up against Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club, Berkshire and Buckinghamshire stations respectively, in our second of the aspirational doubles races that we have on the docket today.
Yes, on the Berkshire side of this race here, UK Armed Forces Rowing Club, Freya Axton and Karis Price, they will have just finished an intensive training camp prior to this weekend, as the UKAF Rowing is a club of regular or reserve or university cadets. So they're based all over the place, so they come together for an intensive training camp prior to this event.
Wow.
And then Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club there, we have Sarah E. Lewis and Issy Burns. And they're from West Cornwall. Nice performances from both there, no clear front runner right now.
Yeah, from different sides of the country, different parts of the world, different vocations, but Henley Women's Regatta brings them to within inches of each other, the ends of their spoons nearly connecting there in the middle of the water. But the Armed Forces checking their line back into line, and indeed the line that you draw between the two crews would be very thin indeed. Nothing really to choose. If I were a betting man, I'd say maybe the bow girl of the Greenbank Falmouth crew is slightly ahead of her opposite number in the Armed Forces boat.
Can't be more than a couple strokes difference though, so anything could change. Do look faster, the Greenbank Falmouth crew, slightly higher rate, but still not much in it as we come out of the spectator zone.
Yeah, half a length or so. There you can see, well, you can't see us, we're in that tent behind the double-decker commentary tower. We've been relegated to the tent, which is essentially an oven when the sun's shining on it. But now the sun's gone down, the weather's cooled a little bit, we're into the long June evening. It is quite pleasant in here, and we're enjoying the racing, able to hear and almost sense the atmosphere, despite feeling quite enclosed and in a little bubble. And that bubble is one that Greenbank Falmouth will be wanting to capitalise on. Heads in their boat, focusing on their A game, bringing that to bear here at the Henley Women's Regatta, and they'll just want to push their stern away from the bows of the UK Armed Forces with every single stroke, just attritionally move through their opposition to the point where they can exert some control, because when you're in touch, you don't really have true control of the race.
No.
He definitely has no control of this race.
Just about a length between the two crews there. Still anyone's game, a good push from UK Armed Forces could change this result. Greenbank Falmouth looking very clean there. Very together.
Well, you know it's a great race because I can hear commentary Ken Roberts losing his mind on the tannoy. I mean, there could be 8 lengths between these two and you'd still hear him waxing lyrical. He loves it here, Surbiton coach and long-time supporter of the regatta. It is a great race, though. It really is. And Greenbank Falmouth are just looking to take away the fun that we as neutrals are having and try and close this one out nice and early as they come into probably the last third here. Not wanting to let the UK Armed Forces have even a sniff, even a whisper that they could come back. So we'll keep an eye on that race, race 231, as race 232, unsurprisingly, gets underway. Aspirational doubles. Delster Studenten Goeie Laha of Holland on the Berkshire station from the Netherlands, and Durham University on the Buckinghamshire station. Laha coming over, regular supporters of both the women's and the Royal Regattas in their distinctive white shorts with red tops, and Durham unmistakable in their Palatinate colours. Both crews getting out pretty well, but it looks like maybe Laha have had the better of the two starts.
Yeah, very powerful from both, but Laha are just pulling away from that Durham crew with what looks like ease, which is not something you usually see against Durham crews.
No, Laha saying ha-ha to Durham at the moment. Trying to break clear, move their stern away from the bows of that Durham crew. Durham fierce racers, though, strong racing mentality. They will be keen to not lose contact and not lose the race before it's even really begun, as we watch here the crew from Greenbank Falmouth on the right-hand side of your screen. They look to have done enough to secure passage through to the next round of the aspirational doubles. They will join Sudbury Rowing Club in the next round, provided that nothing absolutely apocalyptic happens in the final 10 strokes. And there we go, Laha on the left-hand side. You can see there that elastic band. It can't be seen, it's intangible, but it connects the two crews in side-by-side racing, and Laha threatening to snap it early here. And from a perspective of a crew without a Cox, when you lose sight of your opposition, that's one thing, but we can no longer hear them. It makes it doubly difficult to actually reclaim any sense of parity.
Yeah, definitely. That Durham crew will be really wanting to stay near the Laha pair, double, sorry. Looking very cool and collected there, Laha. Very nice, easy, pulling away with every stroke by the looks of it. Durham not quite left behind yet. They're hanging in there.
Yeah, Durham in danger here, dire straits of watching Laha scull off into the sunset as they come past the barrier marker, indicating about 600 metres gone of the course, and just under 1,000 metres left to row. You can see there the extraordinary scene that all of these athletes will enjoy watching, probably not when they're racing, but certainly after, with a nice cold beverage in their hand. The beautiful Oxfordshire countryside. Laha, of course, not used to rowing on this stretch of water, certainly not. This is a Dutch development double, and developing well by the looks of things. A lot of talent in their squad, consummate racers, an impressive calibre, and they're doing the job here against Durham, not allowing them even a sniff.
Yeah, the smoother of the two crews, Laha. Looking very, very clean and very together. Durham slightly punchier. He might be trying to drive up that power and catch them, but Laha responding. They're not wanting to give them any chance here.
Yeah, I think Durham are just steeling themselves for a bit of a move here. It looked like the two athletes in that boat just rocking back in symphony, in synchronicity, and trying desperately to find a chink in Laha's armour, but unable to at this stage. The Dutch in control of this quarter-final of the aspirational doubles, the third of four, and they'll be looking to join Greenbank, Falmouth and Sudbury. And I have to say to you, Meg, I think we're looking at the potential winners of this event. They are a really accomplished crew. But I don't want to speak too soon, because we do have the fourth quarter-final now underway between Radcliffe, Harvard University, their C crew, facing up against Birmingham University. Left-right on our screens as it stands on the left-hand split screen. Beauty of the Henley Women's Regatta stream operation is we are able to watch two races simultaneously. So we can monitor Laha and their progress down the track, but we can also see how Harvard are coming into contact with the boys there, and that has definitely slowed them down. The two athletes had to stop.
Yeah, that first straight's been causing a few problems for people today. But hopefully Harvard can get themselves together pretty quickly. That's Cecilia Holbrook and Sophie Campbell from Radcliffe crew at Harvard. Just catching up now. Just getting that overlap back to try and get back in line with Perry Halsey and Elizabeth Dashley from University of Birmingham.
Just on the right hand side of your screen there, Durham sprinting for the line here. I'm not sure they're going to have enough in the tank to catch Laha, just running out of water, but they made that a contest at the end in what looked like a pretty foregone conclusion. They might even have regained parity. Indeed they did, look at that. Laha down to half a length lead. Bearing in mind they were nearly 2 lengths clear at one point, so that's an impressive second half from Durham. Just left themselves too much to do in the second half, but a strong showing nonetheless. And here we have the crew from Harvard Radcliffe, the University Women's Program at Harvard University. Despite their incursion with the boys earlier on, they have now re-established control of this race and looking to move away from Birmingham University, who couldn't capitalise. It looked like they did go for a push when they saw Harvard collide with the boys, but it wasn't enough. And Harvard now looking like the form crew here.
Yeah, very strong performances from a lot of the Radcliffe crews today, including this one. Birmingham still hanging on, but Harvard slowly increasing that lead, moving towards having some open water between the two.
Doesn't look to me like Harvard are doing anything particularly fancy. I just think they have better base speed. That's the reality. They were nearly 3/4 of a length down coming out of the island, and they've just made up nearly 2 lengths in the space of about 400 metres. So
they're clearly a very powerful crew.
well, we are in for quite a compelling set of semi-finals here. This Harvard crew will fancy their chances against anybody, I'm sure, if they are managed to successfully navigate their quarter-final of the aspirational doubles. But Laha pushed hard in the end by Durham after what I thought was going to be a fairly academic exercise. Again, I mean, you've seen it enough times now, Meg. My ability to call these races is limited in the truest sense of the word. Birmingham still in this one. Another look over there from the young woman in the bow seat. Just checking out where Harvard are. Are we still in contact? Do we still have a chance to find a way back into this race?
Yeah, Harvard looking like they're trying to drive that away. They'll want that distance to set them apart.
Well, as Harvard from the United States of America continue to move down the course, about a length clear of their opponents from Birmingham, we move back to the start for the beginning of some quarterfinals in the Junior 16 quads. Lee Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Henley Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Easily distinguishable, given Lee's almost luminescent orange kit and Henley in their blue. Lee being warned there consecutively by the umpire just to move over, respect their station. Oh, who's that?
Yeah, both crews strong start. Lee just seemed to have that slight advantage just coming off the end of the island there in this quarterfinal for the Nina Padwick Trophy. Just about half a length up.
Yeah, Lee sculling well. We'll just keep one eye on that because it does look like it's going to develop into quite the race. But my other eye is drawn to the conclusion of race number 233 between Harvard Radcliffe and Birmingham University. I think Harvard are going to have enough in the tank to see off Birmingham, who tried and tried and tried valiantly, but eventually could not overcome the might of the Crimson. And I think they are going to go home, unfortunately, empty-handed, and Harvard are going to advance to the semi-finals, which will be raced tomorrow at some stage before the final in the afternoon. All very much looking forward to that block of racing as Harvard cross the line.
Yeah, nice comfortable win there for Harvard.
And on the left-hand side, it looks to me, Meg, like Henley have reversed the deficit. They now lead by half a length. Classic Henley. Composed racers, they know what they're doing. Leon Redmond's built a really, really strong programme there. And at J16 level, they're usually unbeatable.
Yeah, I mean, this crew here, National Schools winners this year in this category. So Lee will have to put up a fight to compete with these girls here.
Well, it begs the question, was Lee's policy fly and die? Was it go out hard, try and rattle them and see where you are at the barrier? That's so often the crew who are technically the underdogs, that's so often the strategy going into the race, is just try and keep in touch with your opponent for as long as you possibly can and see if psychologically you can just break them down. But it looks like Henley, ever professional, have responded and are now breaking clear of Lee.
Yeah, Lee with a higher rate there, but fortunately not looking like it's enough to keep up with the Henley crew, who are looking very powerful. as they move away and create up that open water between them.
I mean, as the underdog coming into a race like this, when you are facing the national champions, it's sort of the only strategy that will work, in a sense. You can't really wait. You can't really stand on ceremony. You'll be swallowed up by the proficiency of Henley. You have to try and rattle them. And Lee gave it a good old go. But I don't think, based on what the pictures are showing us here, I don't think they're going to have enough to unseat Henley, who, as you point out, Meg, are dominant in this category. Every single year they produce excellent junior 16 coaches. Whoever manages their J16s needs a pay rise, because he or she is doing a splendid job of cultivating athletes for their senior squads. And of course, we've already seen several Henley crews out on the water this weekend in the 8s and the 4s and the quads in this junior 16 crew. One for the future, but their present isn't too bad either.
No, looking great. Making it look easy again, Henley. I mean, Henley Juniors in particular, incredible program, has been for a very long time. So it's not too surprising to see them doing this well.
No, so as we watch Henley, arguably favourites for the Nina Padwick Trophy for Junior 16 Quad Sculls, make their way down the course. We are now on to race 235, Marlow Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, facing up against Kingston Grammar School on the Buckinghamshire Station. Again, two really promising programmes for junior women's sculling.
Kingston Grammar there just getting a slight warning from the umpire. Great start from Marlow, very powerful looking. With a high rate there. Just pushing ahead, trying to get some distance early on against the Kingston Grammar crew. And it looks like they might have done it.
Yeah, they're spinning those wheels, aren't they? The flywheel is turning in the Marlow crew. They are trying to wreak havoc on the Kingston Grammar race plan, and it's working at the moment. You can see there the stern of the Marlow crew as KGS come to converge in the middle of the river. The stern of the Marlow crew just eking away from KGS, and KGS need to be a bit careful here because they're now rowing in dirty water. The puddle's being sent down by Marlow, but KGS, you know what?
They're hanging on.
They are hanging on.
That canvas there.
And we've said this a few times, and then the crew in the lead have basically just, you know, disappeared.
It's too early to call, I think, right now. Both crews looking really strong.
But you know what? That bow of the Kingston Grammar School boat, it is moving, and it's moving in the right direction. Yeah, it's not over till it's over. And for KGS, they just need to focus on making sure they steer a straight line. Don't be distracted by Marlow. Just row your race and see what happens, because at the moment, it's having a pretty good effect.
You always know when it's a Marlow crew on the water.
Oh, yes.
You can hear the cheers from here.
Plenty of home support for Marlow, of course. This is not technically their home water, but they row upstream, I think, here, or maybe downstream. I'm never sure, up or downstream. They row about 2 miles away from here. It's not far at all.
Kingston just coming over to the Marlow side, getting a bit close again.
Yeah, boxing Marlow in
that dirty water, which is not where you want to be, especially when you're behind, because it will slow you down. And at this point, they need every stroke they can get.
Yeah, I can't conceive that this is a tactic on behalf of Kingston Grammar School at junior 16 level. I imagine this is just a bit of an issue with the steering, but
both crews staying composed though.
Yeah, absolutely, and Marlow not having it all their own way by any stretch of the imagination. Kingston Grammar School
still creeping,
still retaining some vested interest in this contest. And there we go. The bow of the Kingston boat now level and through the 2-girl in the Marlow crew. So excellent race, this one. Kingston need to be a bit careful of their steering. They've been warned several times now by the umpire. They won't want to be warned again. Umpires don't really want to get involved any more than they absolutely need to. So we will keep an eye on the red jewel happening on the water there in race 2-2. Or 235, I should say. 236 is underway. Putney High School, Berkshire Station, George Watson's College, Buckinghamshire Station. It looks like Putney went out really well there. Here we go, Marlow and KGS on the right-hand side of your screen, winding it up here. The sprint is on. What have KGS got in their locker? They have been trailing Marlow all the way down the course, but have they timed this race to perfection? Meg, what I can see is the crews are neck and neck.
Yeah, both responding very well to the other. Keep seeing looks over from both crews. I couldn't tell you who's in front right now. I think Marlow might have the slight advantage, but at this point it's anyone's game.
Well, there's the finish line where our static camera is. That's how close the crews are to the finish line. They might not know that at this point. So the sprint is on. It's all about who's got it in the mind. Psychologically, who is superior, who is able to just focus in on their crew, relax, which sounds ridiculous in this scenario, but if you relax, if you take your long strokes, if you don't tense up too early, that will pay dividends in a race like this, which is tense and well balanced. So we will certainly keep our dominant eye on the right-hand side of the screen, the contest unfolding between Kingston Grammar School, who I think, Meg, looking at those shots, have rode down Marlow. Stunning performance that from Kingston Grammar.
Great race there from Kingston. As it looked like Marlow might have had the early advantage, but right now it is looking like Kingston are going to take this unless Marlow respond pretty soon and pretty powerfully.
Yeah, I think Marlow's race is roan, unfortunately. Kingston Grammar School coming home. What a sensational second half of their quarter-final of the Nina Padwick Trophy. They take the win ahead of Marlow by clear water in the end.
Great performance there from Kingston Grammar School. And Putney High School currently with a considerable lead on George Watson's College. Just about got clear water between them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if ever there was a parable for trying to break clear of your opposition nice and early, it's the Marlow-Kingston Grammar School one we just saw unfold. Marlow unable to shake off the keen interests of Kingston Grammar, who did a little bit of wobbling around the course to start with. But once they refocused on their line, they were able to find their best speed and rode down their opponents from Marlow to progress. And Putney High School will not want a repeat of that. Of course, they won't be aware of what's happened up the course, but they'll know that breaking clear and staying clear is the name of the game, and doing just that here ahead of George Watson's College.
Putney High School crew here, winners of silver at national schools, I believe, I think, in this event. So they'll be ones to watch in this event, looking very comfortable there. Nice tidy row. Hoping to gain a bit of distance on that George Watson's College crew trailing them. But George Watson's are still there.
Yeah, Putney just look a bit more dynamic. A bit more punchy at either end of the stroke. Just moving that boat on really nicely. You've got to remember, Meg, these girls are J16. They're 16 and under. And the way they row that quad is just beautiful. The talent on show. And again, it's something I say every single year. We talk about the standards increasing, we talk about the quality getting better, but it is so true that these 5 years ago would have easily passed in a junior 18 category. But the pyramid is just getting taller and wider as we watch Headington and Kingston Rowing Club, I should say, leaving the state boats in what I think is our last race today. It might be worth checking that.
Last race of the day, a quarter-final of the Nina Padwick Trophy, J16 Coxless Quads.
Oh, there we go. We've done it, ladies and gentlemen. If you are still with us on the live stream and you've had to listen to, I think, 7 hours of me today, if you've been following all day, you must be sick and tired. Please feel free to call the police. Public disturbance. I wouldn't blame you. We can see here the final two races of the day are on the course. 2-3-6, Putney High School in control of their quarter-final of the Junior 16 Quad Sculls, and Headington and Kingston on the course. And it's Kingston in shot there.
Great row from them. Very tidy. About half a length up. But nothing a big push from Headington School couldn't change. Putney High School there on the right, still comfortably ahead.
Well, watching the conclusion of race 2-3-6, Putney High School up towards the line. They are going to take the win and progress through. to the next round, the semi-finals of the Junior 16 Quad Sculls, and it's all about Headington and Kingston as our final race of the day. Stick around on the stream. We are going to be showing you some interviews with crews who took part in races on Saturday. About 5 minutes of content there for you to consume to round out the day here at Henley Women's. It has been a fabulous day of racing, blessed with good weather, blessed with great racing and a well-organised event as always. Expect nothing less from the Henley Women's Regatta Committee. And indeed, talking of organised crews and organised events, it's Headington School who have regained parity and perhaps even now lead Kingston Rowing Club. No surprise to see Headington staying composed, staying mature in the face of adversity. They are conditioned and composed from a very young age under the tutelage of Ryan Domain and Chris Hermes. And again, showing that here, their class and their determination. Sculling away now from Kingston Rowing Club, who don't appear to have much of an answer to this push.
Yeah, great performance there from Headington School. Kingston just coming a bit too close to them onto their side. I think they'll correct that, but yeah, great performance from Headington there. A nice smooth row through on the Kingston quad. Kingston up in that rate now, maybe trying to come back a little bit, but Headington still looking very cool and collected as they hang on to that lead.
And these young ladies are the future of their respective clubs and schools, so a keen eye, I'm sure, on all of these races from everyone associated with both Headington School and Kingston Rowing Club. Kingston under the leadership of Josh Burrows, himself a former junior at the club, and he has produced a set of really impressive results with the resources he has at his disposal. But here it looks like his quad may come unstuck against the might of Headington School. Very hard to compete with in a programme like Headington. They have so much resource, so much talent, so much know-how at their disposal, and using every inch of it here, having been led off the start and led at the quarter mile marker, now leading, approaching the final 300 or so metres of this last quarter final of the Junior 16 Quad Sculls, the Nina Padwick Trophy. Not leading by much, it has to be said. Kingston still in touch. You can see there the bow just in line with the stroke girl of the Headington crew. So Headington can't ease off. They're not afforded any luxuries here. They're going to have to push all the way to the line if they want to secure and assure themselves of their place in tomorrow's racing.
Yeah, an amazing final race. Kingston just hanging on there, trying to keep up with the Headington School crew. But it does look like Lily Parsons, Joey Gervaseu, Zara Mason and Rowena Hems from Headington School will take the win in the final race of Saturday of Henley Women's Regatta.
Yeah, we'll try to let the pictures do the talking in the final few moments. But if you are tuning in for the first time, you're a little late, I have to acknowledge. And if you are going to be leaving us in a few moments, let's just watch Headington, hopefully able to just maintain their composure. Kingston encroaching a little bit. And Headington moving down towards the line in race 237.
Headington still looking very composed, putting in a very strong performance even into the final metres of this. Just crossing that finish line with clear water, Kingston behind them.
There we have it, the screams of delight, and it feels like an appropriate way to end the Saturday of the Henley Women's Regatta. It's been another fantastic day of racing. All the human spectrum of emotions here. Delight to despair, and great to end on a positive note there. Headington dispatching Kingston to advance to the semi-finals of the Junior 16 Quad Sculls. So that concludes racing for today. We'll be back tomorrow bright and early, I think around 9 AM for the crunch time, the apex of our weekend, the finals of Henley Women's Regatta. We've got quite a lot of semi-finals to get through first, and a few quarter-finals as well, so plenty of racing to deal with tomorrow. So please do join us on the live stream. I think we're going to have some interviews now to take us through for the final few moments. Have a wonderful Saturday evening wherever you are. Thank you so much, Meg, for joining me for these couple of hours, and we'll be back tomorrow to bring you the Sunday of the Henley Women's Regatta.
I'm Claudia, I row at Molesey. I'm Sasha and I row for University of Surrey. And we're a composite. We're both coached by Sam Tuck. So definitely put us together to give this campaign a go. Yeah, we rode together loads at Wolsey, and it's nice when we're able to work together, going out of the same boathouse. We just raced against Quinton. They put up a good fight. I think we were able to get the jump on them at the start, but they definitely pushed through towards the end, so it was a good race. Yeah, the last 200 metres, I just heard my old coach's word, just you never lose a close race. So I think Henley for us as well is just working hard for each other as one, which is just great when you're together and you're working well. Yeah, it's great to do it with a friend from the other club that you row out of. But I think the nature of one-on-one races is intense, and it's nice to do a different style every now and again, I think.
My name's Laura. I rode for Bristol University. This is our 2V, which we haven't had a 2V at Henley Women's in a while, and we got to qualify, so that was really exciting. We love Henley, we think it's such a great atmosphere, and we've really enjoyed our time here.
Hi, I'm Annika, I'm the Coxed of the UL Academic 8.
I'm the stroke seat of the Academic 8, and my name's Aoife. I'm Denise, and I'm the 7th seat.
I'm Alex, I'm the 6th seat.
I think our race just went really well.
Through to tomorrow.
Through to tomorrow, to the quarterfinals tomorrow morning. I think we really executed our plan in the first half, and then went really well, took it to the end. Really happy with how that went. Love
really
Henley
nice.
Women.
Yeah, I love this event. It always has such a great atmosphere.
Always. I adore this event. I love seeing all of the female rowers, seeing women in sport. It's one of my favorite things.
I think this week and these 3 weeks coming up are my favourite weeks of the year. I mean, I just love being here every single year, and I look forward to it. It's probably the highlight of my year.
Oh, so racing definitely.
Really great help.
Tideway at 6 a.m. worth it all year.
Yeah, honestly, the difference between this and the Tideway, it feels like heaven here.
Yeah.
It's so flat.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's been a good day.
Really good day. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely.
Hi, I'm Layla. I work for Glasgow Academy.
I'm Iris, I row for Glasgow Academy.
I'm Sophia, I row for Glasgow Academy.
I'm Sophie, I row for Glasgow Academy.
I'm Ruby, I row for Glasgow Academy.
The race was very interesting. We were first off the start, but then the other boat pushed off a bit, but we really came back at the end and we ended up winning by a good length, I would say, which was really good. It was quite exciting.
It really was.
Did not expect it.
Yeah, we did not
It was so
expect
surreal
it.
being there, thinking you're going to lose and then pulling it back quickly at the finish. It was awesome.
Because obviously we're a Scottish crew, so coming down to England, we never really know how we're going to do.
It's
so it
either
was really
you did
exciting.
really well or really awful.
really
There's no in
well.
between. There's nothing.
But we're very excited for the race tomorrow. Yeah. We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paloma. I'm Shay.
I'm Hannah.
I'm Scarlett. I'm Lucia. Our race was pretty good. It was head to head. I mean, at the end we took it out, but it was really good.
Yeah, we were in the J16 Coxed fours. We were down by a length, and then it was the last 500 meters we just went through.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah.
I love it here. Yeah.
Really love
yeah,
this
it's really
race.
it's a good experience. Yeah.
Cool, I'm Eleanor Stratton. We're part of the University of Surrey. We're competing in the Aspirational Academic 8. We've just done our heat against Nottingham Trent. It was a comfortable race. We went out hard. We were never going to settle. We got it to the barrier, still pushing hard. We were going to the end, gunning it for each other. Overall, good race. Can't wait to race tomorrow. Bring on tomorrow.
Hello, I'm Robert MacDonald, the Cox of Lincoln College Boat Club Henley crew.
I'm Ali Rep, and I'm the president this year of Lincoln College Boat Club.
So we're up against Oxford University Women's Development Squad today in the side-by-side. We had a little bit of fooling around at the start as the as the marshals got us into line, but we had a really strong start and we held them to the end of Temple Island.
Yeah, no, it was pretty good. I mean, obviously going up as a college crew against your uni crew is always a bit frightening. But I think we gave it a really, really solid effort, and we had a really great time out there. Actually, for pretty much everybody in this boat, it's our first 6-mile regatta, so it was a big one to go out on. And we didn't even really expect to get through the qualifiers, so to make it this far has been pretty amazing. And we have a lot of fans back at home. You know, we might not be we're a really small college, not a big crew, but we have really great fans and really great family and supporters out there. So hopefully we've given them a good show, and yeah, we've had a great time out here.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend.
Really yeah.
Hi, I'm Calista Scoris. I row for Harvard Radcliffe Lightweight Women. The race, we were the only American team in the event, so we went in with very little expectations of the competition. And we just wanted to have our own internal race and be prepared for whatever came. I thought it went well. We're still gelling in a pretty new lineup, but every day is getting better. Very excited for the rest of the weekend. I really like Henley, first time in the town. It's been amazing exploring this place with all my teammates.
Hi, I'm Mary. And I'm Aoife. We row for Newcastle. We're competing in the Academic 8s this weekend.
We just had our first draw side by side,
And yeah, it was good.
Good fun, yeah, excited for the weekend, see what
I
happens.
love Henley Women's.
Yeah.
I always get, I can't even know what to say.
That's fine, we'll leave it at that.